Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite, the man who masterminded the bunker busting himself, the man who physically I think Adam held the bunker buster bomb in his hand, and when the B2 Spirit bomb bays opened, he threw it down there. He eyeballed it and he threw it directly down into that nuclear facility. Adam Friended.
Did you know I can lift 30 tons, Sitch? Did you know that?
I didn't know that. No,
Amazing.
No, not until
I got
this.
a bunker buster on this arm, a bunker buster on this arm. I'm running on over there. Here you go. Ka-choo, you're dead.
I have to give you credit, Adam, because I was flying the B2 Spirit bomber, so I couldn't really I'm just kind of like generally eyeballing like the location.
Yeah.
And then we open the doors, and I'm like yelling back at Adam. I'm like, "All right, Adam, now you have to throw each bomb into the same hole."
Right after.
Which, from like super high up in the air, okay, we're like thousands of feet in the air. It's pretty impressive. But
totally.
Adam did it. He successfully threw multiple bunker busting bombs into the exact same hole.
I'm doing my flash thing. Super speed.
What?
All right. So what are we covering today?
Well, today we were going to do something else, but then obviously America started blowing up Iran's nuclear facilities yesterday. So I think today we're going to be watching. Well, first we're going to watch this short clip from Trigonometry talking about the mentality of Iranian leadership, which is interesting. Then we're going to watch the responses to the bombing, including from Pete Hegseth, Iran's response. JD Vance had some interviews. Marco Rubio had some interviews. And then also, it's always just fun to check on Hassan and see what kind of reaction he had when the bombing started happening. Spoiler, it's a little unhinged. It's a little tiny bit unhinged.
People were saying he cried. Is that true? Is there like, did he go full cry, baby?
He was like on the verge of tears.
No way. For real?
He was like
Holy
super
shit.
close. Oh my God. He destroyed, what was that? Oh my God. What's that famous movie? Citizen Kane. You know that scene in Citizen Kane where the guy where Kane like destroys the room that he's in?
Oh yeah.
He has the fancy room with all his riches in it. And his life sucks.
Rosebud.
Yes, and he like destroys all the property. That was Hassan. Okay, he just destroyed his entire room, all the streamer setup. He was just so enraged by America's actions.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, maybe that didn't happen.
I can't wait to see that.
It happened metaphysically. Okay, metaphorically. Right. It's a metaphorical truth.
He did do a Cope spiral though.
Yes. Now I did see it. This was kind of dumb this morning. There's some people were talking about like how much, and we're listening to what the U.S. has said about this and what Iran has said about this in terms of the damage. But there were some preliminary satellite photos that came out, and if you look at them, they're not like, you just see holes in the ground.
Right.
Which, if you actually think about it, again, is very impressive. If we drop 12 bombs and there's only six holes, that means that they were able to get 2 of these missiles in each hole almost exactly, which is pretty impressive.
They can't do the CSI, like magnify, and go into the hole. They can't do that?
No.
Go all the way down to the bottom of the hole?
Yeah, no, not quite.
Or there's like a nuclear scientist down there flipping the bird. Fuck you, America!
Did you ever watch Bones? Like whenever there was like, they'd find like a body and they'd put it in their magic computer and it'd like reconstruct the exact virtual reality like way the person died, and you're like, oh, this is very incredible technology.
I like that technology.
Yes.
It's funny because we always laughed at that on CSI, but now they do kind of have that. I mean, I use it all the time in the thumbnails to do.
There you go.
Do the enhance. Obviously, the computer enhancement is making shit up though, so I don't know that we could really. I don't know that we could really go into the hole there, but
yes,
can't we send a little drone? Don't we have a little, like the Empire? Everyone's always calling us the Empire, the Star Wars Empire. Don't we have a little drone we can send down there?
That's a good question. Yeah,
a little robot.
We should have a little drone you drop down there. Yeah,
parachute some of those robot dogs down there.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have those in paratroopers yet.
Well, if they do have those, they're not going to share that they have them and show us the pictures. Okay.
Right. Oh yeah.
So a lot of people, I thought it was kind of silly because a lot of people were posting pictures of the outside, and the outside you don't really see much of any damage. And I guess people were like, oh my God, US sucks. I guess people maybe just didn't understand the way the technology works, is that these bombs, they burrow into the mountain and they can go up to 200 feet deep down and then they blow up. They don't blow up on the surface. So you're
Yeah,
not really going to see like surface damage.
you know how they always do the shot in the movie of the guy getting shot in the forehead?
Mhm.
And well, if you look at the forehead, you're like, oh, that's not too bad, right?
Yeah.
Definitely
point,
not.
yeah.
That's not bad at
A
all.
little hole. It's
No,
just a teeny tiny little hole.
It just
Yeah,
looks
right.
like a scrape. There's just a
Yeah,
little drop of
exactly.
blood there. What's going on?
Yeah.
So
I
that's
mean, his
kind of
head
the
didn't
same
explode.
thing, right?
Right, right.
You show it from the backside and you're like, oh, shit.
Yes, exactly.
These things
That's a
are
good point.
designed to go 200 feet down
Mhm.
through sometimes through concrete, depending upon the bomb, and
Right.
then blow up.
Yes.
Yeah. So
So
kind
we'll
of
see.
crazy.
Yeah, so the US has said that they did significant damage to the facilities. Iran has said, obviously, oh, it was just a minor damage, barely an inconvenience whatsoever, right?
Right.
Just yeah, just nothing. Which, I mean, obviously that's what they're going to say. That's the position Iran always takes, is that they're a very big, strong empire and nothing ever phases them, which is good on one hand. Well, it's good on a lot of hands in terms of that they can use that as an excuse to not necessarily counterattack in a strong way. Because they could be like, well, it was not a big deal, so we don't really need to have a bunch of terrorist attacks in America or
Oh
something.
yeah, that's good. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
Let's
If they
hope they
so
go in
desire.
that route.
Right, that'd be nice. Who knows? So,
I'll
but
take
anyway,
it.
let's watch this clip real quick. This is kind of interesting. This is a journalist on trigonometry a couple of days ago, and he was kind of talking about the mentality, not the mentality of the Iranian people, but the mentality of the Iranian theocratic leadership and sort of the dangers of why you would be more worried about them having a bomb versus another country.
Let's perhaps start with Iran, which I think it's worth saying is not a regime that is likely to be subject to the doctrine of nuclear deterrence. The doctrine of mutually assured destruction is what prevents people with nuclear bombs from initiating a first strike, because they worry that in the counterstrike they will be eliminated. So it's a very strong doctrine that even though there are nuclear weapons in the world, we have not yet, thankfully, been subject to a nuclear holocaust. So why do I say that the regime in Tehran is not subject to that mutually assured destruction doctrine? The reason is because they're religious fanatics. They believe that they have absolute truth, many of them in the regime, and that anyone who disagrees with them, by implication, are infidels. And moreover, they glorify martyrdom. They believe that if they can take out infidels, they will go through a door into heaven and be blessed for eternity. I might have mentioned in the previous podcast that my father was born as a Shia Muslim. Most of his family are moderates, as are many Muslims around the world, but there are a few that are fundamentalists and believed that my father was an apostate and that he deserved to die. I've looked people like this in the eyes and I know that they are implacable. In those circumstances, in fact, one other bit of context, if I may briefly, I was 10 years old when the Iraq-Iran war ignited, and for obvious reasons I took quite a deep interest in that war. And a lot of people don't seem to know about the 20,000 child martyrs who were indoctrinated by the fanatics and the clerics who took over after the 79 revolution to believe that the greatest duty they could perform for Allah was to walk and sometimes run into minefields and up against machine gun fire to clear a path for the adult military coming in behind. And they died, their limbs strewn across battlefields, and they were then glorified in government propaganda, held up as icons of the revolution. And young people, and I've got 10, 11 and 12-year-old children, are so influenceable, impressionable. And the fact that the people who are supposed to protect them indoctrinated them into what is effectively a death cult seems to me very good evidence, in addition to all the more contemporaneous stuff, the repression of women, the killing of people who are homosexual, the funding of genocidal proxies that are committed to the elimination of Israel tells me that if they got a nuclear weapon, it is likely they would use it. Let's not forget Ahmadinejad said that Israel was a scourge that should be wiped from the pages of history. The supreme leader called it a cancer. And I could envision an aging, fanatical leader initiating a first strike and then looking at the radar screen and seeing the inevitable response in which that person would die and thinking, I am closer to Allah. I don't think that that is true of Vladimir Putin. I don't think Putin is prepared to die for his ideology. He's a venal, corrupt leader of the old school. He's worth billions. He had a Black Sea palace. He's got a young girlfriend. He wants to live. I think the same is true of the North Korean leader with his harem and his looted opulence. It is not true of religious fundamentalists who glorify martyrdom. And that's a long first answer, but that is why I think, even though I have severe reservations about what Israel has done in Gaza, very, very severe reservation, we can talk about it.
We will.
I do really want to say that when they operationalize against the regime in Iran, not the people of Iran, 70% of people in Iran hate the regime. They've been immiserated. GDP per capita is like $4,000 compared to $50,000 plus in Israel, a progressive, capitalist, free society. I think right-minded people should support them, given what we know about uranium enrichment.
Well,
So there you go.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, bad. Terrible, but he lays it out, obviously, very articulately. So,
Right. Right. I mean, and it's crazy because I have heard some people, including Hassan, who have claimed that this story about using child soldiers on the front lines is not true.
propaganda.
Propaganda, evil Western imperial propaganda.
Right.
And I did do some cursory research into this, and I mean, everything I saw seemed to point in the direction that it was true. There's some sources that were questioning like how, like saying, well, they were using child soldiers on the front lines. Maybe not necessarily just to run into mines, but they're still using child soldiers on the front lines. And it's like, okay, I don't know if that's much better. That still seems pretty fucking bad.
Yeah, it's awful.
So,
Completely
yeah.
awful.
It doesn't seem like propaganda to me. And if your society is basically okay with throwing its own children away, or I should say your ruling class, if your ruling class is okay with sacrificing your own children as pawns, I mean, that's never how are they going to feel about other countries' children, right? At that point.
Of course. Yeah. It's just the ideological possession of them, obviously. That's the scary part. And the fact that they're, like he said, 70% of the people are against the regime. But they're locked out of power. They have no political power whatsoever. So they're just inconsequential to the ruling elite. So if they want to start a war with Israel, they're going to do it.
Yeah, and that's why it's so weird to me, like so many of the people on the left's defense of Iran, because there's different things. Like I understand people who are like, oh, I don't want to be involved in this because they fear escalation, they fear reprisal, they fear America getting bogged down.
Totally understood. Yeah.
This conflict. Like I understand that. What I don't understand is people more on the left. The right is more just on the isolationist perspective of it. I mean, there's the very far right that's just actually pro-Iran, but that's a different scenario. But there's more like people on like the far left, the socialists, the Hassan types, who are actually like defending Iran repeatedly. And I don't know if I think it's funny because they always criticize America for America in the past has had this issue. Most countries have had this issue where we fund our enemy's enemy, right? And this actually happened against Iran. America helped Saddam fight Iran way, way, way back in the day. This is when Iran took Americans as hostages in the 70s or the
we helped the
80s,
Afghans fight Russia.
Right. And then it's like, okay, and then it turns that around, to bite us in the ass and everything. And it's sort of this mentality of one of the things that it keeps showing us is that supporting your enemy's enemies is not a good thing. Because very often those people are going to try to be your enemies at some point in the future. And it's weird to me because the people that always point that out on the left fall into that same pit, because to me, it feels like so much of their feelings towards Iran are based purely on their hatred of Israel. Just because they don't like Israel so much, they're like, well, I guess I have to support the enemy of Israel, which is Iran. It's like, do you? Do you have to do that? Maybe Iran also sucks. Maybe Iran's also a horrible state that doesn't give people, the right to vote, that doesn't give women rights to do anything, that outlaws homosexuality, that doesn't have any of these other things that you would like or support whatsoever. So why do you keep supporting them? It's very strange to me.
Yeah, obviously we want Iran to be more, we want them to westernize. We want them to embrace liberal, Western, democratic capitalism. That's what we want them to embrace. We want them to channel all of this hatred into positive economic growth. We want them to compete with Israel on an economic level, not on a military level, right? But I don't, are they ever going to do that? I mean, that that takes time. That's like a laborious process. That's where we completely got it wrong in Iraq. I mean, we were just focused on going in there and building institutions. We weren't focused on the ethos it takes. I mean, people have to want political freedom. They have to understand political freedom. They really,
Right.
and I don't know that these countries do, right? A lot of people
Yeah, I
might
don't know.
be terrified of that.
Like Iran, unlike Iraq or Afghanistan, Iran obviously had a period of time where it was pretty westernized for a couple decades.
Right?
Um,
Did they ever have democratic institutions though? I don't know.
no,
Right.
but they were more westernized in terms of like attitudes, I guess, or at least the Shah, which is kind of why, people want to shove him back in the power, which I don't think that's going to work. Okay. He was kind of installed by Western powers, and he was very more pro-Westernly aligned, and he was instituting a lot of Western kind of democratic reforms and all these things. And they were in effect for like 10, 15, 20 years until he got overthrown and the religious Islamic zealots took over. So I don't know enough about Iranian culture to know if that's something feasible that's back on the table for them to go back to that. My position is, I mean, I'm anti-regime change in this situation. Um, I don't, I don't want to roll the dice on the regime change thing anymore. I don't think, Europe obviously doesn't want that. Whenever we have these countries become massively destabilized, like Syria, you have all these immigration surges in Europe and stuff, and that's always a big problem for those European countries. So I don't really want a regime change whatsoever. I think I would be comfortable with, and I think America and I think Donald Trump would just be comfortable with, was just say, okay, you can still be in charge. Just stop building nukes. Just agree to stop building nukes. Period. I mean, and then on top of that, be even better if you said stop, funding terrorists. I don't know if that's, I don't know. I don't know if you can get both of those. That'd be great if you get both
Can
of
they
those.
take death to Israel out of their charter?
It would be
Just
nice, right?
like
These
no
things
more
would be
death to
nice.
America, no more death to Israel. I mean,
But
they're probably gonna have a generation that's death to America, right? We just bomb the
yes,
shit out of them. So I
yes.
guess Israel's bombing the shit out of them too. So
Well, we
maybe it's
didn't
too late
really.
for that.
The thing though is, and I think this is important to remember, at least so far. So America's blown up some their nuclear facilities. Israel has blown up, I think, almost only military assets and a handful of nuclear scientists and things like that. They haven't just, it's not like Gaza. They have not just been like blowing everything up at all. I don't even know if they've really struck any civilian targets outside of the handful of select specific targets that they assassinated. I know there's been some amount of collateral damage, but I think it's been relatively minor. While Iran, on the other hand, last night in response to, or today in response to the attack, has sent more missiles at Israel. And they're intentionally, or they at least they appear to be intentionally just shooting missiles and blowing up, because it seems like Israel is kind of running low on Iron Dome defense missiles, have been attacking and blowing up just random apartment buildings intentionally. They're just attacking. They're not attacking military sites. They're not attacking military bases. They're not attacking, jets or anything like that. They're just sending missiles into Israeli city centers, trying to hit, random civilian buildings intentionally.
Yeah, that's horrifying. Obviously, even if I mean Pearl Harbor was just hitting a military installation, right? It still drove
Right.
Americans crazy. Obviously, we don't want to
Yes,
see our soldiers getting hit. So
that's
I
true.
just
That's a
from
good
the
point.
perspective of the Iranian people, I don't know that it matters to them that they're not hitting them in particular.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to tell because obviously, whenever you have people can hate their own government, but then if you get attacked, if some external enemy
Of course.
shows up,
Yeah.
it can unify people
Rally around the
that.
flag. Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
But see, that's why to me, I'm not so. I think people that have this idea of regime change, which I've heard some people on the TV box say this, I think that's the wrong idea. That's to me is way more likely that you're going to get bogged down in some sort of forever war thing.
Who are those people? Because I keep seeing that too, and the only people who bring it up seem to be people bringing it up to say we shouldn't do it, to criticize it.
I've seen some of the the actual, everyone gets to call it neocon today, but like the actual boomer neocon class.
Oh, they're out in force. I see. I
I've seen
didn't
some of
watch
them.
Fox News, so
Yeah,
maybe
I've
they
seen
got a
some.
parade of ex-generals
Yes.
coming across Fox News saying this is the time to strike.
Right. I've
We
seen some
need
of them
regime change. You got to look
make
at
these
those
comments.
guys. I mean, all they do is train. And can you imagine training as a football team and never getting to play another team? You'd be
It's
like,
terrible.
what the fuck?
You got it. Yeah, exactly.
Talk about blue balls, right? So a lot of these guys completely romanticize going into war. They're like, holy shit, we're going to the Super Bowl. Finally,
Right.
no more training.
No, of course. I mean, they're not the ones doing the training, right? They're the usually pundits or something, or politicians or something.
Well, by the time they're generals and whatnot, I'm
Sure,
sure
maybe
they've,
something.
I mean, a lot of these guys probably have seen action. I don't know though. Obviously, I don't know. So,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
but, yeah, okay. I mean, I liked what Trump said about this is the time for peace. You know, we hit you. Now just suck it up. I don't know that they can do it. I keep going back to Stephen. I keep thinking about Stephen Hicks's book. It's been a while since we read it. The one about master morality and slave morality. What's the name of that book? I can't remember, but
Nietzsche and the Nazis.
Nietzsche and the Nazis. Yeah, exactly. And they do. Iran does definitely have that master morality, that fucking Nazi morality, that might makes right morality, right? We're going to rule with an iron fist. That's their philosophy. That's the only thing they respect is violent power. So they are not getting the message. They're not getting the message that, oh, all you have to do is cease and desist on the nuclear weapons and, you know, build some car factories or something, right? Make something for the global community. They don't get that. They don't understand that. They don't understand competition through peaceful means. It just seems like cuckism to them, right? They're like, I'm not going to fucking, we're warriors.
Right.
Even though they're obvious. Look, I guess we're going to listen to the Hegseth conference, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. Because like you watch that, you listen to that, and you think, oh my God, America's fucking badass. That's exactly what Iran wants. Iran just is so jealous. They want to be able to say, oh yes, we pulled off this maneuver with 125 different aircraft, you know, dozens of refueling crafts, refueling our planes as we fly across the globe to deliver precision munitions, right? They want to be able to say that because they're into the might makes right morality, right? They want to be able to subjugate the globe. But it's so bizarre because I mean, that they're the worst kind of person to get that power, right? Because they would show no restraint whatsoever.
Yeah, and that would be interesting. I would pose to a lot of the people who are, not the people who are hesitant about wanting to get bogged down in the conflict, but the people that are on Iran's side of the conflict, or on the very anti-American side, I should say, of the conflict, is, yeah, what would any of these countries you're defending, if they were, you know, if they had control of America's military, if they had comparable military, if they had comparable power, they would be reshaping the world in some sort of bizarre religious Islamic theocratic vision.
They would
be horrible for everyone else.
They're no different than the Nazis. They're absolutely no different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
their goal is to propagate the master religion around the world.
Yeah. And that is the problem with regimes that are based around some sort of strict religious ideology. that has a very much like might makes right. We are the correct moral framework. We will dominate everyone, as opposed to the sort of more live and let live attitude of like, well, hey, if you just live and let live with your neighbors, that's
The
okay.
the isolationists did have sway in World War II until they didn't. And
Yeah.
I don't know that they'll ever have sway again after the Holocaust, after World War II.
Um,
It
I don't know. I
just
mean, people forget. People feelings change over years, and that was a long time ago.
right.
You know, I know it's weird because you think after Vietnam, right? You think after Vietnam, the isolationists would have won for a few generations, but I mean, I guess they really. I mean, maybe they did because there was skirmishes and stuff, and there was America was doing things, but there wasn't really the direct involvement until all the way after 9/11. So I guess they did win for a period of time to some extent.
Was Vietnam reunified?
Was that why?
Was Vietnam reunified? Because
Yeah.
obviously we had a war with Korea in the same way, but
Yeah, Vietnam is one country now.
Korea was never reunified. Obviously, we had the same situation with Germany, right? Germany was split and then reunified, right? Which
Hmm.
side won? The Western
Well,
democratic capitalist side won, obviously.
exactly. Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
side won in North Korea or in North and South Korea?
I mean, there was South Korea obviously won in terms of how people feel about living. For all the problems
Yeah,
South Korea has, it's 10 billion times better than North Korea. So,
of course. Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. You can see everyone likes to point at the night sky on the Korean Peninsula and look at the difference, right? South Korea
Hmm.
is all lit up with economic growth and hustle and bustle, and North Korea is like a blackout zone
Oh,
where
yeah.
nothing's going on. Yeah, I think Vietnam experienced something similar, and then there was reunification. So it's just every single time this happens, the Western democratic capitalist model ends up winning, hands down,
Hmm.
completely hands down. And you're
Yep.
never going to get people in the world like Hassan to understand this because they fucking hate capitalism.
Yeah.
So they can't see it. It's weird with Hassan though because he's such a winner with capitalism, right? He makes way more money than we do. So
It seems like that's almost always the case with the very strong advocates for communists are always seem
super
to be
wealthy.
well off. Yeah.
Yeah.
They always seem to be well off. It's very interesting. Maybe it's like a guilt
Elite
thing.
overproduction.
Yeah. There's this great season one of Mob Psycho is so good. Okay. If you've ever seen it. It's an
Mhm.
anime, Mob Psycho 100.
Yeah.
And there's a fantastic part at the end of season one when they're fighting the big bad guy organization. It's an organization of, if you haven't seen it, it's an organization of psychics that are trying to take over the world. And they find the big bad guy, and he's been wearing a mask the whole time. And at the end, it comes off, and you see he's like an old man. And he kind of goes on this long rant, his like evil bad guy, why they're doing what they're doing rant about how he's special and the world never acknowledges his specialness. So now he has to like use force to make everyone acknowledge his specialness. And as he's like going on this speech about how no one acknowledges his greatness, it like because it's a cartoon, it kind of like animated it so he almost looks like a baby crying, like as an old man. And it's like the exact perfect mentality that I feel like a lot of these, the elite overproduction communist people have.
Oh yeah. Totally. They're big babies.
Yes. And
Nobody acknowledges my greatness.
yes. That's exact. It feels like it's a combination of like guilt for being successful, but also anger for not being like acknowledged
Loved.
and loved enough.
Yeah.
Yes, by society.
They want to be loved.
Yeah, it's interesting. I pulled up Korea, South Korea, North Korea on Google Maps. And if you look at South Korea, it's like an insane amount of roads. It's
Oh
just like
yeah.
this like crazy zigzag of like a mouse maze of roads everywhere. And then you look at North Korea. It's like, just by comparison, it's like nothing.
Yeah, there's
Bad.
no point in starting a business or trying to get ahead in North Korea, right?
Right.
Because if you succeed, the government's just going to take it from you.
Yeah. Well, they don't let people succeed,
Yeah,
because then
exactly.
they become threats. So that's always the big problem with and this is what like sort of the people that are like in favor of monarchy and all this stuff like completely don't understand when they propose their weirdo monarchy views is that the whole part of the reason that democratic capitalist countries are always way more successful is because the system is structured in such a way to promote people to do better. Because if you do better and you create something that's successful, even if it generates power for you, it's going to generate a product or a service or something that's better for society overall, and
Yeah.
that's going to motivate people to succeed. Where if you're living in some sort of authoritarian structure, some sort of authoritarian government, if it's I forget there's like some phrase like the tallest, they talk about this in Game of Thrones, like the
Yeah.
tallest flower always gets cut. Like the taller you go, you grow, the more successful you are, the more the leadership starts to look at you as someone who could possibly usurp them.
Yeah.
So they want to keep you not to, they want to push you down. They want to keep you from being successful.
Yeah. The only competition is politics,
Yes.
which, I mean, that's what's so great about the West. We have all of these different competitive hierarchies. We have sports, we have business, we have all sorts of shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
RBGH fan for $20. Thank you. Says, I hope you're right and this ends Iran's nuclear aspirations. Unfortunately, I think I'll only escalate it and bring on more forever wars to launder money through. Could be another WMD episode or Trump being extorted. I mean, I hope I'm right. I don't know. I guess we'll see going forward what Iran and Trump's response is to each other. I do think, I think part of the difference, though, I'd say, at least, I mean, obviously Trump is very different than Bush in terms of how they act. But if you recall, it's a long time ago, but if you recall with Bush and everything and going into Iraq, there was this big sort of, there was a talk, there was a big push, not just of like, oh, we have to get the WMDs from Saddam, but there was a big talk of we are going to invade the country of Iraq, we're going to topple Saddam, and we're going to implement regime change. That was kind of like the way it was talked about from the beginning. And I think because of how that ended up, at least, yeah, because of how it's ended up, that's not really what Trump administration seems to be saying. And I think they want to avoid that. I don't think they're stupid. I think they're smart enough to want, or at least people around Trump are smart enough to want to avoid that situation. So they would prefer to just drop some bombs and back out.
Yeah, their goal is much more modest. Their
Yes.
goal is to keep Iran from getting a nuclear weapon on Trump's watch.
Right.
He just doesn't want anybody to say, "Oh yeah, they got those nukes when Trump was president."
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Right? So look,
Exactly.
that seems achievable, right? This
Yeah.
whole, oh yeah, we're going to create France in the Middle East. Ooh, I mean,
Not so much. Not
shoot
so
for the
much.
moon, guys. What's
Right.
going
Right.
on?
Yeah.
W was just way, and a bunch of people told him, "Oh, this is never going to happen. You got to know the dynamics on the ground, right? The Sunni Shia situation, uh, I think, was the Shia. No, it was the Sunni that were in control. Saddam was a Sunni, and the Shia had a majority. So as soon as they had democracy, obviously the Sunni were going to be out to get the Shia to get even for years and years of oppression. And that's pretty much exactly what happened.
Yes. Exactly.
All that was
Exactly.
totally predictable.
Yep. Okay, so let's see what the Pentagon had to say about all this stuff. Oh my God.
I know. I
What
was
was
wondering what happened. The beginning of the audio is terrible, but it cleans up. They get it.
Destroy.
So
Oh my God. Is there a way? Is there one that's not like psychotic?
I don't think there is because
Oh
he's
no.
only got one mic there.
Oh no. Okay.
So this is the feed that goes out to all the reporters, right? They
Yeah,
fix it
I guess.
relatively quickly, so just bear with
Okay.
it.
I'm gonna turn your volume. If you're listening with headphones, turn it down a little bit for the beginning. Hopefully it'll fix itself pretty quickly.
Or severely degrade Iran's nuclear program. And as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs will...
You know what? This doesn't give a lot of confidence in me for the America's ability to do precision bombing strikes if they can't get a fucking microphone.
I know he was saying, everything went perfectly, except for the part where you start the press conference without a fucked up microphone, right?
I know. What the fuck, guys? It's like we could somehow drop a bomb, directly into like a hole, but we can't I can't get a microphone that works.
And this is what it sounded like when it went on.
Is this the audio that was inside the fucking the nuclear facility with the bomb went off or something? 'Cause that's what it sounds like. Jesus Christ.
They fix it, okay? They fix it.
It's crazy.
Go with it.
I think I found one that the audio is not fucked up.
Really?
Is this? Wait, let me make sure.
Only the Fox News had it fucked up. I guess technically, the audio could be going perfectly clean through that microphone, and Fox News fucked it up when they recorded it, when they jacked into the audio.
Okay, let's see. Seems to be from the government itself. So maybe it was Fox News.
This is going to be perfect, obviously. Government gets it right. Fox News, a private corporation, never.
Obviously.
You've got me super curious whether or not they are going to get it right.
Look, they got the Michael flag.
Oh, some stellar music there.
Yeah.
Oh, here it is. Here it is.
Hello?
Well, thank you for joining us this morning.
Oh my God! Here we were blaming.
You were blaming the government.
The Pentagon.
It was Fox News the whole time.
Obviously, the Pentagon got their shit together. They're like, look, we didn't drive 120 planes halfway around the globe to fuck up the microphone when we walk into the press conference.
Yeah.
Fox News screwed them.
This morning. Last night, on President Trump's orders, U.S. Central Command conducted a precision strike in the middle of the night against 3 nuclear facilities in Iran, Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan, in order to destroy or severely degrade Iran's nuclear program. And as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs will demonstrate, it was an incredible and overwhelming success. The order we received from our commander-in-chief was focused, it was powerful, and it was clear. We devastated the Iranian nuclear program. But it's worth noting the operation did not target Iranian troops or the Iranian people. For the entirety of his time in office, President Trump has consistently stated for over 10 years that Iran must not get a nuclear weapon. Full stop. Thanks to President Trump's bold and visionary leadership and his commitment to peace through strength, Iran's nuclear ambitions have been obliterated. Many presidents have dreamed of delivering the final blow to Iran's nuclear program, and none could until President Trump.
Don't you love that pause? That pregnant pause.
Yeah. That doesn't inspire confidence in me, the way this is being framed. Because it's being framed like not like Iran is this big threat, the nuclear program is a big threat. It's more like
Trump is amazing.
Yeah, it's more like an ego thing. It's like other presidents tried, but they all sucked dick until Trump came along and he kicked the door down and he's like, hey, Iran, wake the fuck up. Breakfast is served. And by breakfast, I mean bombs.
Every single president in history sat down at the drawing table with this Iran problem. Biden had crayons. Obama ate the crayons. Only President Trump could sit down and sketch out a proposal with flawless detail that went off without a hitch. Flawless perfection for the world. Thank you, President Trump.
Yep. Yeah, see, I don't know if you didn't hear the exact, like right at the beginning of the stream, I was actually lying. I said Adam was the one who threw the bomb out of the bomber and hit the nuclear site. It was actually Donald Trump. Okay. He
yes, of course.
Personally was holding the bunker buster in his arms and he threw it directly down. He just eyeballed it. That's how good he is. He just eyeballed it and threw it like a football down in that hole.
Trump flew the lead plane, right? The lead bomber, the lead stealth bomber.
He was
Trump
flying
was in the cockpit.
Yes.
Remember George W. Bush in the flight suit? Trump was in the cockpit.
That's right. That's right. He should have taken a picture of Trump flying like the B-2 bomber, and it should have been like "suck dick, W."
Oh
Should
yeah,
have been the
exactly.
caption underneath. Yeah, that's what
Commander
happened.
in chief.
Trump was flying the bomber, and then when he got close to target, he just like tied a rope around like the control stick to keep it steady. Then he went to the back area where the bombs are.
Yeah. Yeah. No, look, I mean, this is, I see it as comedy gold, to be honest with you. So, I mean, what's he going to do? Of course he's going to, this is just Trump. Trump comes out and sells it, obviously.
No, I know, but it's just, yeah, when people are worried about escalation and, whether we should be doing this for security reasons, a lot of times that gets undermined by these sorts of comments, in my opinion.
Well, look, I said last night, I thought the idea that Trump wasn't going to jump feet first into some sort of transformational war just so he can be a wartime president and get his name in the history books seems laughable to me. Of course he's going to jump in, right?
That's a good point.
He's not going to resist. He wanted to have a parade with the military. He loves his shit.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, yes, I am commander in chief.
It seems like, so Adam's been pretty good at predicting Trump's behavior.
Oh yes. Yeah, I got it down.
Yeah. And it seems like your analysis or what you use to make the determination is very simple.
Yes, it is.
It is. What direction would be the most satisfying to a large ego?
Right.
Is always the analysis that you tend to use.
You got to think in terms of what's going to make everyone, pay attention to me. What's going to make everyone love me? What's going to make me remembered for the next 1,000 years? He asked somebody how would he get on Mount Rushmore? That's where his mind goes. Sitch.
Right.
He wants to be on Mount Rushmore. I'm sure the person who he asked if he was remotely intelligent said, well, in order to get on Mount Rushmore, you got to do something big. Think completely transforming the Middle East.
Well, let's hope not. I hope the ego's direction does not push you in the direction of regime change. So.
Well, I mean, obviously, I'm not sure there's any room left on Mount Rushmore, but there is one guy that nobody really knows who it is. So, I mean,
I just got to replace him.
I mean, they could do a little chiseling here.
There's room.
Add a little concrete here, right?
There's room next to Lincoln. There's a big blank spot.
Yeah.
Just add another head there.
Nah. Who's the guy? Who's the guy in the middle that nobody knows who it is? Just turn that into Trump.
Teddy?
Easy job.
What do you mean? You got Washington, Jefferson, Teddy, and Lincoln.
Oh, okay.
You gonna get rid of Teddy?
I guess Teddy's gone.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The operation President Trump planned was bold, and it was brilliant, showing the world that American deterrence is back. When this president speaks, the world should listen. And the U.S. military, we can back it up. The most powerful military the world has ever known. No other country on planet Earth could have conducted the operation that the chairman is going to outline this morning. Not even close.
Man, we got to get a hype man like this, Sitch. We got to start taking interviews. This guy's good.
Now you know why Trump chose him.
Fuck yeah. This is amazing hype man. Holy shit. I'm ready to join the military.
Just like Soleimani found out in the first term, Iran found out when POTUS says 60 days that he seeks peace and negotiation, he means 60 days of peace and negotiation. Otherwise, that nuclear program, that nuclear capability will not exist. He meant it.
I like how he uses the term find out. Because the fuck around is really implied.
Yes. Yeah, that's true.
He just found out.
He just faffled Iran in an official government speech.
He did, yeah. Definitely. Look at this.
He said, he found out when we drone striked him. Soleimani found out when he got drone struck.
Yep. Now you're about to fuck around and find out.
Mm-hmm.
This is not the previous administration. The President Trump said no nukes. He seeks peace, and Iran should take that path. He sent out a truth last night saying this: any retaliation by Iran against the United States of America will be met with force far greater than what was witnessed tonight. Signed, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Iran would be smart to heed those words. He's said it before, and he means it. I want to give recognition to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Joint Staff, General Eric Kurilla at CENTCOM, who did a phenomenal job, he and his staff, all of CENTCOM. Policy across the board, this was a joint effort, and across the Pentagon effort. I want to recognize the pilots who flew those bombers, who flew those fighters, who flew those refuelers, warriors. I want to recognize the sailors on those destroyers, in those subs, on those carriers, warriors, all of them. I want to recognize our soldiers doing air defense, base defense, QRF, warriors, all of them. Every American involved in this operation performed flawlessly. And I want to give recognition to our allies in Israel as well. This is a plan that took months and weeks of positioning and preparation so that we could be ready when the President of the United States called. It took a great deal of precision. It involved misdirection and the highest of operational security. Our B-2s went in and out of downtown Tehran, of these nuclear sites, in and out and back without the world knowing at all. In that way, it was historic. A strike that included the longest B-2 Spirit bomber mission since 2001 and the first operational employment of the MOP, a massive ordnance penetrator. The mission demonstrated to the world the level of joint and allied integration that speak to the strength of our alliance and our joint forces. As President Trump has stated,
the penetrator. Oh my God. Who named that bomb? It used to be the Moab, the mother of all bombs.
Well,
but
no, the
now
Moab's a different bomb.
Now it's a penetrator.
These
I
are
thought
the
it was the
MOPs.
same bomb.
No, it's a different bomb.
It's the largest conventional weapon, right?
No. No. They're different.
Oh, okay.
Different one. Yeah. But it's interesting because he said that they had been training to do this for months.
Maybe they're training in virtual reality. Maybe they got a simulator or something.
Well, there was a CNN article I was reading where they said the same thing. They were kind of talking about how they had been, even though like this operation, the final, decision to go forward with this, kind of happened in the last week. They had been training to prepare to do this for some time now, which is interesting because there was a lot of concern, which I shared as well, which is how much advance warning did America have that Israel was doing this? Because it kind of seemed like America didn't have that much advance warning that Israel was going to engage on all this stuff. Because maybe they're afraid of leaks, because there's all these leaks that were coming out months ago from all
Yeah,
this,
that
the
would
New
be
York Times and all
scary.
this other stuff. Right. But if we had been training, if U.S. had been training this operation for months beforehand, then that would seem to imply that, well, we didn't get like tricked or suckered into doing this because we just have to follow up what Israel's doing. That no, there was actually some sort of, if Iran doesn't come to the table and doesn't negotiate, we're going to go through with all this stuff. Or we're going to be ready to go through with this stuff at least.
Yeah. I mean, obviously they have a bunch of fun training and doing all that stuff anyway, right?
Right.
Those guys are dying to get in the cockpit. Which is also a good response to those people who are like, if you support this, why do you sign up, right? Well, can I be a pilot? I mean, maybe I will sign up. Right? Do I get to be Top Gun?
There you go. You get to be Tom
I'm
Cruise,
down.
Right.
No, you have to be a grunt. You have to be an infantry grunt. You have to get in the trenches.
Oh, okay.
Well, fuck that. I mean, no one's technically in the trenches yet anyway. So.
What flavor of crayon do they offer? That's the real question.
Oh, yeah. Are you anti-war? Why aren't you donating all your money to an anti-war protest outfit, right?
Right.
Why aren't you picketing?
Why aren't you gluing your hands to the Mona Lisa?
Yeah, exactly.
The United States does not seek war, but let me be clear. We will act swiftly and decisively when our people, our partners, or our interests are threatened. Iran should listen to the President of the United States and know that he means it, every word. I want to give congratulations to our Commander-in-Chief. It was an honor to watch him lead last night and throughout, and to our great American warriors on this successful operation. God bless our troops. God bless America. And we give glory to God for his providence and continue to ask for his protection. I turn it over now to the chairman for specifics.
How do you think the Iranians respond to that line right there? The God line. What do you think?
They're like, oh my God, they're a theocracy like us.
That you think that gets under their skin?
I mean,
I bet it does.
Yeah, maybe.
The infidels praying to their Satan God.
Well, it's supposed to be the same God, technically.
They don't care.
Oh, okay.
I know. He should just say, the one true God that loves us more than Iran. Yeah. Woo! That's right.
There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thanks for recognizing all of our folks out there doing our nation's work, and nice to see everybody on this early Sunday morning. Last night on the President's orders, U.S. Central Command, under the command of General Eric Kurilla, executed Operation Midnight Hammer.
Oh, man, who comes up with these names? They're brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
Did Trump think of that? Midnight Hammer. You don't like the name, Sitch?
Trump wouldn't. I know it's a good name. It's not Trump, because Trump would have named it like the greatest bombing ever.
Trump's
operation.
Midnight Hammer.
Oh, there you go. He would have thrown a Trump on top of it. Yeah.
Of course, right?
Trump's big red midnight hammer.
Right. The golden hammer of
Oh,
midnight.
there you go. Oh, there you go. There you go.
Deliberate and precise strike against 3 Iranian nuclear facilities. This was a complex and high-risk mission carried out with exceptional skill and discipline by our joint force. I want to thank every service member, planner, operator that made this mission possible.
Now, have you seen Top Gun, the new Top Gun? Top Gun 2, I think it is.
No.
I was listening to this thinking about Top Gun, obviously, but oh man, the complexity to the mission in Top Gun is nowhere near this kind of complexity. It's kind of awe-inspiring how complex this is.
I thought
Their
the government
action-
can do complex things and sucked.
Oh yeah. I guess when it counts, right?
Mm-hmm.
Reflect the highest standards of the United States Armed Forces. This operation was designed to severely degrade Iran's nuclear weapons infrastructure. It was planned and executed across multiple domains and theaters with coordination that reflects our ability to project power globally with speed and precision at the time and place of our nation's choosing. This was a highly classified mission with very few people in Washington knowing the timing or nature of this plan. I'll refer you to the graphic on the side as I walk you through some of the operational details. At midnight Friday into Saturday morning, a large B-2 strike package comprised of bombers launched from the continental United States. As part of the plan to maintain tactical surprise, part of the package proceeded to the west and into the Pacific as a decoy, a deception effort known only to an extremely small number of planners and key leaders here in Washington and in Tampa. The main strike package, comprised of 7 B-2 Spirit bombers, each with 2 crew members, proceeded quietly to the east with minimal communications. Throughout the 18-hour flight into the target area, the aircraft completed multiple in-flight refuelings. Once over land, the B-2s linked up with escort and support aircraft in a complex, tightly timed maneuver requiring exact synchronization across multiple platforms in a narrow piece of airspace, all done with minimal communications. This type of integration is exactly what our joint force does better than anyone else in the world. At approximately 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time last night, and just prior to the strike package entering Iran, a U.S. submarine in the Central Command Area of Responsibility launched more than 24 Tomahawk land attack cruise missiles against key surface infrastructure targets at Esfahan. As the Operation Midnight Hammer strike package entered Iranian airspace, the U.S. employed several deception tactics, including decoys, as the fourth and fifth generation aircraft pushed out in front of the strike package at high altitude and high speed, sweeping in front of the package for enemy fighters and surface-to-air missile threats. The strike package was supported by U.S. Strategic Command, U.S. Transportation Command, U.S. Cyber Command, U.S. Space Command, U.S. Space Force, and U.S. European Command. As the strike package approached Fordow and Natanz, the U.S. protection package employed high-speed suppression weapons to ensure safe passage of the strike package, with fighter assets employing preemptive suppressing fires against any potential Iranian surface-to-air threats. We are currently unaware of any shots fired at the U.S. strike package on the way in. At approximately 6:40 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 2:10 a.m. Iran time, the lead B-2 dropped 2 GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrator weapons on the first of several aim points at Fordow. As the president stated last night, the remaining bombers then hit their targets as well, with a total of 14 MOPs dropped against 2 nuclear target areas. All 3 Iranian nuclear infrastructure targets were struck between 6:40 p.m. and 7:05 p.m. Eastern Time. Again,
did he mean 2 or 3? Because that's like 7 bunker busters per facility. I mean, they were talking about 2 on the news. 7? Dropping 7 in the same hole? Holy shit.
Last night, the remaining bombers then hit their targets as well, with a total of 14 MOPs dropped against 2 nuclear target areas. So
there's seven for each one.
Yeah.
For 2 of them, yeah. Because one of them they used less. So
1,400 feet down.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, if it makes 200 feet on each impact. I mean, geez,
Right.
There's got to be a fucking crater in the ground there.
That would be interesting. I don't know if we'll ever be able to see what that would look like. It's all on the ground, but
magnify.
All 3 Iranian nuclear infrastructure targets were struck between 6:40 p.m. and 7:05 p.m. Eastern Time. Again, that's about 2:10 in the morning local time in Iran, with the Tomahawk missiles being the last to strike at Esfahan to ensure we retain the element of surprise throughout the operation. Following weapons release, the Midnight Hammer strike package exited Iranian airspace and the package began its return home. We are unaware of any shots fired at the package on the way out. Iran's fighters did not fly, and it appears that Iran's surface-to-air missile systems did not see us. Throughout the mission, we retained the element of surprise. In total, U.S. forces employed approximately 75 precision-guided weapons during this operation. This included, as the president stated last night, 14 30,000-pound GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrators, marking the first ever operational use of this weapon.
It is very impressive, especially in this day of everything leaking and of social media. Because I remember, on X, you'd see like, oh, they're moving the bombers, they're moving the refueling planes. There was like all this, like hour by hour update on where all the planes were, where they were moving, and people saying, oh, they're parking them nearby in case, the 2-week negotiation window goes up, off and all this other stuff. So it it does make you think like, okay, there's like, it's impossible for anything to happen like in secret. And then it's like, no, that was all the diversion. They just flew straight from the US without anyone realizing it and fucking dropped the bomb on Iran and flew back, which is very impressive.
That mid-air refueling comes in handy, right?
Yes, definitely. That's crazy impressive.
I know that battle damage is of great interest. Final battle damage will take some time, but initial battle damage assessments indicate that all 3 sites sustained extremely severe damage and destruction. More than 120.
Do we know how would they monitor that? How would they determine that?
I would think satellite imagery. The satellites, like, they're not always over the target, so you've got to compile satellite info.
No, but it's like underground. I mean, the satellite can't show you what's going on, 1,000 feet under the ground or whatever.
Well, I mean, I would think that it's just a huge hole in the ground now. So,
well, no, they're just they're little holes.
If it collapsed in on itself.
Well, I mean, from the photos I've seen, there's nothing like that. You just see the little holes.
Little tiny holes?
Yeah, you just see the little holes.
Whittle holes?
So you see the whittle holes, yeah. I mean, because I would think that the majority of the way that they would get intel, I mean, Israel seems like they have incredibly good spy capabilities against Iran and has incredibly knowledgeable spies buried in or has like very deep Iranian sources that they're getting info from, because they're able to assassinate so many Iranian targets, with ease and know where they are at all times, seemingly. So I would assume they'd have to rely on that primarily to get a good assessment of what the actual damage was. Unless, there was something where they're not going to tell us, but they, drop some drone down in the hole or some camera or something that can, see what things are like.
Yeah. Maybe. That would be cool. Send one of those dogs down there.
Mm-hmm.
5 U.S. aircraft participated in this mission, including B-2 stealth bombers, multiple flights of 4th and 5th generation fighters, dozens and dozens of air refueling tankers, a guided missile submarine, and a full array of intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance aircraft, as well as hundreds of maintenance and operational professionals. As the Secretary said, this was the largest B-2 operational strike in U.S. history and the second longest B-2 mission ever flown, exceeded only by those in the days following 9/11. Well prior to the strike, General Kurilla elevated force protection measures across the region, especially in Iraq, Syria, and the Gulf. Our forces remain on high alert and are fully postured to respond to any Iranian retaliation or proxy attacks, which would be an incredibly poor choice. We will defend ourselves. The safety of our service members and civilians remains our highest priority. This mission demonstrates the unmatched reach, coordination, and capability of the United States military. In just a matter of weeks, this went from strategic planning to global execution. This operation underscores the unmatched capabilities and global reach of the United States military. As the President clearly said last night, no other military in the world could have done this. I join the President and the Secretary in being incredibly proud of the air crews, naval forces, cyber operators, planners, and support teams, and commanders who made this mission possible. It is their skill, discipline, and teamwork that makes this operation possible. I am particularly proud of our discipline related to operational security, something that was of great concern to the President, the Secretary, General Kurilla, and me, and we will continue to focus on this. As we stand here this morning, many assets are still airborne, and we have hundreds deployed. I ask that we keep our warfighters on their way home and our deployed service member in our thoughts. Our joint force remains ready to defend the United States, our troops, and our interests in the region. Thank you very much.
We will take a few questions, Phil.
Me?
Yeah.
So, is regime change off the table, Mr. Secretary? And to the chairman, you said the battle damage assessment is still ongoing, but do you believe that some nuclear capability in Iran remains?
This mission was not and has not been about regime change. The president authorized a precision operation to neutralize the threats to our national interests posed by the Iranian nuclear program and the collective self-defense of our troops and our ally Israel.
Thanks for your question. I think BDA is still pending, and it would be way too early for me to comment on what may or may not still be there. But thanks for the question.
Green.
Well, it's at least good to hear that they're not pushing for regime change publicly. So that's as long, like, if the goal is very stated, we will stop them from getting nukes, and then we stop them from getting nukes, it allows Trump to just not, stop the bombing, stop responding to things, as long as any sort of counterattack is not that severe, and just pull out. And the whole everyone's fear of getting bogged down in another forever war doesn't materialize.
Yeah. I mean, obviously they're going to retaliate. They're already shooting missiles at Iran or Israel. Yeah. I'm looking at the satellite pictures, and it looks like they blew the top of the mountain off on this one. Jeez.
Really?
Well, I mean, I'm assuming I'm looking at the same. You're
looking at which one are you looking at? Fordo?
I'm not sure.
Or
There's like two sites right next to each other. One's a little north of the other one, and there's 3 holes in each one of them.
yes, that's the one that has the kind of weird square electric keyboard looking building.
Yeah.
We're talking about. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Isfahan, if that's how you say it. That one, they just blew the shit. You can see that one from the satellite imagery. I'll send you a picture of it if you want. Where because they use conventional weapons to just
Those are the Tomahawk missiles?
Yeah.
They shot from the so they had two airplanes do the big bombs.
Mm-hmm.
And the rest they just shot from the submarine.
Yes.
I mean, there's like the before picture of I'm assuming this is the same area. I mean, all of the structures have been completely annihilated. Like there's nothing left standing on the ground.
Yeah, which one are you looking at?
There's 2 right next to each other. I don't know if it's the
bring it up?
same facility. Yeah, that's on screen. I got it on screen. Oh, but I guess I could look at the one you're sending. I'm sure it's the same thing. Oh no, this is different. What is this one? Oh my God.
The first one where everything is blown up. That's the one that they use the Tomahawk missiles.
Okay, that makes sense.
And then the other ones are the ones they use the bunker busters. And I mean, yeah, there's some damage to Fordo. You can see like the mountain looks, round out and stuff. But I think people were just pointing to, because you see that one building, which is the biggest building there, seems to be relatively untouched. And that's where people were like, oh my God, the bomb didn't do anything. Even though if you look at where the impact site from the bunker busters wasn't even there. It was somewhere, it was like next to it.
Yeah, I'm looking at the same thing.
Yeah.
I got the exact same thing up.
Right. Yeah. You can see the holes in the ground where they went through. So.
Yeah. Although I think the before that I brought up, I think is upside down.
Yeah.
I think this is the way it goes, because you can see this little road off to the side here. I was trying to line them up so you could see the before structures were there. And then they're just completely annihilated in the other one.
Green. No, behind you.
Excuse me, Mr. Secretary, can you tell me, was there a particular moment when the president decided to pull the trigger on this operation where he said, now, rather than being, something in the holster, now we're going to pull the trigger on it?
I would just say, having the opportunity to witness his leadership, he was fully committed to the peace process. wanted a negotiated outcome, gave Iran every single opportunity, and unfortunately was met by stonewalling, which is why he gave them plenty of time to continue to come to the table and give up enrichment, give up the nuclear program. But there was I won't say the particular moment, there was certainly a moment in time where he realized that it had to be a certain action taken in order to minimize the threat to us and our troops.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people that they're making this claim. Now, obviously, the whole 2 weeks, they're like, oh, we have 2 weeks. And that was obviously untrue. That was a lie to cover up the attack. I don't think anyone's saying otherwise. But even before this attack happened last night, there were a lot of people I saw were claiming that Trump was lying before to basically cover with the negotiations to cover up Israel's attack. And there's like that claim. It's so weird. I've seen that claim exist in op-eds, but it's just like some random people's opinions. I've seen zero actual factual sources or even people claiming to have a quote anonymous source that was even making that accusation. Everything I've seen says the opposite, was that 2-month window that Trump talked about with Iran was sincere, and they did try to work out something for 2 months, and they didn't work anything else. They were not able to work anything out, and at least publicly, Iran has continually publicly said, that they were not going to agree to the terms of, zero enrichment. They kept saying they were not going to agree to that. So, it does seem like a fuck around and find out situation to me.
Right. That was non-negotiable for us, obviously.
Right. Well, this because a lot of people are saying, well, why would Iran believe America now because of this? And I just don't buy that, because well, this is, Trump said repeatedly, that we're not going to let you get nukes. We're not going to let you get nukes. Here's the deal. You had 2 months to work on it. You didn't work on it. So then he kind of floated the 2-week extension, which turned out to not be true. But it's like, okay, but that was already an extension at that point. That wasn't the original. Like, if from the beginning Trump is like, okay, let's work out a deal for 2 months. And then the next day, oh, bombed you. Just kidding. We weren't even ever interested in working out some sort of deal. Then I would think those people would have an argument. But that's not what happened.
He gave them their 60 days.
Yeah. They had 60 days to try to work something out. Didn't work anything out. And I think that's the problem with a lot of the way the foreign negotiations work. And I think this is part of Trump's failing, is that and maybe Trump kind of set this up himself, because he kind of kept throwing this out there with Russia, like, oh, Russia needs to negotiate, Russia needs to negotiate, they need to come to the table, and nothing. Russia has ignored basically every single thing Trump has done, and there hasn't been any real response from America towards Russia. And then kind of the same thing with TikTok, just keep extending it. So I don't know, maybe Iran looked at that and thought that they could just get away dragging this out indefinitely, but that turned out not to be the case.
Different rules. Yeah. Well, look, good news. They're resetting the clock now. Now you got another 60 days to work something out. You get a fresh 60 days.
I don't know if you get 60 days from this, but.
Well, your biggest bargaining chip has been taken off the table. What's your next move, right?
Right.
What do you want to do now?
Well, I think now it's all going to be very dependent on what is Iran's response going to be and how damaging it is to America or American forces, whether, terrorist attack here or American military forces abroad. Because if it's something minor like before, then I think Trump's going to shrug and say, we did it, we won, we're amazing, let's go home.
They're going to be planning the next 9/11 though, right?
If they weren't already doing that. But.
Yeah, they probably are. They just moved up the timetable, right?
Mm-hmm.
General, you say that General Kurilla increased force protection in Iraq, Syria, and Gulf, in those areas. Were they given any advance warning the attacks were coming? And also, Mr. Secretary, when were congressional leaders notified? How long before the attacks took place?
Sir, to your first question, the risk has clearly been rising over the last few weeks in the region. Based on that, and not a particular awareness of this operation, we've made smart decisions to minimize the risk to U.S. forces in the region.
So they were given no advance warning?
No, sir.
And congressional?
They were notified after the planes were safely out we complied with the notification requirements of the War Powers Act.
After the attacks, they were notified.
They were immediately thereafter. Yes.
Thank you, Secretary. Two quick questions. Do you believe
There's an interesting thing that's been happening where a lot of the complaints that specifically Democrats have been making about the action is been revolving around not necessarily that Trump shouldn't have done it, but that he doesn't have the authority to do it because Congress has the authority to declare war, which is interesting because it signaled, like, there have been some people that say that Trump should be impeached and he shouldn't have done it, like AOC, right? Like the very far left people have been saying that. But most Democrats haven't been saying that. They've just been focusing on the fact that he did it without authority. Even Bernie Sanders, who was live speaking when the news of this came out, so we got a live reaction from him, and that's what he said. That's really all he said. And that's very interesting because to me, that's the safe choice to do politically, because they don't know how it's all going to turn out. Because this could all turn out, totally fine, and then they don't want to come out, swinging like AOC, saying that what Trump did was the most horrible thing ever, and then look stupid, if this all turns out to be.
If he gets a peace deal, yeah, if he wins.
Right, if he gets some peace deal. So I feel like most of the Democrats are kind of like hedging on, sort of this like, they're not going to take a strong stance about it either way until, some time has passed.
Yeah, they're holding their breath. They don't know how this is going to go.
Right.
Holy shit. Putin might be scared now. He might think, holy shit, maybe I should get out of Ukraine. This guy motherfucker's crazy.
That'd be nice. I'm skeptical, but that would be nice if that was the thought process.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see, right?
Yeah, we'll see.
if you completely destroyed Iranian nuclear program? And how about Iranian ballistic missiles? Your ally as Israel always saying that is biggest threat. And second question is very important. What will be your next step if Iran or militias under Iranian influence in the region attack U.S. interests or allies in the region?
And you can chime in on this too, Mr. Chairman. The battle damage assessment is ongoing, but our initial assessment, as the chairman said, is that all of our precision munitions struck where we wanted them to strike and had the desired effect, which means especially in Fordo, which was the primary target here, we believe we achieved destruction of capabilities there. Ultimately, wherever it may be, whether it's in Iraq or Syria or bases in the Gulf, as the president said, it would be as the chairman said, it would be a very bad idea for Iran or its proxies to attempt to attack American forces. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think part of the reason that we went through with this, or that Trump went through this, was, in the past, whenever Iran was threatened or was involved in some sort of conflict, they had all their little proxies would be engaged in attacking Israel or attacking America or attacking, whoever. And it was very interesting, as everyone's pointed out, is that when Israel started all this stuff, you didn't really see proxy action whatsoever. Now, obviously, that's because all their proxies, or most of their proxies, have been severely wiped the fuck out. Hamas,
yeah, diminished.
The Houthis, yeah, they've all been severely diminished. And so that probably seeing that would help solidify in Trump or in the American military's mind, like, okay, it's, we have a better chance of being able to do this without necessarily occurring a counterattack from a bunch of proxy fighters. Not 100%, but pointing in that direction.
Yeah, it's interesting they attacked the Houthis before this. Now we have some new context there, right?
Well, yeah, because now you could very well see it, and it's very possible
totally.
That this was like, okay, Israel has been like, completely wiping out Hamas and the rest of Gaza. They severely were hurting Hezbollah. And then, they in America was severely, attacking the Houthis. They could very clearly just be seeing this as like, okay, we've kind of weakened
Cleared the battlefield.
Yeah, we've cleared away all the mini bosses. And so now it's time to go after the big boss.
Right.
The time was ripe. They were at a weakened state, I guess, to speak.
Yeah.
Mr. Secretary, regarding retaliations, Iran and North Korea are cooperating on nuclear and missile development. Do you think there is a possibility that Iran North Korea and the other forces, such as China, will join forces to retaliate against the United States?
Well, unfortunately, because of the policies under the previous administration, we drove those countries together, and ultimately that creates a challenging environment. For this particular operation, the focus is on Iran and Iranian nuclear capabilities. That's our focus here, is to not just say that they can't have, but President Trump has said from over 20 years, frankly, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And ultimately, he decided this is the moment, given their stonewalling, when direct military action had to be taken to prevent that from happening. Yes.
So there's been a lot of talk about Iran mining the Strait of Hormuz and basically closing that area because runs right next to Iran, and that's where a huge amount of oil basically is shipped through. I don't know if they would want to necessarily do that, or if they did it, it would be indiscriminate mining, because apparently 45% of all the oil that China gets is from passes through that area.
Yep, I heard
And
that
if China, if China's a big ally or more of an ally of Iran, that would fuck them over more than anyone else. So I don't know if that doesn't seem to make sense if there was some sort of indiscriminate attacking from that perspective. However, there is an element to be concerned here, which is that if it's true that China has been gearing up to attack Taiwan, which a lot of people seem to think is going to happen in the next 1, 2, 3 years, it wouldn't necessarily be a crazy idea for China to try to get Iran to drag the U.S. into some sort of conflict, kind of and bog the U.S. down, the U.S. military down in a conflict in Iran, so that in a couple years, if they do invade Taiwan, the American military is going to be tired, diminished, or the American public is not going to want to be engaged in that kind of conflict. So it's not without the realms of possibility that China would try to goad Iran into doing something, possibly.
Right. But not closing the Straits of Hormuz to do it.
But not closing the Straits,
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if China would go so far as, I don't think they would go so far as to tell North Korea to hey, give Iran a nuke or something, but they could be going them to do other things. So we would have to be cautious to not get pulled into something like that.
Don't all these nuclear weapons have signatures? Isn't the nuclear radiation a lot like a thumbprint? They can detect who it's from. Yeah, I think if North Korea gave a nuclear weapon to Iran, it would be traceable back to North Korea relatively easily.
I don't know. I don't know enough about the science of it to know that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. General Kane, I understand OPSEC. I respect OPSEC. Can you say at all what security procedures are being taken to protect U.S. troops in Iraq and elsewhere in the Middle East? And Secretary Hegseth, as a global war on terrorism veteran, what do you say to veterans who may be concerned the U.S. is getting into another open-ended war in the Middle East over weapons of mass destruction?
Thanks, sir, for the question. I won't comment on what force protection measures are being taken in the region. What I will say is we're being proactive and not reactive, and being very thoughtful about ensuring that we do all that we can to protect our forces out there.
And I would just say, as the president has directed and made clear, this is most certainly not open-ended. It doesn't mean it limits our ability to respond. We will respond if necessary. The most powerful military in the world is postured and prepared to defend our people. But what the president gave us, as I said, was a focused, powerful, and clear mission on the destruction of Iranian nuclear capabilities. Those were the targets. That's what was struck. That's what was overwhelming. That's what was overwhelming. That's what the Iranian regime needs to understand, as the president put out last night. He wants peace. There needs to be a negotiated settlement here. We ultimately demonstrated that Iran cannot have a nuclear capability. That is a very clear mission set on this operation. Yes, hold on. Yes, right there.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Question for the Secretary and the Chairman. How was this strike coordinated with the Israelis on a strategic level, militarily, and on a tactical level? Was there any direct Israeli military participation in this operation?
Well, I would say certainly.
What are you laughing about?
I just all these dorks in the fucking press room.
You're so mean. You're so mean.
Speak.
So mean. Okay, that's why they're
just next to
journalists.
Chad Hegseth. They all they scream. The B team.
Well, that's why they're the print journalists, and Pete was the TV journalist. I guess.
Oh yeah, that's true. He was a journalist.
Well,
too.
journalist, yeah, in quotes, air quotes, right?
Israel had an incredible military success, especially at the beginning and ongoing, in degrading Iranian capabilities, in degrading.
They loosened the pickle jar for us. Come on.
I mean, they
just
did.
Swooped in there and opened it.
Right.
Iranian launchers, MRBMs. It's been incredible to watch what our ally Israel has been able to do. And there certainly have been conversations. I mean, General Kurilla at CENTCOM has worked closely in the defense of Israel for many years. And part of this operation was the defense of Israel and the ongoing defense of Israel. But as it...
Oh, my God. You hear that? Zionist occupied government.
Yeah, I heard it.
Said it.
I heard it.
Wet dream. Oh, my God. We're doing anything for Israel.
Yeah, heads are exploding on Twitter right now.
Pertains to this strike, this was U.S. operated and U.S. led.
We took advantage of some of the preparatory work that's been done over the past week and a half in terms of axis of approach. I won't get into the particulars, but as the Secretary said, it was a U.S. strike. We made sure we were not in the same piece of airspace and sky. Aside from that, that was the extent of it.
They flew in. They never got shot at once by anything.
Yeah, I know.
It's hard for me to imagine that wasn't a lot of Israel's doing, if not all of it, right?
Well, they got rid of so much of their anti-air defense.
They
already,
did.
So,
they established air supremacy.
Right.
Yeah.
Though, I mean,
so
also,
look, they cleared the whole field.
I mean, and the B-2, though, does fly, doesn't
super
fly,
high.
Super high, higher than normal. So that's
right.
What, 15,000 feet 50,000 feet is the ceiling. So I don't know how high it flew for this operation. But.
We'll take a couple more. Yeah, right there.
Question to the Secretary first. Are you concerned whatsoever now about the reaction from U.S. allies given the strike, particularly those in the Gulf? And to the Chairman, if I may, I understand you don't want to speak to specific assets and force protection measures, but do you anticipate at least having to bring in any further assets from other theaters to aid in force protection over the coming days?
We certainly understand the challenges of allies in the region, and we have been respectful and in working in collaboration with them as it pertains to basing and sensitivities there. Ultimately, they've got a lot of assets and people in those locations also where American troops are co-located. So that's a consideration of ours. We've been in close consultation with them, and we appreciate the support that we have got.
Thanks for the question on sort of the global picture. And as you know, that's one of my jobs, is to look globally at the entire range of challenges. We are always carefully considering our force posture around the world and then offering options to the Secretary and to the President. I won't comment on any future things, but the American people should know that we carefully consider those moves around the world and try to modulate as needed our force structure in the region.
Absolutely. Yeah, right here.
Thank you. What communications are being sent to the Iranians right now, and is there any possibility of diplomacy now or in the coming days?
I can only confirm that there are both public and private messages being directly delivered to the Iranians in multiple channels, giving them every opportunity to come to the table. They understand precisely what the American position is, precisely what steps they can take to allow for peace, and we hope they do so. Yes.
The president may not want an open-ended conflict. The Iranians may disagree. Are you prepared for a protracted war?
Well, anything can happen in conflict. We acknowledge that. But the scope of this was intentionally limited. That's the message that we're sending. With the capabilities of the American military nearly unlimited. So Iran, in that sense, has a choice. But we've made it very clear to them, this is nuclear sites, this is nuclear capabilities, this is the line that the president set, and we set that back. Now is the time to come forward for peace. But I think one of the takeaways from this as well is the unprecedented level of ongoing cooperation. I can't speak highly enough of the chairman and his staff and General Kurilla in CENTCOM, what they've done to look around the corner, to pre-position, to understand how an operation like this comes together. The scope and scale of what occurred last night would take the breath away of almost any American if you had an opportunity to watch it in real time. And I think Tehran is certainly calculating the reality that planes flew from the middle of America in Missouri overnight, completely undetected over 3 of their most highly sensitive sites, and we were able to destroy nuclear capabilities. And our boys in those bombers are on their way home right now. We believe that'll have a clear psychological impact on how they view the future, and we certainly hope they take the path of negotiated peace. But I could not be more proud of how this building operated, of the precision, the sensitivity, and the professionalism of the troops involved in this effort. I will take one more. We'll take one more question. Yes, right there.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Concerning the justification for these strikes, in March, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence released their threat assessment, concluding, quote, Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear programs he suspended in 2003, unquote. So what new intelligence does the U.S. have since then that the Iranians have changed their position on nuclear weapons? And does this new intelligence come from U.S. sources and methods, or are we getting this information from other countries?
Well, I would just simply say that the president's made it very clear. He's looked at all of this, all of the intelligence, all of the information, and come to the conclusion that the Iranian nuclear program is a threat, and was willing to take this precision operation to neutralize that threat in order to advance American national interests, reduce the Iranian nuclear program, and obviously collective self-defense of ourselves and our allies. So he looked at all of it, understood the nature of the threat, and took bold action I think the American people would expect in a commander-in-chief. That's all we've got. Thank you very much.
That's great. Like, what additional information? What the fuck? Who let this guy in here? What the fuck? Get this kid out of here. It's bullshit. He looked at everything.
Oh, guess what? You know those, speaking of nerds, you know those nerds that always have the magic clock that's always so close to midnight that we're all going to die?
Oh, no. They upped the clock again?
Yes. Guess how close the nuclear clock is to midnight.
1 second.
We're not quite 1 second.
Oh, okay.
89 seconds, everyone. We're 89 seconds away. It keeps itching closer. It's been like 60 years. It's never gotten there, but it's keeps coming.
89 seconds, huh?
Yes.
Not even a full 2 minutes.
No.
Wow. 2 minutes to midnight.
2 minutes ago, Donald Trump posted on Truth Social, or no, sorry, it's a little bit longer, 2 minutes ago, but at 5:15, he posted the B-2 pilots have just landed safely in Missouri. So there you go.
Wow.
So they just landed back just now.
Those guys are going for a beer, right?
Going to sleep. They've been flying for like what, 18
no
hours?
way. What are you?
Time.
Come on.
Yeah.
Let them party a little, Sitch.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Boring.
Appreciate it, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, okay. I don't know if you saw Zero Fox sent a horrible meme that we should.
I retweeted it. It was great.
To.
What are you talking about?
Well, I subject the stream to this horrible meme that Zero Fox.
The refueling meme? Is that what we're talking about?
Meme. Yes. Yes.
It's pretty cool. We can do that. I'll bring it up.
Let me bring up. I'm curious because we have Iran's response to this. So we've heard Hegseth. Let's hear what Iran has to say about all this.
Of the press.
Oh, look, their microphone's bad too.
Okay. J-Mac or Circuit Fire, thanks so much, Daddy J-Mac, for the $40. Says, ugh, no more D&D, back to grim reality. And speaking of Top Gun, let the record show that Goose would not have died in his ejection. In fact, it would have been impossible for him to die in the manner in which he did. Source me, a former egress tech. Well, there you go.
Hollywood messing with us again.
I know.
Although that was a major plot point in the second one, which actually they did a good job with. So.
And Jamek for another $10 says, all this talk of hammers, packages, and penetration, maybe the feminists are onto something. War really is about men waving their wangs around and claiming they're the most manly. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that.
You know what the midnight hammer means, don't you?
I didn't until you said that, yeah.
Of course.
I didn't until you said that.
Yes.
Very sneaky.
Yes.
Okay. Did you bring up that horrible meme?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
Is there sound? Are we gonna get hit with music?
It sounds kind of like a real song, but it is an AI song. So I don't
Okay,
know.
so we're safe.
I think we'll be okay.
All right, here's the meme. If you don't see it, you know that we've edited it out for copyright reasons.
Yeah.
Here you go. 3, 2, 1. How do you not know any music, Sitch?
No, the beginning is real. But after that, it's an AI song.
That's an AI song? Okay, we'll just go with it then. Oh, look. She liked it.
We were worried about copyright. We might get hit with the sex. Too sexy for stream. Glam, all right.
The beat
Terrible.
of that song is definitely a famous song. So
no, I understood the beginning of it was the famous song. But after that, the whole destroy enriched uranium, let's drop a bomb on Iran. That's not that's not the original lyrics. So
no, not at all.
No.
We'll see if the music gets claimed, but whatever.
We'll see. Anyway, thank you for that horrible, horrible fucking thing.
What are you talking about? That was great.
It was disgusting.
Magical.
You should be ashamed of yourself. Okay.
Those refueling missions are fun, right?
Uh-huh.
You just go up with a big old tank of gas and you just unload.
So let's see what Iran has said in response. Are they going to start the World War III, or are they going to bend over and take America's penetrators
don't say it like that.
Deep?
Come on, we're trying to strike a peace deal here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Will they respectfully...
Don't make it sound like they're getting butt fucked.
Will they respectfully shake hands with our great leader, Donald Trump? And
this is a win-win.
This is a win-win.
Accord. This is a win for the Iranian people who don't need their government to have any sort of WMD that they're just going to eventually use on them. This is great.
I agree.
Give peace a chance, right?
I did see someone, I don't want to say who, because I think it's kind of crazy and silly, who was proposing this idea that all this is a carefully orchestrated plan between America and Iran. Iran knew America was going to do this and is totally actually fine with America blowing up their sites. And it's all part of some sort of 10D chess move together. I don't buy that.
That person
absurd.
is insane. Who is this person? What's going on here?
I don't want to say who it is.
Brain damage.
Okay. They've been saying a lot of crazy shit right now. Or they've been saying a lot of crazy shit. No. They've been saying a lot of crazy shit for the last year or so on X. So they were an account that a lot of people used to follow and used to be like, oh, okay, this is a smart person. But
is it James Lindsay?
It was not James Lindsay. No.
Okay. Brilliant intro here.
I know.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so glad to be with you this morning. Actually, we invited you.
Boo! Drop a bomb on it. No, I'm sorry. Just kidding.
Yesterday for a briefing on the latest developments on the ground and, of course, on diplomatic process. Because I came here from Geneva, where we had our first ministerial meeting of Iran E3, and then I had here yesterday lots of useful, important meetings with the foreign ministers of our region, and we discussed about different initiatives and ideas existed for a peaceful settlement of this question. But as all of you know, we suddenly faced with the aggression by American forces to our nuclear facilities. The Islamic Republic of Iran condemns in the strongest terms the United States' brutal military aggression against Iran's peaceful nuclear facilities. It is an outrageous, grave, and unprecedented violation of the fundamental principles of the Charter of the United Nations and international law. The warmongering and lawless administration in Washington is solely and fully responsible for the dangerous consequences and far-reaching implications of its act of aggression. The US military attack on the territorial integrity and national sovereignty of a UN member state carried out with genocidal Israeli regime, carried out in collusion with the genocidal Israeli regime, has once again revealed the extent of the United States' hostility towards the peace-seeking people of Iran, who will never compromise over their independence and sovereignty. The Islamic Republic of Iran continue to defend Iran's territory, sovereignty, security, and people by all means necessary against not just US military aggression, but also the reckless and unlawful actions of the Israeli regime. While President Trump was elected on a platform of putting an end to America's costly involvement of forever wars in our part of the world, he has betrayed not only Iran by abusing our commitment to diplomacy, but also deceived his own voters by submitting to the wishes of a wanted war criminal who has grown accustomed to exploiting the lives and wealth of American citizens to further the Israeli regime's objectives.
Holy shit. He fucking knows the propaganda. Holy cow. He knows how to split up the MAGA base.
Yeah.
I didn't think I'd see that.
Isn't that interesting? I mean,
Yeah.
he has the energy of a dying goose.
Right.
But,
Yeah. Terrible.
yes, terrible charisma.
But he's got the talking points down. He definitely does.
Yeah. But that is interesting. I mean, look, it's shouldn't be that surprising because like so much of like X posts and likes and retweets and all this other stuff, it's all just bots and bot farms from like the Middle East and India and Pakistan and Russia and all this other stuff. So
Right.
they have these like massive bot farms that just go spreading around propaganda and shit on X. So they know what the talking points are.
They're trying to manufacture consent in the American people.
Or dissent.
Right. Well, consent not to pull out of the Middle East.
Right.
Yeah.
The US act of aggression against Iran's peaceful nuclear facilities constitutes not only a flagrant breach of the UN Charter, especially the prohibition of the use of force under Article 2, Paragraph 4, and the obligation to respect the state's territorial integrity and sovereignty, but also a violation of UN Security Council Resolution 2231. It cannot be emphasized enough how much of a devastating blow that the US, a permanent member of the Security Council, has dealt to the global non-proliferation regime. The Islamic Republic of Iran reminds the United Nations, the Security Council, the UN Secretary General, the International Atomic Energy Agency, and other relevant international bodies of their duty and responsibility to take urgent and decisive action in response to this breach of international law. Silence in the face of such blatant aggression will plunge the world into an unprecedented level of danger and chaos. Humanity has come too far as a species to allow a lawless bully to take us back to the law of the jungle. The Islamic Republic of Iran calls on the Security Council to convene an emergency session to unequivocally condemn the criminal act of aggression by the United States against Iran and to hold the administration in Washington accountable for its violations of fundamental principles of United Nations Charter and of norms of international law. The responsibility of the IAEA and its Director General, who through evidence bias in favor of warmongering parties paved the way for the current violence and bloodshed, is now clearer than ever. We call on the IAEA Board of Governors to immediately convene and carry out its legal responsibility in response to the dangerous US attack on Iran's peaceful nuclear facilities, all of which have been under the agency's full safeguards and monitoring. The world must not forget that it was the United States which, in the midst of a process to forge a diplomatic outcome, betrayed diplomacy by supporting the genocidal Israeli regime's launch of an illegal war of aggression on the Iranian nation. Not content with such malign actions, the United States itself has now also opted for a dangerous military operation and aggression against the people of Iran. In doing so, the US administration holds sole and full responsibility for the consequences of its actions, including the Islamic Republic of Iran's right to self-defense under the principles of the United Charter. In accordance with the UN Charter and its provisions allowing a legitimate response in self-defense, Iran reserves all options to defend its security, interests, and people. Thank you very much.
We will now be taking questions. We'd like to start with the Associated Press.
This is weirder. This is weirder than the Marco Rubio reaching for the water, isn't it? This like guy awkwardly standing in front of him.
The guy awkwardly pouring water.
Yeah, why don't we just grab the glass, and take it, pour it, and put it back
off camera and bring it in? Yeah,
it's very weird. I don't know. So I mean, so far, obviously, this guy's boring as shit. I don't know. What are your thoughts on what he was saying?
I mean, they're trying to sell the whole peaceful nuclear program, which just
is stupid.
Don't believe.
Yeah, just stupid.
Doesn't make any sense that they are enriching uranium far past the need for a peaceful nuclear program. They could have 10 power reactors up by now. Seems obvious they're just bullshitting.
Yeah.
And they just think everyone's buying it. So a lot of people will buy it though, because a lot of people just fucking hate America and they're blinded by their hatred for America, so they're gonna eat all this shit up.
For the people who were saying, "Oh my God, how is it possible that Iran can make any sort of a deal with America after America lied to them, after Trump lied to them, how do they not take into consideration the fact that Iran continually lies constantly about their nuclear program?
Yeah, that's why I don't like that argument. That argument kind of smuggles in the premise that they were just peacefully enriching uranium and they didn't have any sort of motivation already to go for nuclear weapons, right?
Right.
Because the argument is, since we did this, that's going to motivate them more than ever to get nuclear weapons. I mean, they were fucking already motivated. What the fuck? Right?
Right.
What's different? What changed? Right? We're trying to motivate them in the opposite direction. We're trying to say, no, that's kind of a bad idea. You should not do that.
Right.
Yeah. We tried the carrot. The carrot didn't work. Here's the stick.
Yeah, I agree completely.
What are you going to do? Tough crowd.
Oh my God, is no one asking any questions? They're like, questions? Everyone's like,
they're
no,
terrified.
We're good.
They're terrified to ask questions. Are you kidding me?
They're not in Iran. They're in Istanbul.
They don't want to get black bagged in the middle of the night.
Oh, maybe they're just waiting for the water pour to move.
Oh, okay. Oh my God.
This is like a fucking sketch. Wait, we have to watch this whole thing. This is like a comedy sketch here.
Listen to that slurp.
I don't know.
To defend its security interests and people. Thank you very much.
Thank
you very much.
Here he comes.
We will now be taking questions. We'd like to start with the Associated Press.
He turns his glass over. He opens the bottle for him.
He was like, what the fuck are you doing? Get the fuck out of here.
He's like, get out of here. Get the fuck, move away. Why are you in my face? The slurp. That's the slurp. Oh God, the slurp is hilarious.
Sayın Bakan, müzakere kapıları hala açık
Distinguished
mı
Minister,
görüyorsunuz?
are the doors for negotiation still open?
Tamam.
Wait, wasn't he just speaking English? Like, what
Yeah,
the
he
fuck's
was.
What
He
the
was.
fuck's happening?
Şimdi ses geliyor mu?
Can you hear me now?
Sayın Bakan,
Distinguished Minister, the
müzakere
question is
hala
as
kapıyı açık
follows.
mı görüyorsunuz?
Is the door for negotiation still open?
Yeah, of course.
Ade değil mi?
No translation.
Yes. Yeah, the door's open. Guy. Oh, they're having audio problems, I guess.
Interpreter, please speak.
Can you hear me, sir? Can you hear me, sir?
Can you hear me now?
In the English channel, can you hear
Bakan
me?
Arapça biliyor mu? Direkt Arapça
If I may just step in here and just translate real quick for my
you.
colleague.
Yes.
He's asking if there are still room for negotiations moving forward.
Arapça olarak diye sorabilirim eğer Arapça biliyorsa.
It's all right now. You can his translate is okay.
Türkçe mi? Sayın Bakan, Ahmet Gannam yine televizyonun
Obviously, this is why Iran got their nuclear facility blown up. They couldn't even fix the audio issues. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the key. That's the sign here. How you know how strong the military is.
Miscommunication.
Tabii. Müzakerelere hala kapı açık mı görüyorsunuz? Tahran'la görüşmüş
Is the
müydünüz? Bugün
negotiation
nükleer
door
testlere
still
vurulan
open?
nükleer testlere
Did
ne kadar
you
yüzde kaç
contact
zarar
Tehran?
görmüştür?
What kind of damage has been incurred on the nuclear facilities? Is there any intermediary country like Turkey, like Saudi Arabia, like Qatar? Are you continuing your such activities of mediation? How do you see the process? Thank you.
Well, I have been in touch with Tehran, of course. I still do not have exact information about the level of damages, but I don't think it matters how much damages have been made. attacking a nuclear facility by itself is an unforgivable violation of international law and should be condemned. Yesterday, as I said, I had discussion and talks with a number of foreign ministers of the region. Almost all of them are very much concerned and interested to play a role to end this aggression by Israel, of course. They were worried about a possible attack by the United States, but yesterday we were all talking about how to stop the Israeli aggression. Well, of course, the door for diplomacy should be always keep open, but this is not the case right now. My country has been under attack, under aggression, and we have to respond based on our legitimate right of self-defense.
Who is this guy? The Iran foreign minister?
Yes.
Is that a high post? Is he just the ambassador?
I mean, he's the guy that they got to talk to.
It's kind of crazy that they're saying, well, we got to get our shot in first. No peace yet.
Well, I think everyone expects them to retaliate with something, right? You don't expect them to just be like, oh, you guys, you got us. You got us good. All right. Peace now. Like they're going to retaliate with something.
Right.
Unfortunately, I was looking at Trump's True Social timeline. He said this about an hour ago. He said, this is Donald Trump said, it's not politically correct to use the term regime change, but if the current Iranian regime is unable to, in caps, make Iran great again, why wouldn't there be a regime change, MIGA? Make Iran great again, MIGA.
Mega?
Mega.
I don't know if that
sounds a little close to something.
I don't know.
Something else.
I don't know if that's a good acronym.
Yeah, I don't know. Having an IGA in your acronym is generally a bad direction to go.
No.
Right?
No.
Right. Yeah.
No.
But beyond.
Did he really? Did he really go there?
Beyond the Trump going full MIGA. Okay. I think worse than that. I don't like the fact that Trump is throwing out regime change. Like, well, maybe regime change. Who knows, right? That's not a.
Sitch, you obviously don't understand Trump's negotiation style here. Okay.
I understand that's always a defense.
This is just a negotiation tactic.
Of course.
Until he finds out how revered wartime presidents are. It's like off to the races.
Exactly. Yeah.
He's like, George Bush was in a flight suit. How do I get a flight suit? What's up with that?
Right.
Where's my flight suit? I'm president.
Trump wants a flight suit that says MIGA on it. Okay.
Oh my God.
Giant capital letters.
You realize the M is completely indistinguishable from an N, right?
Oh, I realize.
Every time you say it.
I realize. MIG.
I'm saying
MIG.
I don't hear MIG.
MIGA. Okay. I'm saying MIG with an M sound. I'm just repeating what the president of the United States of America said, everybody. Okay.
Iran needs to be the bigger MIGA.
There's already a bunch of people naming on
and they need to chill the fuck out. That's what they need to do.
Right.
They need to make Iran great again. That's what they need to focus on.
Yeah, there's a good picture of that like blonde girl that follows Trump around and like posts
does the tweets and stuff.
Does his tweets, yeah.
I'm aware.
There's a good meme of a picture of him talking to her, and he's like, then write MIGA at the end with an exclamation point. No, 2 exclamation points. Actually, make it 3. Perfect.
No way. Send me the meme. Send me the meme.
Pretty good. They have a good Trump face.
Oh
too.
My God. When he was like making that tweet, he was just busting a gut laughing about that. He was like, oh yeah, this will get them. This will trigger the left.
I guess.
We'll have the entire country saying, MAGA.
Yeah, how's it? See, but how you undercut your regime change rhetoric? I was gonna get worried by throwing in.
Oh, he can't help. He can't help himself. He just can't help himself.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I want to hear this guy's response to that tweet. Too bad it can't. Too bad it was so far back, right?
Right. Did you see? I sent you the picture.
I'm gonna bring it up, definitely. Oh shit. Oh man. Trump is okay. This picture doesn't say. I thought it was actually the meme, but
you need a screenshot or something?
I know. No, I got it. I put it in.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You just sent me the picture though.
I sent you the actual tweet.
The meme? Oh, okay.
I sent you the actual tweet, the entire tweet.
Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah.
All right.
That's the face. That's the face of MAGA.
Uh-huh.
I'll say it. If I say it slower, is that better or is that worse?
Oh. Yeah, I mean, it's funny either way, which is, I mean, that's the effect we're going for here.
Well, here's a question. So Trump has affected reality with meme magic. This is a pretty powerful meme magic here. Okay.
And right, mega heavy.
With
an exclamation point.
Yeah. Will the meme magic of MAGA help end this conflict? Okay. Will Iran fall prey to Trump's meme magic potential here?
I'm so surprised that the minister came out and said what he did. I wouldn't be surprised now if he came out and was like, and they made a very racist tweet. It tries to call America racist again, right?
Right.
They seem to know a lot about our culture, which is super surprising, right?
Is it?
I guess not. I guess if they're engaged in propaganda warfare against us, they got to know, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's people whose job it is to know this stuff. Not everyone would know.
Yeah.
But
Hmm.
okay, let's hear what our megas are saying here.
What's this? That girl's pretty cute. What's going on there? That's his regular tweet girl?
Yeah, that's the tweet girl.
Wow.
I assume that's a tweet girl.
Trump is
memorize what her face looks like.
Trump is in heaven.
Yeah.
All right, back to this snooze fest. He's so indignant.
He needs to up his energy level a little bit. I mean, he's talking about his country getting bombed, okay? Get excited.
He doesn't seem like he gives a fuck, though.
He does not seem like he gives a fuck.
He sounds like the guy who was telling them, yeah, we shouldn't do this nuclear facility. He's got a big I told you so undertone here.
Oh, you think?
Oh, yeah. He's not into this. He's been forced up here. He's like, look, I'm going to slurp my water. Fuck this crowd.
Fuck Kamani.
And we will do that as long as needed and necessary.
I knew they were going to bomb us.
We'd now like to take a question from Al Jazeera.
Okay, speed it up, Al Jazeera. Get that question out. It's very important. You gonna ask?
Thank you very much, Minister. So, you say that you need to respond right now, but...
Okay, I'd be worried that guy next to her is going to fucking shoot you with a fucking optic blast.
Yeah, look at that thing.
Look at that camera. Jesus Christ.
He's counting the whiskers in his beard.
I know.
We know that Iranians are known for their talents in negotiations, in diplomacy and trade. What would...
Germans are known for their engineering. The Irish, known for drinking people under the table. The
Iran.
Iranians.
Known for their negotiating abilities. Oh, okay.
Expert negotiating abilities.
Really interesting.
Yes. Okay. I didn't know, but okay.
Yeah, we're learning.
You've convinced me.
Yes.
What would be the conditions after responding for Iran to come back to a negotiation table, maybe with the U.S. as well? And Turkey has been offering that Ankara can mediate for a trilateral between Turkey, U.S. and Iran. What would be your response to that? Because right now the U.S. is technically involved in this conflict.
That'd be great for us. I think Turkey leans more towards us anyway, right?
I mean, on this issue, yeah.
Turkey negotiating would be super good.
Thank you.
Well, I think it is irrelevant to ask Iran to return to diplomacy because we were in the middle of diplomacy. We were in the middle of talks with the United States when Israelis blew it up. And again, we were in the middle of talks and negotiation with Europeans, happened only 2 days ago in Geneva, when this time Americans decided to blow it up.
I mean, you had 60 days. You had 60 days and you're jerking everyone around. All right. You need some external motivation. And maybe that external motivation is going to be your shit getting blown the fuck up.
Yeah, of course. Now you're a motivated negotiator, right?
Yes. Show us those amazing negotiation skills you're known for now.
Right.
So we were in diplomacy, but we were attacked militarily. So it was not Iran, but the US who betrayed diplomacy. They betrayed negotiations. When at the middle of negotiations with us, they gave green light to Israelis, if not instructed them to attack Iran's nuclear facilities. I think they have proved that they are not men of diplomacy, and they only understand the language of threat and force. And this is very unfortunate. The United States showed that they have no respect to United Nations Charter. They have no respect to international law. They have no respect to any international law regarding, managing the world and facing challenges of the world. There is no red line that they have not crossed. And the last one, and the most dangerous one, was happened only last night, when they crossed a very big red line by attacking nuclear facilities. I don't know how much room is left for diplomacy. We are now calculating the damages. And as I said, the damages are not only for our nuclear facilities. The damages are for the United Nations Charter. It was not only Iran's facilities which was bombed, it was also the United Nations Charter. It was also Non-Proliferation Regime and NPT, which was bombed last night by Americans. And it was the rule of law and international law which was bombed. So now we have to see how much room is...
Was the UN the one that manufactured the report on how enrichment they had done? The 60% enrichment? So the UN knew that they were enriching uranium far more than they needed to.
Yes.
Right.
Though, I mean, Iran admitted this. It's not a secret.
Yeah, of course.
Iran said that they had 60% enriched uranium. They weren't keeping it. They weren't lying about that.
The word is that they were using that as a negotiation tactic to say, look how close we are. You got to negotiate with us.
But, I've heard a lot of people say that, but that doesn't really make sense if you think about it. Because it's like, okay, they have sanctions on them because they're enriching uranium.
Yeah, I know. It doesn't
and they're
make
like,
any sense.
So
to me
as a
either.
negotiation technique, we're going to enrich uranium to get you to lift the sanctions that only exist because we're enriching uranium.
Yeah.
How does that make any sense?
Well, I'm assuming this is that negotiation skill that's just, it's going over my head. It's so
the world famous Iranian negotiation skill. All right. Oh, you put sanctions on us because you're enriching uranium? Well, we're going to do it as a negotiation technique now. Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's just, okay. It didn't really work out.
No. They got to rethink their initial stat boost into negotiation. I think they need to level up their negotiation skills. They need to put some more stats into it. Okay.
This is like the guy that makes threats, right? And then ends up getting his ass kicked. And you're like, well, what do you expect? You kept threatening them.
Yeah. Maybe when Iran originally rolled that character, they had very high natural negotiation skill, but it's waned in the years. Okay.
Right. It's not very good now.
No. They didn't say, the problem is they didn't say Black Lives Matter before they tried to negotiate with Trump. Okay.
You're right.
When they rolled for their negotiation check with Trump, they didn't say Black Lives Matter.
You got to do it. Yeah. It's weird, I know, but you got to do it. It's just, them's the rules.
Yeah.
Left for diplomacy, and we will decide.
I'd like to hand over to TRT World.
Mr. Minister, the U.S. President Donald Trump warned that Iran must now make peace, otherwise the future attacks, he says, would be far greater and much easier. So how is Tehran responding to death threats from Washington? Thank you.
I think it's not up to Iran to respond to that. The whole international community should respond of such a clear threat against the United Nations Charter. Iran has done nothing wrong. We do not understand why Iran should be attacked for a false accusation that Iran is seeking nuclear weapons. It's now more than 20 years that we are trying to prove that our peaceful nuclear program is in fact peaceful and would remain peaceful. We negotiated for a long time with the so-called P5+1, and we came to a deal which the whole world celebrated as an achievement of diplomacy. And then it was the US who withdrew from that deal and reimposed their sanctions and restarted their threats. Again, we were negotiating with the same administration. Then all of a sudden they decided to attack us, first by Israelis, then by themselves. And now they are threatening us for more attacks.
I don't know anything about the first Iran deal. Do you?
I don't. I was trying to see if what was the evidence presented, if there was evidence presented that Iran was not following it or not.
Well, I want to know what the deal was as far as, did they limit the level of uranium that they could create? That would be the easiest way to keep them from developing nuclear weapons if that was the goal, right? You'd say you can't have enrichment past 5% or 10%, whatever they need for nuclear power.
I know that they were supposed to have the UN inspectors come in at somewhat regular intervals to do some amount of inspecting.
Right.
Was part of it. I think they weren't supposed to enrich. I think they weren't supposed to enrich beyond 5%, but I'm not 100% sure.
Right. See? So then we pulled out of the deal. Well, I don't know if the deal capped them at 5%. If the deal capped him at 5% and Trump pulled out, then that's probably bad because then they're like, okay, well, if you're going to pull out, we'll just keep enriching 10%, 15%, 60%.
It would be bad if Iran was following it, right? That would be the problem, is that if it was not actually being followed.
Oh, yeah. So if there was the accusations that they were doing it on the sly,
Right.
then you would pull out of the deal because you'd be like, well, you're not even following it.
Yeah, which was the accusation that the Trump administration was making. I don't know the legitimacy of that accusation. I don't know if they provided any evidence or not to that claim, or if they just did it. So
it was just a gut feeling.
Could have been a gut feeling. So it could have been a really stupid thing for Trump to do. I don't know. So it says the enrichment level under the agreement, it said, well, it wasn't forever. It said for 15 years under the agreement, Iran agreed to enrich uranium only up to 3.67% and to not build heavy water facilities. Says Iran agreed to eliminate the stockpile of medium enriched uranium, cut a stockpile of low-end enriched uranium by 98%, and reduce by about 2/3 the number of its gas centrifuges. Uranium enrichment will be limited to a single facility using first-generation centrifuges. IAEA, which is the UN organization, would have regular access to all Iranian nuclear facilities to monitor compliance. In return for verifiably abiding to these provisions, Iran would receive relief from the US, EU, and United Nations nuclear-related sanctions.
They're going to take away the sanctions if they play along.
Right. So, yeah, I don't know if they're actually if they were following it, then Trump's dumb. If they weren't following it, then Trump's very smart. So that's
right.
That's kind of the problem with these things. But I don't know. I don't know enough about it to know if it was good or not to get out of it.
Yeah, sometimes you can't really know. Obviously, it becomes a he said, she said.
Well, I would hope. I mean, I know I'm talking about the Trump administration. I would hope that if they had evidence that they weren't following it, they would actually show that evidence before they pull out of it. But I could just as easily believe that Trump just pulled out of it because he's like, well, Obama did it, so fuck Obama.
Yeah, I think that could be the case as well.
So it's not up to Iran, but it's up to international community to condemn this.
But all that information should be in this guy's speech.
Well, he's just going to say we were following it, right? He's not going to. I mean, what was he going to say beyond that?
Well, I would lay out what the deal was.
Oh.
You got an opportunity here to. He's trying to rally the international community.
Mm-hmm.
You know, make it work.
I mean, this guy needs at least 2 more shots of espresso before he can lay out that argument, all right?
I mean, you laid it out brilliantly. You just read it out of some headlines.
Yes.
He's probably very aware of it.
Hire me, Iran. Put me in, coach. I can do the propaganda.
Maybe he doesn't lay it out because he knows that they weren't actually doing that. They were just bullshitting.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Then just lie about it, guys. Come on.
To prevent this. Otherwise, there would be nothing left for the international law, for the security at the world level. The Security Council should play its role, should play its responsibility to condemn and prevent these kind of threats. We will certainly defend our interest. We will certainly defend our territorial integrity, our sovereignty, and our people. And I'm so glad that our people are now fully understand what injustice they are doing against the Iranian people. They are united and in solidarity with the government, and we stand firm against any aggression.
Next, CNN Türk.
Mr. Minister, how do you assess the West's stance on Israel massacres? No one seems to mention Israel's allegedly illegal nuclear weapons. The German Chancellor even said Israel is doing the dirty work for us. So what is your response? Thank you.
Well, what should I say? You said everything. That Iran is under attack.
I have a question. Israel sucks ass, and they have a nuclear weapons program, and they're evil. Do you have a response to that question?
No, you did very good. You said everything you need to say.
Thank you. Thank you.
By a nuclear-armed superpower and a nuclear-armed regime. And Iran, as you know, is a non-nuclear armed country. That should be certainly condemned. If not, the whole non-proliferation regime would be undermined and would be defeated. Iran is a committed member of NPT. But NPT is not able to protect us. So why a country like Iran or other countries who are interested to have a peaceful nuclear energy should rely on NPT for their peaceful activities? It is very unfortunate that Israel is doing, as the German Chancellor called, a dirty job. And by the way, they supported that dirty job. It's a shame. They know that Israel is doing a dirty job and they support it and they give it every right to do it and they call it defending itself.
I gotta speed this up. I'm dying here. We're never gonna get through this.
I mean, we can move on to whatever's next. He's kind of boring.
Okay. This is okay. We'll move on. This is just like, holy shit. Well, let me just see. There's actually like an interesting question.
Iran funded Hamas, which did October 7th, right?
Yes.
I mean, there's got to be some culpability there. This whole, why are you funding Hamas if you just want peace and peaceful nuclear facilities?
Yeah. Why are they funding any of these people that they're funding?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
why do they hate Israel so much? So stolen land stuff, right?
Well, there could be a couple reasons. One could be this religious notion that Israel has to be wiped out for this prophet to come back.
Right.
It could just be that there's sort of this, pride issue of how dare this holy land be, how dare a bunch of Jews be living in this holy land when it should be, Muslims or people that are following Islam. Or it could just be a total, like, we need, we're an authoritarian regime. We need to have some sort of external enemy to unify against the Jews and Israel and make a good enemy. So,
right. They use it to maintain their political power.
Right. That's probably some combination of those three things. Let's see what Elvis has to say here.
Also representing Net News Agency.
Okay, let's not here. Let's just move on. Let's just move on here. Okay.
Yeah, everyone looks very dour here.
Iran needs to get a better, I'm going to say they need to get a better spokesperson.
Right.
That'd be my take on this. Okay, let's see what old thank you has to say about all of this.
Oh yeah, this is what.
And joining me now is Vice President.
What a Chad! Look at this guy.
Yeah, Iran. Have you said thank you for us blowing up your nuclear facilities yet?
Of course.
JD Vance, Vice President Vance, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you, Kristen. Great to be with you.
Thank you for being here on a monumental Sunday. My first question, Mr. Vice President, is the United States now at war with Iran?
No, Kristen, we're not at war with Iran. We're at war with Iran's nuclear program. And let me just say, Kristen, that we're incredibly grateful.
Chad, Total chat.
And proud of the American Air Force pilots who did an incredible job last night. The operation was really extraordinary. These guys flew from Missouri. They didn't land a single time. They dropped 30,000-pound bombs on a target the size of a washing machine, and then got back home safely without ever landing in the Middle East or ever stopping other than to briefly refuel. And of course, they did that in the air. So it's really an incredible operation, a testament to the power of American military. And I think what shows what can happen when you have that great American military in the hands of capable presidential leadership. What we did is we destroyed the Iranian nuclear program. I think we set that program back substantially, and we did it without endangering the lives of the American pilots. That's an incredible thing, and I think we all should be proud. Whatever our politics, we should be proud of what these guys accomplished. A very, very high impact mission under a lot of pressure.
Mr. Vice President, let's talk about what happens next. President Trump posted on social media, quote, any retaliation by Iran will be met with force greater than.
So just to be that, like, I'm surprised he just moved on, because it's like, are we at war with Iran? And he's just like, no, we're no. Let me talk about how awesome the pilots were. It's like, okay.
We're at war with Iran's nuclear program, and let me tell you what, we won. This war is officially over. Okay.
Mission successful. Where's the banner? You needed a big banner come down. Okay. Behind him.
Yes. Yeah. Unconditional surrender. We took that nuclear program and fucking put it down.
We did. Yeah. There you go. Now, we don't know exactly what they were able to
salvage. Oh, please.
Well, we don't know that. Yeah, we don't know what were they able to salvage. And we also don't know, because a few days before, there were a bunch of trucks on satellite image that showed them, like, leaving the facilities with unknown things. Could have been personnel, could have been enriched uranium. We don't know exactly what was transported.
I'm sure the enriched uranium was first out of there.
Yes.
First thing out of there.
Right.
But I mean, it's up to 60%. I don't know how much uranium you're going to enrich without any kind of facility, right? That's an important aspect to this.
Yeah, I don't know if the construction of the centrifuges are able to be dismantled and moved, or if that would be difficult.
Oh, look at that.
So I don't know. So
they got
if they're
a
not,
mobile centrifuge.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand. Like, I don't know the technology of how it works. It might not be feasible to make them movable, because they have to be so, like, precise that they'd have to just be, like, really solid, like, into whatever they're built in. So yeah, even if they move the enriched uranium, which is probably what happened, it's still good to get rid of the facility that produces it.
Right.
And what was witnessed tonight, if Iran retaliates against the U.S., as it is threatening, what will the United States response be?
Well, Krista, that's ultimately going to be the president's decision. But what we've said to the Iranians is we do not want war with Iran. We actually want peace. But we want peace in the context of them not having a nuclear weapons program. And that's exactly what the president accomplished last night. I really think there are two big questions for the Iranians here. Are they going to attack American troops, or are they going to continue with their nuclear weapons program? And if they leave American troops out of it and they decide to give up their nuclear weapons program once and for all, then I think the president has been very clear. We can have a good relationship with the Iranians. We can have a peaceful situation in that region of the world. We have to step back a little bit, Kristen, and remind ourselves that we negotiated aggressively with the Iranians to try to find a peaceful settlement to this conflict. It was only when the president decided that the Iranians were not negotiating in good faith that he took this action. Yeah. He didn't take it lightly, but I actually think it provides an opportunity to reset this relationship, reset these negotiations, and get us in a place where Iran can decide not to be a threat to its neighbors, not to be a threat to the United States. And if they're willing to do that, the United States is all ears.
Well, let's talk about the possibility of negotiations. I mean, the Iranian foreign minister responded to the strikes this morning, saying Israel and the U.S. have, quote, blown up diplomacy. Mr. Vice President, is there any real hope for diplomacy, or is diplomacy dead at this point?
Well, I think the foreign minister is exactly wrong. We didn't blow up diplomacy. We only took this action.
You could say we enriched it.
That's right. We're to 60% in diplomacy right here.
That's
this
right.
is weapons grade diplomacy over here.
See, that's what he should. Yeah. See, put us in, JD Vance. Hire us. Okay. These are the lines you got to use for these interviews.
Welker is so proud of herself right now. She's so proud of herself. She's like, did you just kill diplomacy?
Okay. She's interviewing the vice president. When have you interviewed the vice president on Meet the Press? That's what I thought.
Tell me that's not the face. That is totally the
Uh-huh.
She's so proud.
I think you just hate women.
No way.
You're just a misogynist.
I like Welker. She's good. She's good-hearted. She thinks she's winning. It's so adorable. She's out there humming for the American
That's an
people.
adorable question, sweetie. That was
Sweetheart.
Sweetheart,
you remind me of Iran's nuclear facilities a few days ago.
I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. Working underground?
There you go.
Being evacuated?
Soon to be
blown up?
Non-existent.
Non-existent? Okay. Filled with radioactive material.
Soon to be destroyed, like I'm destroying this interview here.
Okay. I'd say.
Diplomacy, or is diplomacy dead at this point?
Well, I think
well, look at her face.
Got the big eyes.
He does a little neck move, too. It's hilarious.
The foreign minister is exactly wrong. We didn't blow up diplomacy. We only took this action, Kristen, when it was clear, as the president said, that the Iranians were tapping us along. I think it's important for the American people to appreciate here that if you go back to March of this year, we had the entire administration engaged in this diplomatic effort. And frankly, in March of this year, we had some optimism. How do we get from there to now? And the answer is we felt very strongly that the Iranians were stonewalling us. They weren't taking this seriously. They were trying to draw this process out as long as possible so that they could rebuild their nuclear weapons program without the threat of American action. We had a limited window in which we could take out this Fordo nuclear facility in particular. The president decided to take it, but we didn't blow up the diplomacy. The diplomacy never was given a real chance by the Iranians. And our hope, Kristen, as the president said repeatedly, is that this maybe can reset here. The Iranians have a choice. They can go down the path of peace, or they can go down the path of this ridiculous brinksmanship of funding terrorism, of trying to build a nuclear weapon, and that's just not something the United States can accept.
So they believe they were using the diplomacy as a stalling tactic so that they could just move all their shit before it got blown up.
Which is ironic because that's what everyone's accusing the
America
Trump administration of doing. Yes, exactly. Right.
Negotiating in bad faith.
Listen,
but it is,
Kristen,
we're in a he-she situation. He said, she said situation. Who knows
right.
what was going on?
Listen, Kristen, we just wanted Iran to stop enriching uranium and start enriching peace.
Yes, exactly.
And if they're not going to enrich peace, then we're going to enrich their ass.
Yeah, exactly.
With our bunker busters.
We're going to give them a lot of motivation to give peace a chance.
Trump should have wrote that on a Sharpie on the bombs, right? Give peace a chance. Give peace a chance, or you'll be in pieces. That's what it should
irony.
say.
The irony.
Mm-hmm.
Here's our latest negotiation.
I want to say something, Kristen, just to the Iranian leadership. Look, they have tried to build a nuclear weapons program. That program is now destroyed. They tried to build a conventional missile program to attack neighbors in the region. That missile program has shown to be a failure. They have funded terrorism aggressively in the region, and now most of their terrorism proxies are destroyed. The Iranians are clearly not very good at war. Perhaps they should follow President Trump's lead and give peace a chance. If they're serious about it, I guarantee you the President of the United States is too.
So has the administration received any messages from the Iranians since the attack overnight?
Well, Kristen, I think as we sit here, it's been about 12 hours since what happened last night. We have received some indirect messages from the Iranians, and it's possible, of course, that some of my colleagues in the administration received something early this morning, and I haven't heard about it. But look, our expectation is we're going to learn a lot about what the Iranians want to do, how they want to proceed over the next 24 hours. Again, I just can't be clear enough here. The president has said he wants now to engage in a diplomatic process, but if the Iranians are not going to play ball here, they didn't leave us many options as it pertains to last night, and they won't leave us many options in the future.
If Iran disrupts shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, which of course handles about a quarter of the world's oil trade, would that be a red line for the United States, Mr. Vice President?
Well, Kristen, I think our biggest red line is the Iranian nuclear weapons program. That is really what the president has said we need to get rid of.
But what about the Strait of Hormuz?
Steps towards doing that last night. Well, I think that would be suicidal, Kristen, for the Iranians themselves. I mean, their entire economy runs through the Strait of Hormuz. If they want to destroy their own economy and cause disruptions in the world, I think that would be their decision. But why would they do that? I don't think it makes any sense. I don't think that it makes sense for them or for anybody else. What would make sense is for them to come to the negotiating table, to actually give up their nuclear weapons program over the long term. And again, if they're willing to do that, they're going to find a willing partner in the United States of America.
Mr. Vice President, when did President Trump exactly make this decision, and did he coordinate with Israel?
The president, honestly, Kristen, I don't know that any of us knew exactly when the president made the decision, except for the president himself. But if you back up a little bit, we engaged in this diplomatic process. I think that he decided probably by mid-May that this process was not going anywhere. And so he decided to issue some private ultimatums to the Iranians. And then eventually, of course, we decided to destroy the Fordo nuclear facility and some of these other facilities ourselves. I think one of the things that you saw from the president's team, and I really am proud of all of our guys at the senior team, is an operation of this magnitude, multiple B-2s, 14 30,000-pound bombs, and even an hour after the attack, the entire media, some of our enemies all over the world, they had no idea this was happening. And that's because you had a coherent team that was aligned behind the president's vision. There weren't any leaks. I think that made our troops safer as they carried out this mission. And so it's really a testament to the entire team that we were able to do something like this at this scale without anybody noticing it.
But Mr. Vice President, if I could just try again, can you give me a specific date when President Trump said go? Was it Thursday? Was it yesterday before the B-2s left? When exactly did President Trump give that green light, that go?
Well, the final decision, Kristen, of course, is made right before, and I'm talking about minutes before the bombs were dropped. And of course, well, that was last night. And the president made very clear that the purpose here is to eliminate the Iranian nuclear program. So I think that he himself, over time, decided this was necessary. But of course, he had the ability to call off this attack until the very last minute. He obviously decided to proceed. And I think that we did great things for the American people because of it.
You know, the president says the nuclear enrichment sites were, quote, completely and totally obliterated. There is some question about that, though, this morning. Do you have 100% confidence that Iran's nuclear sites were totally destroyed?
Well, Kristen, I'm not going to get into sensitive intelligence about what we've seen on the ground there in Iran, but we've seen a lot.
Why do they ask questions that they know they won't answer? Like, you know, there's kind of idiots can be like, yes, I 100% know with my magic crystal ball that we've completely destroyed all the nuclear facilities. Like, obviously, it's not going to say that.
Right. And knowing the moment that Trump decided to do this is super instrumental, right?
Yeah, like the exact moment isn't important. It'd be more interesting to know, how long was this in the making? Was this all were you always planning to do this, or was, the peace process real and then you just decided to go through it? Like, you're just prepping this in case the peace process didn't work or something? Like,
this was a plan B. Yeah.
Right. That I feel like would be better than just,
kind
of these silly questions that they're not going to want to answer at all.
And why would you?
Why would you?
And I feel very confident that we have substantially delayed their development of a nuclear weapon. And that was the goal of this attack. That's why it was a success. And of course, what happens next, again, Kristen, is up to the Iranians.
Substantially delayed by years? What does substantial
Well, again, Kristen,
mean?
I'm not going to get into sensitive intelligence here, but I think that we have really pushed their program back by a very long time. I think that it's going to be many, many years before the Iranians are able to develop a nuclear weapon. But again, our goal is that they're never able to develop a nuclear weapons program. And that is a conversation that we're going to have with the Iranians and also with our allies in the region.
So Iran, again, has said that it would retaliate if the U.S. got involved. There are some 40,000 American troops in the Middle East. The Pentagon is on high alert. Is the U.S. bracing for Iran to target American troops in the region?
We're, of course, Kristen, doing everything that we can to keep our people safe. I think that we're prepared in the event that the Iranians do retaliate. But my message to the Iranians is it would be the stupidest thing in the world if they did. If you look at what happened last night, we had an incredibly targeted, precise, surgical strike on the nuclear facilities that are the target of the American operation. Our national interest is for Iran to not get a nuclear weapon. Our strikes last night facilitated that national objective. If the Iranians want to enlarge this by attacking American troops, I think that would be a catastrophic mistake. And as the president said last night, the Iranians would be met with then overwhelming force beyond that. So this is a very delicate moment, Kristen. I don't want to pretend that it's not. But I think the Iranians, if they're smart, they're going to have to look in the mirror and say, hey, maybe we're not so good at this war thing. Let's give peace a chance. Let's drop our nuclear weapons program and start to make some smarter decisions. We're, of course, hoping that's exactly what the Iranians do.
And I have a number more questions, so I want to keep.
Someone brought up kind of a good point I saw on X, which was, because what Vance said, which is true, is yes, it would be very stupid for Iran to do some crazy attack that, gets a response from America and then just continues down the pathway. It's obviously not going to be good for Iran. It's not going to be good for America. It's not really going to be good for anyone. But definitely not going to be good for Iran to go through all that. But someone brought up a good point, which is if you think that Iran is in the headspace that they would use a nuke or give someone else a nuke to use, wouldn't you also think they'd be in the headspace to do something stupid in response to this? Which sounds like a reasonable thing to say. So you should be kind of worried or on alert for that.
Right. Yeah. I mean, a provocation. I don't know their headspace. They probably want the provocation, so they can hit them again.
Well, it's hard. I mean, because no one really talks about. I mean, I don't know the information about this, but we don't really have a lot of pundits or the news people talking about like what is the selectorate power base in Iran and how does it work in terms of what is the Ayatollah and what are all these people like? How do they need to maintain their power base? Are they motivated to capitulate? Are they motivated to exacerbate the situation just for their own selfish purposes?
Right. It's mostly Shia. I just looked it up. 90 million people. Thank you, Ted Cruz. Yeah, they got Kurds and other minorities, but how it would break down, I'm not sure. I mean, this is why they've got the monarch lined up, right?
Right.
They're hoping he has some kind of remnants of a power base left there.
Which I don't know if that's the case.
I don't either.
I don't know if young Griff is going to swoop in here and
If he's Shia, I mean, that might be fine. If he's Sunni and it's a predominantly Shia country, I mean, people might freak out about that.
So I found this interesting. I found this poll. This is from 2020, so it's 5 years ago. Supposedly it was an independent poll polling the population of Iran about how they felt about compulsory hijabs. So it said 72% of Iranian respondents were against compulsory hijabs. So the overwhelming majority were against it. 58% of Iranians did not believe in wearing a hijab at all.
58? Wow.
Yes, according to this poll. And only 15% were in favor of a legal obligation to wear a hijab in public.
Do you know the name of the guy that they're looking at taking over? I've only heard rumblings of some monarch.
The Shah?
No. They've got the
Isn't he
supreme
like the he's
ruler
the
now,
Shah's
right?
son, isn't he?
Oh, okay, is he?
Reza Shah, son of Iran's last
Okay.
Shah.
That guy is Shia.
Yeah, Reza Shah. But I mean, I think that the Shah before it was trying to run Iran secular. So even if he's Shia, I don't know how much. I mean, I guess it's better than nothing, right?
Yeah. Well, the population is mostly Shia.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's true that the majority of the population is against having to wear a hijab. I don't
Then
know
they're
if
not fundamentalist. Yeah.
Yeah, they're not.
They're
Super,
moderate,
right? Not super into all this stuff. So
which would be great.
that would be nice. That would be very nice. But I don't know if this guy has any shot of a power base. I'm skeptical. I don't want regime change.
He looks kind of like Ben Kingsley.
I don't think I would love to be wrong, but I'm very skeptical of a situation where like there's some sort of internal dispute and this Reza Shah guy just walks in, takes over Iran and waves to the crowd and then everything is amazing and Donald Trump gets a fucking Nobel Peace Prize.
Mm-hmm.
Like that'd be amazing. I don't foresee that as being likely.
No. Yeah. And anyone who takes over, and it's going to be difficult for them to side with the Americans, right?
I don't know. I mean, he's going to. That'd be the whole point.
Yeah, they're going to have to.
Right. I don't know if he could side with Israel. That's a different situation.
Keep moving. How concerned is the administration that Iran or Iranian proxies could carry out a terrorist attack inside the United States?
Well, unfortunately, Kristen, we know that a lot of people who we don't have full accounting of were let in over the last 4 years under the Biden administration. We know that some of those people were on terrorism watch lists. We feel very confident in our FBI and law enforcement that we're on top of this situation. But yeah, we're looking at this very closely. We're doing everything that we can to keep our people safe. And this is one of the reasons why border security is national security, is if you let a bunch of crazy people into your country, those crazy people can eventually take action. We're going to do everything that we can to make sure that doesn't happen and to keep Americans safe.
Mr. Vice President, can you rule out that getting involved in this conflict won't eventually lead to U.S. boots on the ground?
Well, the president's been very clear, Kristen. We have no interest in a protracted conflict. We have no interest in boots on the ground. The president has actually been one of the fiercest critics of 25 years of failed foreign policy in the Middle East, which is why he did what he did. A very precise, a very surgical strike tailored to an American national interest. And that national interest is Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It would be a disaster for us and for our allies in the region. So I don't fear that this is going to become a protracted conflict, because I think that we have a president who knows what's in America's interest and is willing to do the things necessary to accomplish that interest.
As you know, after an Iranian...
Yeah, shouldn't the taco crowd be happy about that? They wouldn't expect Trump to dive in anyway, wouldn't they?
They think he's just going to back out?
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole taco meme, that Trump always chickens out.
After he's bombed Iran, can you really say that?
Not from that, no. So I wonder if that was part of the motivation for the bombing.
Is to just stop that
Call
stupid
me a
taco meme?
Yeah.
Missile struck
off the large language models, Grok, ChatGPT. It's fucking amazing. It's totally amazing. I just asked who in Iran could replace the supreme leader of Iran.
Mm-hmm.
And it gives me like a full book report. Breakdown on everything.
I don't believe we know who the successors are that have been named.
The most likely it gives 3 most likely successors.
Yeah, I'm sure it's guessing, but I don't think this has been officially named.
Oh yeah.
Probably because they don't want Israel to kill those people.
I think these people have been named though by the supreme leader himself. When I was really thinking, yeah, they have some. It talks about 88 clerics. That are you asking ChatGPT?
I'm asking Google.
Oh, okay. the most likely.
I read some article that. Okay, wait, what were we saying?
I'll send it to you. I don't want to dive in and read.
Says Iran Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has named 3 senior clerics as candidates to take place if he's assassinated. The New York Times in its report said, so they have a rumor, but I don't think it was confirmed, that Ayatollah Khamenei's son, Mujatab, also a cleric and close to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, was rumored to be a front runner, is not among the candidates. Oh, okay. Never mind. They said it was the opposite. Iran's former conservative president, Ibrahim Raisi, was considered a front runner before he was killed in a helicopter crash. Okay. Well, there you go.
A hospital in Israel this week. Israel's defense minister said the Ayatollah, quote, can no longer be allowed to exist. Does the United States support Israel killing Iran's leader?
Well, look, that's up to the Israelis, but our view has been very clear that we don't want a regime change. We do not want to protract this or build this out any more than it's already been built out. We want to
Cut to Donald Trump on True Social today saying is regime change such a bad word, really?
That's got to be frustrating for JD Vance.
Yeah.
When the
that's what always
goal
happens.
keeps moving.
The Trump administration, some Trump administration in Syria comes out, says something that presumably they'll agreed upon. A couple hours later, Donald Trump says something else himself. That's happening with the tariff negotiations constantly.
He wants to leave all his options open.
Yeah.
end their nuclear program, and then we want to talk to the Iranians about a long-term settlement here. We believe very strongly that there are two pathways. There's a pathway where Iran continues to fund terrorism, continues to try to build a nuclear program, attacks American troops. That's the bad pathway for Iran, and it will be met with overwhelming force. There's another pathway on the table here. There's a pathway where Iran integrates itself into the international community, stops funding terrorism, and stops trying to pursue a nuclear weapon. This is a reset. This is an opportunity for the Iranians to take the smart path. We certainly hope that they will.
Couple more questions, and we're almost out of time.
So it's interesting. I was looking at this article. They were talking about that he has 3 successors, but he hasn't. It's not publicly named, except him saying that he completely didn't name his kid. Everybody, which seems very obvious because it's like obviously he doesn't want to. He wants to make sure that nobody kills his kid. He's like, I'm 100% telling you, I didn't name my kid, so don't kill him, Israel. Like that's very obvious.
That's pretty.
That was
funny.
the move.
Yeah, he's trying to save his son.
Director of National Intelligence.
There's like an 88-member clerical body tasked with choosing the next leader of Iran's constitution.
Well, normally it says it's supposed to do that, but because of this situation, he just sort of, he's going to make an executive decision here.
Right. He's not going to go to the 88 clerics.
No.
But there's your power base right there. Are those 88 clerics fundamentalist clerics? Because if all of them are, then I guess we're fucked, right?
Well, I mean, also
the
got
most
to contend
fundamentalist dude.
The military leaders and who exactly they follow.
Oh yeah, because they're the ones with the guns.
They're the ones with the guns.
Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard said in March that, quote, Iran is not building a nuclear weapon. Democratic Senator Mark Warner, the vice chair of the Intelligence Committee, said he was briefed on Monday that, quote, the intelligence hasn't changed. So why launch this strike now? Has the intelligence changed, Mr. Vice President?
Well, a couple of things about that, Kristen. So what Tulsi said back in March is that Iran was producing highly enriched uranium that was only consistent with them wanting to build a nuclear weapon. There's, of course, an open question about whether they were weeks away, whether they were months away, but they were way too close to a nuclear weapon for the comfort of the President of the United States, which is why he took this action. Now, there's another element here, too, Kristen, which is that we had a narrow window of opportunity. We might not have been able to carry out this attack 6 months down the road. road. And so when you recognize, on the one hand, the Iranians are trying to get a nuclear weapon, and on the other hand, we have a narrow window in which we can set that program back a very long time, it would have been irresponsible, I think, for the president not to take the action that he did, which is why Fordo was destroyed last night.
And just to be very clear, did the president say go based on U.S. intelligence or Israeli intelligence?
Well, of course, we share intelligence with a lot of agencies, British, Israeli, and so forth, but it was our intelligence that motivated us to act. And I think on the intelligence, Kristen, the thing that I would really emphasize is the way in which the Iranians seem to be stonewalling us. That was not, by the way, our consensus back in March of this year. We saw the Iranians making some concessions. We thought the conversations were actually productive. By mid-May, everybody in our intelligence community and the president's senior team looked at ourselves and said, the Iranians are not being serious. They're no longer making concessions. They're no longer actually responding to some of the offers that we're making. If you believe, as we did, that the Iranians are rushing towards a nuclear weapons program while simultaneously refusing to negotiate, how could we do anything but take serious action against this program?
Do you and President...
That is a really good point. That should be the central argument, or the theme that the Trump administration is putting out there, was we came to negotiations in earnest. We realized mid-negotiation that they were jerking us around. You know, we had intel and Israel had intel that they are rushing to make a bomb. So we had no choice but to strike because they weren't taking it seriously.
Yeah, the same that could be said of Putin, right? Obviously, he's not ready to settle.
Sure, obviously, but I'm just saying in terms of like to justify the attack, it's a very good argument. I mean, whether you believe it or not, it's a different story, but at least the pieces are there.
Right.
President Trump trust the U.S. intelligence community and its assessments?
Oh, of course we trust our intelligence community, but we also trust our instincts. And most importantly, we trust what the intelligence was telling us about the Iranians stonewalling the negotiation. I think that is really the hidden story here, and something the media has got to report a little bit more here, is that the Iranians stopped negotiating in good faith. That was the real catalyst, I think, to what the president ultimately decided to do. If we were having a productive negotiation, I think that this could have gone in a much different pathway. Unfortunately, the Iranians decided to stonewall us, and we saw the consequences of that last night.
Mr. Vice President, very quickly, as you know, this is dividing lawmakers on Capitol Hill. Many Republicans supportive, but Congressman Thomas Massie saying this was unconstitutional. Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez saying it's grounds for impeachment, saying the president should have gotten congressional approval first. What do you say to members of Congress who say it was unconstitutional for the president to act unilaterally?
Well, I'd say two things, Kristen, and this is very important. First of all, the president has clear authority to act to prevent the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, and the worst weapon of mass destruction of them all is nuclear. The idea that this was outside of presidential authority, I think any real serious legal person would tell you that's not true. And the second thing is, Kristen, I certainly empathize with Americans who are exhausted after 25 years of foreign entanglements in the Middle East. I understand the concern. But the difference is that back then we had dumb presidents, and now we have a president who actually knows how to accomplish America's national security objectives. So this is not going to be some long, drawn-out thing. We've got in, we've done the job of setting their nuclear program back. We're going to now work to permanently dismantle that nuclear program over the coming years, and that is what the president has set out to do. A simple principle. Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. That has animated American policy over the past 130 days. It's going to continue to be a driving force of our policy in the Middle East for the next 3.5 years.
Vice President.
I don't disagree, but I'm not sure it's very convincing to be like, well, the Bush administration was just stupid. And we're not stupid. So, don't worry, everyone. We're smart. They're dumb. Everything's going to work out. It's not the most persuasive argument to me.
No, not really. But everyone hates Bush, so.
That's true.
And he went for the wrong country. It's the one over.
Okay.
He did name Iran, though, as one of the axis of evil, so.
He did. Okay, before we watch our Hassan reaction, should we watch some little Marco? What did little Marco say about all this?
Sure.
Following the U.S. bombing of 3 nuclear sites in Iran yesterday, Trump administration officials are breathing a sigh of...
He's got his ball cap on in there. Look at that. It's like, that's right.
45-47.
Yeah. He's like, I got 2 numbers.
Now,
Fuck you, Biden.
Notice it's not a comma. It's a dash, right? So the implication could be like, why was President 45 through 47? Very clever. Very sneaky. Very clever.
What are you saying?
I'm saying whoever designed that hat is very smart.
You saying that he was the real president in 2020?
I think that's what he's saying, yes. That's what the hat says.
Okay.
Of relief that the highly classified bombing mission appears to have gone off without a hitch. But there is also concern now about what happens next when it comes to Iran. Operation Midnight Hammer involved top secret planning and a head fake as 2 strike forces of B-2 bombers departed the U.S., flying in opposite directions late Friday night. On Saturday, defense officials confirmed to CBS News that there were, in fact, B-2s headed to Guam, flying west from their home in Missouri. But those were decoys. A separate fleet of B-2s departed from that same location, heading east to the targets in Iran. Pentagon officials say the mission was an overwhelming success, but also concede it is too early to assess if Iran still has nuclear capability. 14 30,000-pound massive ordnance penetrator weapons, or MOPs, dropped on an underground nuclear facility in Fordow and a key uranium enrichment site in Natanz. Additional American Tomahawk struck a 3rd site at Isfahan.
I think Tehran is
okay. We know.
I like the little layout, though.
He looks fucking sleepy and angry, doesn't he? Look at him. Look at that face.
He's
What's going
very
on
mad.
there? He's been up all night.
He's got some big ears.
For the U.S. role in this very volatile crisis. Secretary of State and acting White House National Security Advisor Marco Rubio now joins us. Mr. Secretary, I know it has been an intense few hours, but so far it does not appear that Iran has yet retaliated against the United States. What intelligence do you have at this point about their capabilities to respond, the intent of their proxies? Is there any kind of command and control structure left to activate them?
That's actually a good question. What are their capabilities?
That's
something I want to know. Seems like something you could answer too.
I couldn't answer that.
Well, look, he's Secretary of State. I'm sure he knows
right.
Iran's capabilities within a better parameter than us, right?
I would hope so.
And he could always talk his book. He could say, oh, yeah, they can't do jack shit. We left them with a fucking slingshot and a baseball bat.
Until they blow up something, and you're like, oh, whoopsies.
Right. Well, hopefully he's got some good intel on that, right?
We'll find out.
Yeah, well, we'll see what Iran decides to do. I think they should choose the route of peace.
So he chose the I don't know.
That doesn't inspire confidence. We have no idea what Iran can do. Come on! Are they planning the next 9/11 or what?
Oh no!
I'm in a major fucking city here.
Oh no! Now we know why he looks so angry. Oh God!
We don't want to see the mushroom cloud over Los Angeles. I don't want to see a dirty bomb in down. Well, I don't know. I don't think downtown Los Angeles can get much dirtier.
There you go. There you go.
We've done everything. We have bent over backwards, okay, to create a deal with these people. Steve Witkoff has traveled the world extensively, met with them. Well, not even met with them, met through the Omanis with them and discussed back and forth. We even put an offer to them that they wanted elements of it in writing, and we offered it to them. Very generous offer, by the way. We've done it, and we're prepared right now. If they call right now and say, we want to meet, let's talk about this, we're prepared to do that. The president's made that clear from the very beginning. His preference is to deal with this issue diplomatically. But he also told them we had 60 days to make progress or something else was going to happen. And I think they thought they were dealing with a different kind of leader, like the kinds of leaders they've been playing games with for the last 30 or 40 years, and they found out that's not the case. So this mission was a very precise mission. It had 3 objectives, 3 nuclear sites. It was not attack on Iran. It was not an attack on the Iranian people. This wasn't a regime change move. This was designed to degrade and or destroy 3 nuclear sites related to their nuclear weaponization ambitions, and that was delivered on yesterday. What happens next will now depend on what Iran chooses to do next. If they choose the path of diplomacy, we're ready. We can do a deal that's good for them, the Iranian people, and good for the world. Yeah. If they choose another route, then there'll be consequences for that.
They fell for the taco meme, Sitch.
I guess so. Though that answer did not inspire confidence in me and in the Trump administration. That was a very bad answer.
We'll see where it goes.
Yeah, just what are the capabilities of the people to attack us potentially? I don't know. We'll find out.
Yeah.
Well, isn't that your fucking job to know these sorts of things? Like, what the fuck? At least lie to me. Make me feel better, Marco. Okay.
No, maybe he is worried. He's going to say, "Oh, they can't do jack shit," and they're pull a fast one.
Obviously,
then everyone will run to this tape. You said we were safe. Oh my god!
You could even give some kind of better bullshit answer about how, like, we've taken, severe precautions to secure the borders and to secure our military, bases overseas. I mean, there's a way to answer that question.
Oh, of course, yeah. Just say we're ready.
I mean,
hit us
a way
with
to answer
your best shot.
That's still better than that. But
let me follow up on a phrase you just word: weaponization ambitions. Are you saying there that the United States did not see intelligence that the Supreme Leader had ordered weaponization?
That's irrelevant. I see that question being asked in the media. That's an irrelevant question.
No,
they have
that is
everything
the
they need
key
to build a
point
weapon.
in U.S. intelligence assessments. You know that.
No, it's not.
Yes, it was.
No, it's
that
not.
The political decision had not been made.
I know that better than you know that, and I know that that's not the case.
But I'm asking you whether the order was given.
And the people who say that, it doesn't matter if the order was given. They have everything they need to build nuclear weapons. Why would you bury things in a mountain, 300 feet under the ground?
Right.
Why would you bury why do they have 60% enriched uranium? You don't need 60% enriched uranium. The only countries in the world that have uranium at 60% are countries that have nuclear weapons. Because they can quickly make it 90. They have all the elements. They have. Why do they have a space program? Is Iran going to go to the moon? No, they're trying to build an ICBM.
No, but
so
that's
they can one day put a warhead on it.
That's a question of intent, and in the intelligence.
I mean, it's not good. It's nowhere near as good an answer as J.D. Vance's answer. J.D. Vance is much better at handling these conversations, obviously, than Marco. But that is a fair point. Why do they have 60% enriched uranium? Why are they building shit underground? What is the point of all these things if they have no intention to use it or to even have a nuclear weapon? There's no point to do this stuff otherwise.
Sounds like they read we have a bomb that goes 200 feet below the ground.
They're like, we got to make sure our facility is 201 feet below the ground.
Exactly.
America's like, joke's on you. We can shoot more than one into the same hole.
Yeah, exactly. We just line them up.
Yep.
Big old maypole, right? Going down. Going down. 20th floor. Down.
Right.
Intelligence assessment that it was that Iran wanted to be a threshold state and use this leverage. I'm talking about the public March assessment.
This whole, oh my God, the threshold state. Is she really doing this? She's like doing the argument for them.
Yeah.
Iran wanted to be this threshold state where they could if they wanted to, but they weren't going to. Like, I could cheat on you, America, if I really wanted to, but I love you and I'm not going to do it. I swear to God.
And that's why I was asking you if you know something more from March.
But that's also an inaccurate
representation
of it. That's an accurate representation of it. That's not how intelligence is read. That's not how intelligence is used. Here's what the whole world knows. Now, forget about intelligence. What the IAEA knows. They are enriching uranium well beyond anything you need for a civil nuclear program. So why would you enrich uranium at 60%?
Right.
If you don't intend to one day use it to take it to 90 and build a weapon. Right. Why are you developing ICBMs? Why do you have 8,000 short-range missiles and 2,000 to 3,000 long mid-range missiles that you continue to develop? Why do you do all these things? They have everything they need for a nuclear weapon. They have the delivery mechanisms, they have the enrichment capability, they have the highly enriched uranium that is stored.
Yes.
That's all we need to see.
Right. Well,
especially in the hands of a regime that's already involved in terrorism and proxies and all kinds of things around. They are the source of all instability
and no one's
in the
disputing.
Middle East.
See, if the West is worried about you having a nuclear weapon, like, why do you put all the pieces right out in front of them? I guess because you're trying to gain some sort of leverage, but that leverage just leads to this. This is inevitably where that leads. It doesn't lead to, oh my God, we're going to pull back. I guess it kind of did in North Korea, though, right? North Korea just kind of just worked a little bit at a time towards their nuclear weapons, and we never really did anything about North Korea, possibly because we didn't have the opportunity. If this Israel situation would have presented itself with North Korea, we might have done something, right?
Well, I mean, also wasn't North Korea being basically propped up and shielded by China, so we didn't necessarily.
Oh,
want
so we
like,
couldn't.
I don't know.
I do not think China likes North Korea having nuclear weapons.
Well, maybe not now, but they used to.
Okay.
Let's see. Yeah, when did they get nukes?
I think so much of this is the free money thing. Like, this is just a massive opportunity. We can fly in there and not even be shot at.
Mm-hmm.
A giant military convoy can just fly into Iran. You think they got permission to use Iraqi airspace, or what do you think happened there?
Did they fly over Iraq?
What did Patel say about the Iraqi airspace?
That's a good
No one's
question.
disputing that. I'm not doing that here. And they were censured at the IAEA for that enrichment and for violating their non-proliferation agreements. I was simply asking if we had intelligence that there.
So North Korea got their nukes in 2005. So W let it happen. Look at that. He was so concentrated on the Middle East. He's just like, let North Korea do whatever.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't know if it does make sense. I mean,
well, no, we were
a good idea.
We were preoccupied.
Sure.
He got it when we didn't have the military resources available to do anything about it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Was an order to weaponize, because you said weaponization ambitions.
Well, we have intelligence that they have everything they need to build a nuclear weapon, and that's more than enough.
Okay. I want to ask you on the policy front. There are personnel throughout the Middle East from the United States, in Bahrain, in Kuwait, and other.
I don't think most people care. I think most people are like, if you think it's 50-50, better to err on the side of just taking them out.
Blow them up, as long as it doesn't impact me.
I think that's the attitude. Yeah. It really is.
We want to see if those bombs work. Okay, we developed those bombs to blow up this facility, and now we got to test them.
Yeah.
Field test.
We'll see.
If those countries are attacked by Iran because of their association with the United States, will the United States defend them?
Well, that's exactly why they're there. That's a great point, actually. Do you know why we have bases in Bahrain and Qatar and UAE and all these places? All of those bases are there because those countries are afraid that Iran will attack them. If Iran was not a threat to the region, if the Iranian regime, because I'm talking about the Iranian people, the regime was not a threat to the region, we wouldn't have to have any of these bases. Those bases are there because those countries are petrified that that the Iranian Shia clerics that run that country will attack their countries.
Will the United States defend them if they are?
Difficult.
That's crazy. They're worried the 88 clerics are going to come in and hijab all their women. Like, damn right, we got an American military base here.
Mm-hmm. History. Well, that's why we're there. That's why we're there.
So
but
yes, we will defend them.
Is what they're threatening to do. So we'll defend our people, obviously. We'll defend our people. Well, they'll attack our bases. And those are our bases, and we're going to defend our personnel, and we're prepared to do that. But we'll do more than just defend. We'll impose costs on Iran if they attack American personnel, whether they do it directly or whether they do it through some of these proxies that they try to hide behind. And that includes the Houthis. Yeah. So another proxy of theirs. So, but let's hope they don't choose that route. Let's all hope that they actually decide, okay, let's go negotiate, because we want a diplomatic and peaceful solution. We have achieved our objectives. We're ready to negotiate this in a peaceful, diplomatic way. We've been prepared to do that for days. They are the ones that played games, as they have done for 40 years, as they have done to multiple presidents. They tried to play games with President Trump, and they see what happens. This is not a game-playing president. When he says he's going to do something, he will do it.
I hear you saying here you want to de-escalate when you are talking about diplomacy. You are looking for Iran to pick up that offer that was put on the table you mentioned by Steve Witkoff. Can you just clarify, does that mean the U.S. would still allow for Iran to have a civilian nuclear program if it does not enrich on its own soil.
But that's never been an issue. There's countries all over the world that have a civil
But
nuclear
that's still the
program. No
offer
one
on
here
the
is saying
table?
that Iran can't. Sure, that's always been there. Any country in the world has a right to have a civil nuclear program. What they don't have a right to do is to enrich it at 60%, hide it.
That's really that's really weird because the Trump had said, or the Trump administration had said earlier, that they were in favor of zero enrichment. So this would be a different direction.
Right.
At this point, would be saying, well, okay, as long as it's below 5%, if that's the threshold.
Well, I'm pretty sure this is how India got nuclear weapons. They wanted a civilian nuclear power plant, and they got someone to build one for them. And then they went in and took the uranium and enriched it to weapons grade.
Right.
Under a mountain and develop long-range and short-range and mid-range missiles and sponsor terrorist proxies all over the world. They don't have a right to do that. And that's what they've been doing. And no one's dealt with it. And it's continued to linger. And they've played games with multiple presidents and multiple countries around the world, and they've gotten away with it for 40-something years. This is very simple. The president wants to resolve this diplomatically and peacefully. He gave them a chance to do that. They delayed. They had all these kind of delay tactics. They wouldn't even meet with us directly. We had to go through third countries. This is very simple. Let's meet directly. Let's work on agreements that are good for Iran, and good for the Iranian people in particular, good for the safety and security of the world and the United States. That's always been our preference. That continues to be our preference. But
this is sounding a lot like the scenario that I laid out, that they snubbed Trump. I mean, when he says they were making him go through proxies and third parties and whatnot, it sounds like Trump just got fed up. He's like, treat me like this. Don't you think? I mean,
He's like, when I fly to Saudi Arabia or Qatar, they put my face on a fucking billboard and they bring out the orb and they bring out all the soldiers to salute me. But when I'm trying to talk to Iran, they keep putting me on. Yeah, they keep putting me on read and they don't respond. Those motherfuckers.
Exactly.
Well, who's responding now?
They want me to talk to the hand, the third party hand. It's like, fuck you. Fuck you.
Yes.
So look, if we find out that Adam's gut was completely correct, that this whole thing blew up because the Iranians snubbed Trump, oh God, I'm going to be insufferable. Because it just seems, this is the first I've heard. We've listened to a bunch of these people now. This is the first I've heard about the negotiations. And it doesn't sound like, sounds like they were being mean.
That was the problem. They just didn't show Trump the respect. Okay.
Yeah. The deference.
Yes.
See this here? This says 45-47 on my hat, motherfucker. You treat me with respect.
So it was interesting because I looked into the India thing, and it was, they were saying that they were doing it for a peaceful energy nuclear program, and they secretly built weapons. And shocked everyone. Oh, what a surprise. We had weapons.
Isn't Adam just a wealth of information?
You
know where I learned that?
Where'd you learn that?
I learned that in that world cultures class I was telling you about in the 9th grade.
Wow.
That was the best history class I've ever had.
Mm-hmm.
First year in high school, freshman year in high school. Yeah. That guy completely knew his shit. Most of the history that I know, he told all of history from, I don't know, maybe, I mean, he went through World War I, World War II, but he told it narratively and put all the pieces together.
Well, that's how you
the
have
whole
to do it.
nuclear,
You have to tell it like a story. Yeah.
Including the whole nuclearization, us being first to get nukes and the battle to get nukes and all that stuff. Yeah, it's fucking amazing.
So it was in 1974. So I don't know. Obviously, we had much shittier ability to detect these sorts of things in the 70s. And I don't even know if they had anyone I don't believe they had anyone inspecting or looking over their shoulder to make sure they were not, making weapons. They probably just had free reign to just do whatever.
Yeah. We're not going to do that again. Who actually who gave them the nuclear facilities?
It said it was a Canadian designed reactor.
Fucking Canadians. Look at that.
The damn dirty leaf. You Maple Leaf starters, you designed the reactor
they'll
for
believe
India.
anyone. So gullible.
I know. Though the U.S. did supply the heavy water. So
my God, we were involved. Holy shit.
We were also involved in the process.
Oh my God. Okay. Well,
yeah.
Can't blame Canada too much.
No.
Can't blame Canada too much.
I mean, it should have been a big tip off. Maybe we didn't care because it should have been a big tip off in the 60s when India refused to sign the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty.
Mm-hmm.
That should have been a big tip, right?
Was that before or after?
That was before.
Oh, they probably claimed they weren't going to sign it because they wanted peaceful nuclear power.
Oh, yeah.
We can't sign it in good conscience because we're going to build a nuclear reactor.
We're
going to get all this free power. Nuclear. Did the nuclear power plant ever, or was that just they never got power to the deal, right? Because they pilfered all the.
No, they had a working power plant.
Yeah, but did it work after they took the uranium out for the weapons?
Probably not. I don't know. I think they actually used it to make plutonium, and then they used the plutonium.
Oh, okay.
To because you can use plutonium, too. So.
Right. Yeah.
And plutonium's like a byproduct, I believe, of uranium reactors. So.
Oh, it is?
I believe so.
Interesting. All right.
Are the ones that were playing games with this, and these are the consequences. We had to achieve those objectives. We had 3 objectives yesterday: Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan. We conducted a brilliant military operation under the command of President Trump, and obviously great credit to Secretary Hegseth and General Kurilla and General Kane and all the airmen and the phenomenal people in the U.S. military. No other military in the world could have done this.
No,
We've achieved those objectives. What happens next is up to the regime. Okay, the regime wants peace. We're ready for peace.
Okay.
They want to do something else. They're incredibly vulnerable. They can't even protect their own airspace.
Well, clearly they could not. But what is the U.S. assessment of how much nuclear material at those sites was moved prior to the attack? There has been talk for
this bitch. Holy shit! What a buzzkill! Oh my God, she keeps coming here with these questions. How much nuclear material did they get out ahead of time? Don't you know what we did?
That's a good question. That's a fair question.
I know, but it's a bummer.
It's a buzzkill.
It is a buzzkill. Come on, we're trying to enjoy the mood here.
I know. She should be wearing a red, white, and blue jacket.
I know.
And she should be waving a giant American flag and saying, USA, USA.
Why is she smiling like that, Sitch? She's so happy they got all the nuclear material out.
You see this? I wasn't looking.
Well, clearly they could not. But what is the U.S. assessment of how much nuclear material at those sites was moved prior to the attack? There has been talk for days about bombing of Fordow.
That's smiling.
Well, look, we don't. No one will know for sure for days, but I doubt they moved it because you really can't move anything right now, and they can't move anything right now inside of Iran. I mean, the minute a truck starts driving somewhere, the Israelis have seen it and they've targeted it and taken it out. So our assessment is we have to assume that that's a lot of 60% enriched uranium buried deep under the ground there in Esfahan, and that really is the key. What they
Marco Rubio is so bad at this sometimes. These are very bad answers.
Well, he said doubt. I mean, he should come out and just say. Yeah,
I assume Israel took care of it if they smuggled it out. What?
I mean,
Secretary of State. What are you talking about?
Like I assume you've got the telephone number to the IDF, and you can call them up and say, "Hey, did you have a pilot parked over those facilities?"
What do you mean? Right? You assume? What the like? If you don't know, just be like, "Listen, I'm not going to discuss operational details at the moment."
Oh yeah, that's the professional response.
Yeah, there's a way to answer these questions without answering them that doesn't look like buffoonish.
The response that I like is, hell no, the IDF had a pilot parked above those facilities and was blowing up everything that came out for days. That's what I want to hear.
If that's true, sure.
Why does it have to be true?
I'm not a
come on,
just lie, I guess.
No, don't.
I'm not a JD Vance fan by any stretch, but he's so much better at answering these questions than Marco.
Oh yeah, he is.
It's like night and day. Watching this back to back is crazy.
Yeah, that's why he's vice president and Marco is Secretary of State.
I mean, he shouldn't be Secretary of State. He should be Secretary of Secretaries. Okay, he should be at Trump's desk and typing up his little memos, and he should be the one typing in
He's
Trump's
the tweet
social
guy.
posts. And yeah, exactly.
They always snub Trump on the Truth Social. They never say he published on Truth Social. They always say he published on social media. What? On Instagram? What the fuck? On YouTube? What do you mean? Social media? What site is that? Social media site. What is that?
I feel like we just watched something today that they said truth. I don't remember what it was. It was
Oh, really? Okay.
They said Trump said on truth.
Well, I'm going to look
Posted on
for it
Truth.
then.
Which I think seems cringe whenever you have to say that.
True
The
Social?
president posted on truth.
But that's why
Or
he labeled it True Social.
He put a truth out. It's like, oh God.
Yeah. True Social.
Maybe I'm being too hard on Marco. He does look very sleepy. Okay. Maybe he's just angry. Maybe he's hangry. Maybe he doesn't have breakfast. Okay.
Yeah. Maybe he's angry that they don't tell him fucking shit and he doesn't know anything.
You know what? That's the problem. They don't tell him shit. They're like, oh, just send Marco out there to go talk to the press. No one tell him anything, right?
Can
It's
you
like a
imagine?
joke that they
That's the real answer, right?
Yeah.
They don't tell me shit. I don't know nothing. I don't know jack fucking shit. Okay? I don't see the tweets before they send them. I know nothing.
Mm-hmm. You got Vance, Trump, and Hegseth. They're all like the cool kids club. They're all talking to each other.
Did you see me in the signal chat? I wasn't fucking in there.
Marco's over there. He's got his little brown bag lunch, and he's sitting in the stairwell.
Yes, the brown bag lunch. That's exactly right.
Trump's over there eating the pizza, with the cool kids.
Look, he was in the signal chat, right? I don't even know.
Yes.
Okay,
He was in the
good.
signal chat.
Oh, thank goodness. But he didn't say anything, right?
I don't remember if he said
He
anything.
just kept to himself.
He did, yeah.
This is Signal. What the fuck are you guys doing?
Every time Marco Rubio speaks up, he gets slapped in the face. So he knows to keep his mouth shut.
Exactly right. He saw that dust up between Elon and Bassett, and he's like, oh, I'm not getting involved in that shit.
Though supposedly Trump defended Marco from Elon, if I recall correctly. At
Oh,
least that was
really?
reported, yeah.
Oh, wow.
True, but
Interesting.
he's like, let him go, Elon. Okay, Marco's a good guy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because Elon wanted to fire the whole State Department. Marco's like, those are my employees, you motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
I might need those people. We might not have to plan a bombing of Iran, okay, fucker?
Was Marco the one that said Trump had little hands?
Was he?
He was.
Okay.
That, you know what? This is all making sense now. Trump's like, oh, you say I have a small penis. Well, let's see who's laughing now.
Right.
You ain't gonna know shit.
Exactly. We're going to make you Secretary of State, and we're going to keep you in the dark. Elon's going to know more than you, and he's nothing.
Elon has commented on the size of my girthy penis many a times, Marco. Okay.
He knows. He's seen it firsthand.
There you go.
We use the lavatory together often.
Should do with that is
what? Hey,
should do with that is they should bring it out of the ground and turn it over. Multiple countries around the world will take it and downblend it. That's what they should do with that. And what they should do is say, we're not going to have any enrichment capability in our country. Instead, what we're going to have is a civil nuclear program like dozens of countries around the world have, where we build reactors that create electricity and we import enriched material. And we've made very general, I'm not going to get all the details of the offers, but there are other avenues here that would be acceptable to them. If that's what they wanted, if what they want is a civil, peaceful nuclear program, the route has always been there. The problem is that everything they're demanding has nothing to do with a peaceful program. They are all the things you would want if you want to retain the option of one day weaponizing the program. Okay. Which has been their clear intent. To me, that's indisputable. I followed this issue for 15 years, including the intelligence on it for 15 years. Okay, I have followed it. And the intelligence, these are assessments, and sometimes they've been wrong. I've seen them revised multiple times. These guys want a nuclear weapon one day.
Okay,
They do.
to that point.
And it isn't going to happen. Not while Donald Trump is president.
Understood. You've said this is not about regime change, but you are describing a regime that you have said for decades, I mean, for upwards of 40 years, has chanted death to America, has done all the things you just described. Isn't a diplomatic deal with them a lifeline? Aren't you offering to negotiate with the same people you're saying did all these things? So therefore, are you actually looking for regime change?
I hate this bitch, Sitch. She's driving me crazy. Oh, God. She's so
Raining on
bad.
your parade, okay?
Aren't you negotiating with terrorists? Aren't you a terrible person?
You said these people are lying sacks of shit. Well,
Look,
then how can you negotiate with a lying sack of shit, little Marco?
If we end up in another forever war, I'm blaming her.
It's
She's
her
the one goading us into this shit.
That misses the point. I don't like that they chant those things, but one thing is that they chant those things. Another thing is that they chant those things and they have terror proxies are all over the world, and they have long-range missiles that can reach the United States one day, and they have the potential to be one step away from a nuclear weapon. Yeah, well, one day could be tomorrow, could be a week from now, could be a month from now. You know, all it takes is the flip of a switch. By the way, they're not going to broadcast that to the world. By the time we figure out that they're doing it, you have all the pieces in place, okay? It's like you have a gun here and the ammunition. It only takes 1 second. We have other targets that we could hit, but we achieved our objective. The primary targets we were interested in are the ones that were struck tonight in devastating fashion. The ones that were struck, I guess, tonight over there, their time, in devastating fashion, and we've achieved that objective. There are no planned military operations right now against Iran unless they mess around and they attack American or American interests. Then they're going to have a problem. And I'm not going to broadcast.
I think they hit as many targets as they could. I think they were at the maximum level of their capability. If they could have hit a fourth target, they probably would have. But if Iran comes in and attacks a base, they're going to be like, oh, another free shot. Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
They just need the political cover to do it. What do you think? You think they could have done 5 targets?
Sure. I think there was, I think they were doing the 3 targets they thought would be the most likely to be facilities where either the uranium would be stored or the centrifuges to produce the uranium.
I think there had to be a bottleneck in the chain somewhere. Like they only had enough fuel or enough fuel tankers, or there had to be. This is just like the kind of thing where you go as big as you can go.
No, I don't, because I think, and if you listen to what they've been saying, I think the thing was they were trying to be as targeted as possible just on the nuke stuff so that they would hope that Iran doesn't respond too much so that they don't get drawn into anything bigger. I think that was the thought process.
Right.
He probably said to Trump, listen, you can go in there, we can blow up the nuke stuff, we can get out, bing, bang, boom, 2 minutes, we're done, right?
Yeah.
So it's a Rick and Morty meme, okay? It's like, we're in and out 2 minutes. Now let's hope it doesn't end like the Rick and Morty meme, but.
How'd the Rick and Morty meme end?
Not well. It turned out to not be 2 minutes.
Oh. Took the whole episode?
Took a while.
Oh, no. Oh, this is going to be the whole 47 show.
Yeah.
Look, Trump is dying for that. Are you kidding me? Oh, God.
Mm-hmm.
To do wartime briefings in the press room? Oh, Trump is dying to do that.
What those problems are, but suffice it to say, know this: the United States flew halfway around the world, right into the heart of Iran, over their most sensitive locations. These things got rocked, and then we left, and we were out of their airspace. We were over the ocean before they figured out what had happened. And there are plenty of other targets. We don't want to do that. That's not our preference. We want peace deals with them, and that's up to them to decide.
You said defend American interests. Would the United States military take action to keep, for example, the transit point, the Strait of Hormuz, open? If there are attacks on oil installations, would the United States consider that a direct act by the state, even if it was carried out by a militia?
Well, I'm not going to take options away from the president. That's not something we're talking about right now in terms of being immediate. But if they do that, the first people that should be angry about it are the Chinese government, because they take a lot of their oil comes through there. So they should be the first ones that are saying if they mine the Straits of Hormuz, the Chinese are going to pay a huge price. And every other country in the world is going to pay a huge price. We will too. It'll have some impact on us. It'll have a lot more impact on the rest of the world. A lot more impact on the rest of the world. It would be a suicidal move on their part, because I think the whole world would come against them if they did that.
Will the Chinese and Russians stop trading with Iran?
You have to ask the Chinese and the Russians.
You haven't
Probably
asked them?
not. I mean, they're getting, the Russians are getting a bunch of these, these drones that they're using are coming from Iran.
Exactly.
They're coming from Iran. So I saw the foreign minister, instead of meeting with Steve Witkoff, is headed to Moscow to meet with Putin, which was a pre-scheduled meeting, which is fine. They can go meet. And, the Russians at the end of the day, I mean, they buy drones from them. But look, this is very simple. we want to have an agreement with them, a diplomatic agreement in which they have a civil nuclear program but are not enriching and don't have weapons-grade material or weapons-grade capabilities laying around. That's that simple. That's our interest here.
Understood.
Who they trade with, who they deal with, those are other topics. Our objective here is very straightforward. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon. They're not even going to get close to a nuclear weapon. They're not even going to be in the neighborhood of a nuclear weapon because these people are dangerous. This is a radical Shia clerics who run that country,
Yes.
and they are the source of all instability in the region, all of it. Without
And you're
Iran
offering to
and this
negotiate
regime,
with them,
there
so-
is no Hamas, there is no Hezbollah. Well, because we don't want them to have a nuclear weapon.
Okay, but
that's the core objective. But I'm going through the things they've done because that's why they can't have a nuclear weapon. Okay, they sponsor Shias.
Yeah,
They sponsor these Shia militias, Hamas, Hezbollah, all these other terrorist groups. These people are never going to get anywhere close to a nuclear weapon. Not while Donald Trump is president.
For the Americans at home who are going, are we at war? You know, I'm trying to suss out some of the facts here. So why?
I mean, it is stupid the way she's framing this. For like, you can't say that they're doing bad things and negotiate with them. That doesn't make any sense. That's the whole point of, a war peace negotiations. You're negotiating with your enemies. You make peace with your enemies, not your friends, right? Like,
of course.
Yeah, they could be doing a bunch of bad shit, and you're like, yes. Well, we're hoping that they have some level. Maybe they don't, but we're hoping that they have some level of self-preservation, at least for themselves, on a selfish level, to come to some sort of agreement.
Yeah, it's very tropey to do the whole "we don't negotiate with terrorists."
Right.
I mean, we do negotiate with terrorists. We just negotiate with bombs instead of words.
There you go.
I mean, that's what's going on here.
So everybody put your hands up and clap. Okay, it's time for your girl boss of the week. Girl boss of the week, everybody. It's just been reported by Fox News that one of the pilots, one of the B-2 pilots who flew on the mission was a woman.
Really?
That's right. We did it, boys. We did the meme. We have women dropping bombs on Iran. We did the fucking girl boss meme, everybody. It's official. Trump did it.
A cis woman, right?
I don't know. That's a good that's a good question. That's a good fucking question. I don't know. I don't know.
What's her name so we can check out this female pilot?
It didn't
allegedly.
say. It just said she was a woman. Didn't say the person's name.
Okay.
But anyway, girl boss, baby. We got the girls dropping bombs on Iran. Okay. That's what I call equality.
Mm-hmm.
Why would Iran agree to any peace deal if the United States has already pulled out of one that they had, as President Trump did in 2018, and now has launched 2 surprise attacks? Both Israel and the United States have done so. There is such a massive trust deficit there. How could you possibly come to
but the trust deficit started with Iran.
I know.
Well, the trust deficit, the ones that shouldn't be trusted are the Iranians because they're the ones that sponsor terrorism. Did they forewarn us before they blew up the embassy in Lebanon and killed over 200 American servicemen? Did they forewarn us before they built IEDs and blew the legs and arms off of American servicemen in Iraq? I mean, these are the people that are doing this forever. They're the ones that no one should trust. They're the ones that have lied about their nuclear program. They're the ones that have hidden things from the international organisms.
But that sounds like we're headed towards regime change, or the desire to get these people out of power.
No.
She's like begging now. She's like totally begging
for the change. Give me the regime change.
Yeah. See, this is what I was talking about how the only people I hear talking about regime change are the ones that don't want it.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, look,
I wonder if
I haven't watched Fox
actually,
News. I like to see some of those.
Influencing Trump to be soft on regime change because they keep bringing it up, so I'm going to just lean into it.
Yeah, they probably are, right? The contrarianism in Trump is pretty easy to exacerbate.
Mm-hmm.
Like, look at all these liberal fucking shills in the failing New York Times.
Right. Which, I mean, he's a president, and it's sad that he'd be influenced by that, but I would be surprised.
You think it's sad? It's just the reality of the situation, Sitch.
Oh, okay.
I don't put it above Trump to go bomb some people just to trigger some libs. Isn't the whole Iranian regime propped up on trying to trigger Israel? I mean, it kind of is.
I guess you could say that. Sure, it's a way to say it.
So, our politics.
Are you?
No, a serious foreign policy is one that's focused on identifying what our national interest is. You don't have to like the regime. There are a lot of regimes around the world that we don't like, okay? But
yeah, this whole line of questioning bugs me because you're taking away their capability to manufacture nuclear weapons. Doesn't matter who the fuck is in charge. No one has the capability because it's been taken from them. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You say whoever you want. You pick whoever you want to be in charge, okay? As long as they don't have the capability to make nuclear weapons, it's A-okay.
in this particular case, what we are focused on is not the changing of the regime. Okay, that's up to the Iranian people if they want to do that, but that's not what we're focused on. Our national interest is about one thing, and that is Iran not getting anywhere near the capability to weaponize and have nuclear weapons. They're not going to get anywhere near that capability. The president has made that clear from day one. Our preference for solving that problem, that very specific problem, is through diplomacy. We've said that. We've given it every opportunity. They played games. They tried delay tactics. They're trying delay tactics now on the Europeans because of the snapback provisions.
When did
and you
the
talk about the
president
JCPOA, that was a crazy deal.
When did the president make this decision? Because he said he was giving 2 more weeks of diplomacy on Friday, and on Friday, these jets took off.
Well, the president retains the opportunity to pull out of this at any moment, including 10 minutes before. But the president ordered options. Look, the decision, in my view, was made when he wrote a letter to the supreme leader, and he said, over the next 60 days, we want to do a deal with you and solve this problem of nuclear weaponization. We want to do it peacefully.
Okay.
If after 60 days we don't see progress or it isn't solved, we have other alternatives. He made that very clear. I think what some people are struggling with here is that we today have a president who does what he says he's going to do. And that's what happened here. And hopefully the Iranian regime got that message.
We're going to hit a commercial break, so I have to wrap you there. Thank you very much for your time.
Oh my
Secretary,
God.
we have to shill boner pills. So if you don't mind,
I can't
we've
believe
heard
that.
enough of your excuses.
She's cutting them off. She went the same route that Welker went. She's like, oh, we got to know the specific moment. What precise moment? Was it after a dream? Did he wake up and have a dream?
Yeah. How did Trump know exactly that that they were ready for the bombs? Was this information sent to him in a dream, in a vision?
He called up the Iranians and got sent to voicemail. And he's like, fuck these guys.
That's it. I'm blowing them up.
Exactly. You sent me to voicemail for the last time, bitch.
Mm-hmm. I sent you the meme. That's the meme we don't want. We don't want people posting this meme in like a month from now. Okay. About the Iranian nuclear situation.
Oh no.
That would be bad.
Oh, it's all right.
Also, there's this clip. I haven't watched it. I'm curious. There's a 2-minute and 38-second clip of Hassan apparently
crying,
making the rounds on X.
Oh, we gotta see it.
Yes.
Let's go in and out. 20-minute adventure. I guess the adventure went much longer than that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, weren't they? I think Iraq, they were saying 2 weeks, right?
They were.
Just in and out.
Yeah, in and out.
2 weeks.
Mission accomplished.
Quick adventure.
Didn't work that way.
He did do the mission accomplished pretty quick, didn't he?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. They pulled down. I remember they pulled down that statue. Remember, they pulled down that statue of Saddam. Everyone was cheering. Like, we did it, everybody. America is the best.
Major operations in Iraq have ended. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How young and naive we were. All right.
Okay. What is this clip?
Yeah, what's a song clip? Is this the one, a song crashing out? Oh, okay.
Hassan is catching heat for his take about women in Iran. Chatter sent him a message claiming Iranian women are not allowed to post dances on TikTok. To which Hassan had a terrible response. Shocking.
What's new, right?
Let's see what he says.
Let's see. 3, 2, 1, go.
Iranian women can't post TikTok dances? What?
What? What?
That's true.
That's the joke, right? You're saying that as a joke, right? Because one, I don't think that's a metric for women's liberty. And two,
wait,
they
hold on,
absolutely can.
How is that not? How is wait a minute?
my
What the
God.
fuck? Why is he laughing? If your society is so oppressive that half of the population can't upload a video themselves doing a dance, okay, on the internet that everyone else in the world is posting, how is that not a metric of the amount of oppression that your society or the people in your society are facing?
He's like, it'll be fine. Who cares? They don't need to post on TikTok. Don't you understand? It's Israel that we have to worry about.
That's such a weird. It's such a
I know.
bullshit.
It's crazy.
All these fuckers who are so like, oh my God, America is the most racist, is sexist, horrible, bigoted place in the planet. And you're like, well, over here, like women literally, can't dance in public or in private and post on the internet. So who cares?
Yeah, exactly. Oh my God, they would go to war if American women couldn't post on the internet.
That's true.
Ready?
Yeah.
Continue.
What are you talking about? What is the... What the fuck? I mean, they can't right now because the internet's shut off, but I think that's what it is.
Who did that? Who turned their internet off?
They did.
Oh.
The regime. The non-changing regime.
Oy, oy, oy.
I heard Iranian women aren't able to eat processed raw foods and consume Valium.
Boy, this is amazing commentary. I'm so glad.
Bro, one thing I know about Persians is they can't stop dancing. Huh. Iran is footloose. No, I mean, okay. I'm not discounting the forms of repression that especially heated up in Iran a couple years prior. Okay, they did. They did. Since then, after a tremendous amount of struggle, imprisonments, and even deaths in the process, the Iranian government had to loosen a lot of these restrictions in at least certain parts of Tehran as a direct consequence of the bravery of the Iranian women and men that fought against this. Having said that, none of this justifies bombing Iran. And yes, currently as it stands, Iranian women are allowed to dance. They will dance. They will dance again.
All right.
So I just looked it up. It says in Iran, women are not allowed to dance in public, or in the presence of a man. Unless I assume
it's pornography, Sitch. Of course they can't.
This is an article from 2023. It says in Iran, women are not allowed to dance in public. It's hard to abide for rules that rule for women dancers in the country. Gee, you think? But Boshra and her students are willing to follow their passions. In Iran, strict laws restrict women's social life in many areas. Even foreign tourists have to cover their heads with a hijab while in public. This has been the trend since the Iranian Islamic Revolution in 1979. Although women are allowed to play instruments, they cannot dance in a man's presence. These codes of conduct dictated by the government are being challenged by hundreds of young Iranians willing to defy the regime. An all-women dance studio in Tehran, the atmosphere is like an oasis, safe from the restrictions barring women from dancing in public. Yet still, Bashra, a dancing teacher and a clinical psychologist, and her students have to cover their heads to dance in front of the camera. Their coverings limit their movements, but even when performing for women, they must wear them at all times.
So they're allowed to dance as long as they're covering
in private
themselves.
or only in front of other women. And
but wearing something over you is in private, technically, even though
this is
you're in public.
This is crazy. It says This person says, my father and brothers have never seen me dance because the law doesn't allow it. So you can't even dance in front of family members.
Wow.
That's fucking weird. And Hassan, so you have a society where not only can you not dance in public, you literally can't dance in front of male family members. And Hassan thinks, oh yeah, you can totally post your TikTok dances. That's cool. That's fine.
He doesn't believe it.
In November of 2022, an Iranian couple, and I say their names, which I cannot pronounce, both in their early 20s, received prison sentences for more than 10 years after appearing in a video where they danced in front of an iconic Tehran landmark.
They were just on vacation. They did a little dance because they were happy to see the landmark, and everyone's like, "Yep, there's dancing."
They're probably protesting it or something, but
oh,
the young couple was arrested after footage.
I thought it was like an accidental dance.
No. This says the young couple was arrested after footage of their romantic tango. I'm looking at the picture. They were all, fully dressed. It's not like they're wearing skimpy outfits. At the Asdi Tower went viral.
Oh
my God. 10 years for dancing in public. So thank you, Hassan. Totally fine, though.
That's ridiculous.
I sent you a picture of a woman here. So this is Masha Amani. Okay. She was a 22-year-old Iranian woman.
Oh, I remember this woman.
She was arrested She was arrested in 2022 in September for what was perceived to be an improper hijab. So the police said that her hijab was not properly covering her head. Okay. Mm-hmm. After she was arrested, she fell into a coma and died 3 days later in the police station.
Very suspicious.
Yes. The witnesses at the police station other women reported that she was beaten on the head with a baton and her head was banged against a vehicle and she was beaten severely by the so-called morality police, even though the authorities claim she died of natural causes.
So sad.
Thank you, Hassan. I'm so glad. I'm so glad he keeps saying I'm not defending it, and then he goes on to defend it. Right. Why does he do that? Why does he do that? Just don't defend it. Just say they suck shit. Just say they suck and are horrible and they shouldn't have nukes.
He defends it because of the law of contrast. He wants to say America is a terrible, oppressive place.
Mm-hmm.
And that Iran, by contrast, is amazing.
Oh, okay.
A utopia on earth. So he can't acknowledge the fact that they do this shitty shit. Otherwise, it just completely ruins the whole thing.
Because capitalism bad.
Yeah. America bad.
Okay.
Iran great.
I did do the torture. Okay, I did do the torture of see what Hassan's live reaction was to this information. Okay, I was curious. And I got time codes for you, fine people in the audience.
Oh, sweet.
Okay. Well, before that
last clip wasn't really very great, so you should have clipped some of these out for Twitter, because that one got a lot of views and stuff.
I should have.
That last one. Do you ever think of doing that? Posting some... I don't know if you're monetized on Twitter, so...
No, I'm not. I used to be, but not anymore.
4,000 or 4,000. Oh, it doesn't say the... Oh, it does. 235,000 views on that little clip there.
Twitter wanted... I used to be monetized on Twitter, and then Twitter... I never got that much money. It was basically just a little bit more than whatever it cost to get my verification or the blue badge.
Oh, really? Wow.
But then they were like, going forward, if you want to keep making this, couple bucks from Twitter every month, you have to give us a picture of your driver's license. And I was like, I don't think I'm going to do that.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know how much I trust Twitter.
I'd be weary of doing that too.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, and they changed the name to X. It's like, oh yeah.
Well,
I'm going to give my license to X.com.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be fine.
I know, right? God's joke for $5 says, Adam or anyone, send me that link to the magic chair everyone likes, looking to set up some desk space and would like a comfy chair in chat or DMs.
I put it in the chat.
Okay.
Gabrielly. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Gabryllly ergonomic mesh office chair. Now I get about 50 requests a day for people asking, "Hey, what's that chair?"
Why do you not have a sponsorship? You need to get a sponsorship.
I know.
For this fucking
I know.
chair, okay?
It's
you need like a
ridiculous.
code. You should contact the company. You should get like a product code.
Maybe so, right?
Yes. Just be like,
we're selling chairs, man. People need good chairs to sit in. Sitch still hasn't bought one. I think the last time I sent him the link, it was down to $200 too.
I know.
I think I paid $300.
One day I'm gonna buy RAM and a chair. Okay.
Right. Yeah. My chair's better because it costs $100 more though, guys. So no.
Oh, that makes it better, huh?
Yeah, of course.
Loser Doman for 5 Canadian says, did you guys see Iranian news was using Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes clips to bash Israel? It's crazy.
No way. Holy shit.
I did.
Did you really?
Yeah. They had here, I'll send it to you.
If they were using us on Iranian TV, I would be fucking mortified, Sitch.
You really? That would bother you? You'd be a little concerned if
hell yeah.
Iran was promoting you. You'd be like, what does that mean exactly?
Oh my gosh. What the fuck? What am I saying that the Iranians love so much?
Yeah. I think like I don't know if you can bring it up, but it's not in English, obviously.
It's
they
not
just
real.
have the picture of they have a picture of Candace Owens' tweet where she was complaining and saying that everything is Israel's fault. And then they have a clip of Nick
totally
Fuentes.
Agree with that.
They have a clip of Nick Fuentes going off not in English. So I don't know what he's saying, but probably blaming the Jews in Israel.
They've translated it. Oh, they love that.
They have some person talking over him. Brian Allman for $20 says Hassan justified China's takeover and crackdown on Tibet by saying that Tibet was a feudal slave state, but Iran's treatment of women, well, that's just how they do things, Yeah, that's a great point. That's a great point. When it comes to some communist regime, he's like, oh, it's totally if it's totally fine for them to take over another country if they're doing something bad. But if it's America or Israel, oh God, they're not doing anything bad. They're innocent baby angels in Iran. I mean, I'm not defending them, but they're innocent baby angels. Thoughts Prentice for $2 says, Sharif, don't like it. Rock the Casbah. There you go.
I'm scared there's going to be dead bodies in this, so.
You can just zoom to where they pull up a tweet.
I did.
Right. David Kane for 34 months says, I don't think I'm making it to 36-month boys. World War III starting soon. There you go. Well, that's right. You better get your donations and memberships in now while you still can, everybody. Okay.
Yeah. Well, you need it.
Exactly. Potato for 20 knock knock says, so this is what a review bomb means.
Oh, yeah. Totally.
Very funny. Sade Ray for 5 SGD says, my worry is if Iran retaliates and risks a spiral of American involvement, Iran could also race towards a nuclear and or be a vassal of China. Yeah, that's definitely always a possibility. It's one of those situations where there isn't really, they're racing for it, supposedly. They could be racing for it now. And if you attack them, they could be racing for it later. If they're racing for it either way, you might as well attack to try to stop it at that point, though.
Yeah, if they attack American soldiers, if they attack an American base, it's hard to say how the public will treat that. I mean, I guess the public is manipulated by the media quite a bit, right?
Right.
Well,
there
how
was
will
an
they frame it?
Report that came out where there was some report that somehow leaked. It was an internal Russian report where Russia was saying that they consider China to be their enemy. And that China is they're very aware that China is just trying to manipulate them, take over them, and subvert them, even though they have this, trade deal together because the rest of the world is trying to lock them out because of them invading Ukraine. So it's kind of fascinating.
Yeah, that is interesting.
PI for $5 says, if throwing children to ideological means is terrible, look at Britain and the laws for abortion. Both of them are horrid. I don't think you can compare sending children to go run into a minefield with abortion. That seems a little silly to me. Ace for $10 says Gundam 00 on par with Bleach and Yu Yu Hakusho. For me, it is still relevant. It features a main character who's a former jihadist child soldier turned into a Gundam pilot fighting to end war itself. Wow. There you go.
You got
Okay, let's watch some Hassan. Let's see what Hassan's reaction was to all of this. I'm sure he had a good take on the situation.
Oh, I'm sure it's excellent.
Yeah, right?
Very good. Let us see together.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We got the double play buttons going again.
I know.
Considering that a lot of this has to happen for capitalism to continue because imperialism necessitates or capitalism necessitates imperialism, and that this kind of imperialist dominance can only happen if you're constantly spending, pouring all of your resources, your brain power, and your money into being everywhere all at once, being able to reach anywhere around the planet in a moment's notice to fucking laser people out of orbit. If it wasn't for the current organization of the economy, we unironically would have already been living in fucking space colonies, I think.
What?
Oh, listen, this is all because of capitalism, guys. I don't know if you know this. Capitalism is the only reason that there's wars in the world. Now, it's a little strange because Iran, not a capitalist country. So, they seem to be doing a lot of funding terrorism and wars all across the world. Not a capitalist country. It's a little strange. China, not a capitalist country, gearing up to invade its neighbor, right? Not exactly colonizing the moon right now. I don't know why is China not colonizing the moon, but according to Sun, if America was just not a capitalist, everything in the entire world would just be so much better.
Yes, all of our brain space is devoted to keeping the world safe, where all of Iran's brain space is devoted to nuking a tiny fucking country in the Middle East, right?
Yeah.
What's up with that?
Well, we would be better, obviously. I don't know what to tell you. We would be better. Okay. It's capitalism's fault.
Mm-hmm.
Capitalism.
Like we would have already had tremendous development in every field, as opposed to wasting it on aircraft that could just like bomb anywhere around the planet, deliver 60 tons of payload. Think about all the cancers we could have cured. Everyone could get the best education. Think about your fellow man being at least, at bare minimum, like 40% more intelligent. You know what I mean?
I hate this line of reasoning because we would love to not have a military. If the world was a safe place, if you didn't have places like Iran out there trying to get a nuclear weapon to bomb Israel, then we could cut back on our military and spend a bunch more money on cancer research. That would be fucking great, right?
Right.
But we don't live in that world. We live in a world where people want to start shit all the fucking time. They want to take what is not theirs.
No,
and that's not our fault.
If it wasn't for capitalism, those conflicts wouldn't exist and the world would be nice and peaceful and you wouldn't need a military. But we want a military to spend all our money on because of military, war, capitalism, industrial complex.
Well, when you put it that way, geez.
It all makes sense. I mean, I would question Hassan and say, well, it's very strange because if capitalism was really the thing stifling innovation, as he's claiming, why is China not colonizing, the moon and curing all cancers? Why do they have to constantly steal everyone else's technology and everyone else's ideas if communism is going to somehow solve all of the world's problems?
Yeah. No one's incentivized to develop those ideas there because they don't have capitalism.
Yeah. Seems a little strange there, Hassan. But
What does he know?
Like actually literate. Hassan, I said this days ago.
Oh, okay. So that was into that. We all would be actually literate. It just wasn't for that evil capitalism.
of oil tankers.
Okay, let me. Fortunately, the watch together is very finicky with Twitch for some reason.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop messing with it. I'm just gonna let you do the.
Either the trolls are correct, and Iran will behave in the same fucking way that they did after the Qasem Soleimani assassination, but this is a severe escalation beyond that. This is exactly what Israel did to the Palestinians for 75 fucking years. Basically, not in the same severity, obviously, but like this is a show of force that says you will not negotiate with us. We will not negotiate with you as even partners. We are here to dominate you. Just as the Abraham Accords basically proved to the Palestinian population that there was no other way out of this, that they were backed into a corner and they had to fight their way out of it. This is another escalation from the American.
Okay, this is like insane.
This is totally insane.
Okay, so Hassan is blaming the Abraham Accords as causing October 7th,
right?
Which is interesting. That's an interesting thing. All right, he's literally saying Israel making peace and having peace agreements with its neighbors is what caused a terrorist attack, right? So even when Israel's doing what you think he'd want, making peace, that's still their fault. The Palestinians have no responsibility. They have no control over their actions. Evil Israel made peace agreements with his neighbors, and that's why October 7th just had to happen. The Palestinians were just backed into a corner. They just had to destroy themselves, apparently, and kill and rape a bunch of people.
It's so backwards. It's so backwards.
And the framing of this, and you'll see this in a lot of these clips, it's so fucking weird. He keeps framing it like, unless Iran fights back against the United States and causes a war, then they're bitches. He keeps framing it that way. Like
that's awful.
They don't have sovereignty. They're cucks. They're just going to get backed into, an open air concentration camp unless they fight back. It's so fucking weird how he frames this.
From the American government and the Israeli government that they're going complete subservience from the Iranian government. They are no longer a sovereign nation from this point on, is basically what they are saying.
So just saying, don't make nukes means that you're no longer a sovereign country.
That's all they can do. I mean,
that's the argument.
All they do is make nukes. That's their whole enterprise.
It's just so stupid. Why is he framing it this way to his audience? He's just radicalizing his audience to be in favor of some kind of attack.
I thought they were amazing musicians. Shouldn't they focus on their musical abilities?
They should be focusing on their music, yeah.
Who have you seen
to prevent escalation of nuclear war? Exactly.
Focus on their deal-making ability.
Exactly, yeah. Focus on their deal-making.
Right.
Striking in these 3 Iranian nuclear facilities. Really
America does not give a about anything, dude. We do not care about anything. We are so fucking awful. We are so goddamn awful. It is crazy. Fuck the Constitution. Fuck international law. We designed it. We can break it if we want to, and you can't do a damn thing about it.
Isn't it interesting when someone brings up women can't dance in Iran, and he laughs and says, that's not true. And if someone brings up America, he's like, America is so fucking awful. We're the worst ever. Iran, though, totally fine. But America, worst ever.
Think he's got a bit of a bias going?
He might. Just a little bit. Just a teeny tiny little bit.
About it. That is precise.
And by the way, he had like 60,000 live viewers when he
was
going off on this shit.
Everybody's into this.
Right.
They don't want to know. They want to hear how terrible America is.
Yes.
That is precisely what's going on here. Now we wait for the fucking retaliation. Iran actually pull a post-Qasem Soleimani assassination, and their response is entirely so limited that it's basically nothing. It's negligible. Or will they actually retaliate with severe force, basically saying it's over. It's you know, all systems go. We're going to fucking blow up every American base with ballistic missiles. We're going to mine the Strait of Hormuz. We're going to disrupt commercial sea traffic.
When he gives you those two options, which does it sound like he wants them to do? Right? It doesn't sound like he's just laying them out neutrally. He's like, are they going to do the cucked beta bitch option, or are they going to do the Chad fuck America option?
He wants them to fight.
Yeah.
This is the LARPing yourself into war paradigm.
Though usually you LARP your own side into war, it's kind of strange that you're trying to LARP the other side into war. That you don't see that too often.
Right. I mean, if he was working for the Trump administration, he'd be doing a great job, right? Goading them into war so we can utterly annihilate them.
There you go. That's smart.
Right.
Maybe he is. Maybe Hassan is really getting paid by the Trump administration. It all makes sense. 10D chess.
He's truly is a useful idiot.
Mm-hmm.
Really struggling with this decision of whether or not to move forward.
And this is their final step this is their final desperate last-ditch attempt at sovereignty. The problem with this final last-ditch attempt at sovereignty is that it will turn, it most likely will lead to extended conflict with America and with Israel, and it will most likely lead to the inevitable demise of the country that we know, the United States of America, if it goes in that direction, and it will be used as a proxy by China and Russia if they are clever enough to extend that conflict in the same way that America was using Ukraine against Russia.
This is...
Oh, shit.
It's just, this is why, like, if you try to argue like some of these people online, people are like fucking insane, so retarded. Hassan is telling his audience, 60,000 people or more, because 60,000 live viewers, that if America was in some sort of war with Iran's not going to be defeated or destroyed. America is going to be defeated. America is going to collapse. I don't know if you knew that. We're going to collapse if we go to war with Iran. We're just going to totally collapse. Okay.
Unlikely. I'm skeptical that that's going to happen.
The richest, strongest country in the planet, which was able to do two horrible fucking wars that went on for so long that everyone fucking hated them, somehow going to all collapse if we get into some sort of conflict with Iran. Iran's going to be totally fine. Like, they're totally chill. They're totally good. But America, no, we're on the brink. We're on the brink, apparently, according to Hassan here.
We flew over there and bombed their shit, and they didn't even engage our jets.
Yeah, we flew bombers halfway across the world, blew up their shit. They didn't even fucking know about it until after the bombs dropped. And Hassan over here is like, oh, obviously America's going to get their shit pushed in by Iran. Now, he doesn't expound on that. He doesn't lay out any explanation for that. He just lays it out there for his retarded chat to eat up.
They don't have javelins? A guy can't walk out with a javelin?
I don't think
those things are fucking heat seeking.
I don't think you can shoot. I don't know if you could shoot a B Spirit stealth.
They just use the javelins on helicopters and stuff.
I'm not sure it works like that, but.
Oh, okay.
And it also is interesting that America is the great evil, most powerful, dominant force in the world. So bad, but somehow is going to lose to Iran. Little itty bitty Iran, anyway.
He made some other comment that was patently ridiculous. But I can't remember what it was now.
There was a train of long comments.
No, there was a bunch of them, but one of them was just, I mean, obviously the America is going to fail is pretty bad.
Mm-hmm.
But there was an equally deranged comment.
I can go back if you want.
Nah, it's fine.
Okay.
Response, I would put it in three categories. We know them well. Missiles, militia, or hostage taking. But I think we have, as I understand it, both sent a warning to Iran not to think about that. And if they do, we would have a counter, trying to avoid going up that ladder. There will be a lot of diplomacy here tonight. It's ongoing right now.
What diplomacy?
Clear to Iran, this is about your three nuclear sites. What are you talking about? It does not go on from here.
Am I crazy? Have I lost my mind? Am I the crazy one?
Yes.
What do you mean, diplomacy? Oh, I can't wait to do diplomacy. This is a great opportunity for diplomacy. That's the dumb fuck shit that Trump is saying. What do you mean? You're supposed to be the fucking serious party. You guys are supposed to be the Harvard-educated foreign policy advisors.
The fluidity today, everybody
The same person who said to Ethan Klein that after October 7th, Israel should have negotiated with Hamas, should have dissolved its own government completely, in response to the largest terrorist attack that they've ever faced, where 12,000 people were killed, over 200 people were kidnapped, many people were raped. In response to that, Hassan's like, Israel should negotiate. In response to Iran not having their civilians targeted, only having their nuclear facilities targeted, he's like, diplomacy, impossible. Iran needs to fight back. Otherwise, they don't have sovereignty. Otherwise, they have no sovereignty whatsoever.
Yeah. Diplomacy is also a two-way street, obviously. So,
yes.
They had their 60 days for diplomacy.
They did.
And they frittered it away. They wasted it.
Yep. They fucked around.
Yeah. They didn't want diplomacy. They wanted to have nuclear weapons. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Also, notice how Brett McGurk goes, "Oh, it's about nuclear sites, but also Israel won't allow them to rebuild their air defenses." Yeah, it's about not having sovereignty. That's what it is. That is precisely the reason why they wanted to take out the nuclear facilities, not because they're terrified of a fucking nuke that Iran might get, or Iran has, or whatever the fuck Israel is claiming. It's about not allowing there to be a sovereign Iranian state. They will either immediately try to implement a puppet state that will be incredibly unpopular and people will resist against it, or
that's what
they will just destabilize it and turn it into a.
He echoed the Maidan coup, the Ukrainian coup. Does he buy that? I thought he was on Ukraine's side in the conflict. I mean, he's on the left.
He's softly on Ukraine's side, but he 100% parrots that the Maidan was just CIA coup phone call.
He sucks it up because of the America Bad situation.
Yes, of course.
Him and Glenn Greenwald.
Yes.
Totally buy into that.
They're tight. There's probably a tape of them together too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, him licking Hassan's feet or something.
America uses proxies all the time, but obviously Iran would never use proxies, right?
No, except for all the proxies that they do use that Hassan openly supports.
Right.
And says are based and awesome. Except for those proxies.
How come when we say our proxies are based and awesome like Ukraine, he just says, nah.
Because America bad.
But our proxies want to have liberal democratic capitalism.
Yeah, but that's bad. That is what's bad.
He doesn't like liberals. He doesn't like capitalism. He doesn't like democracy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it wasn't, you heard him, if it wasn't for capitalism and it wasn't for Western democracy, we'd all be living on the moon with cancer cured.
God, he's so delusional. What motivates people to get out of bed and actually work hard to make something of themselves? What does that?
The love of the grift.
I think Hassan live streams 20 hours a day because he likes making money.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And I think if he lived in a place where they were going to just come in and take all of his money, he probably wouldn't get out of bed.
Right. Right.
What
You're probably right.
Yeah. You see the mute? I keep getting this thing. Are you seeing it?
What?
The thing that pops up and says, part of this video contains copyrighted material, so it's been muted.
Oh, I like hit a little X thing and I haven't seen it ever since.
Oh, I let it keep popping up because I like to show that Hassan just listens to copyrighted material all the time. With zero commentary.
Right.
Like,
hey. Oh, I'm clicking the wrong one. Never mind.
Yeah.
I got it.
Got it.
No, you do it now.
WWE has an event in Riyadh next Saturday with blowing up big enough strike on America. I don't know what this will look like. Yeah, if Iran doesn't retaliate, they're just basically telling the world that they're totally chill with what's going on and are basically conceding they don't have sovereignty anymore. It's dire. Yeah.
So someone in his chat said it's dire if they don't respond. And Hassan says yes. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure they felt the same way about 9/11.
Yeah.
When we responded. When we opened a whole big fucking bag of kick-ass, right?
Yes, Hassan said, like, here's the worldview. Okay, according to him, America deserved 9/11
Right.
because of America's actions, but Iran didn't deserve to have their nuclear program destroyed, even though they've been subsidizing terror in the entire region for the last 40 fucking years.
Right. Why? How's that work?
Yeah, there's a book. I should check it out. Ryan Macbeth was talking about it. It's called like the Never-Ending War or the Forever War, and it was about terrorism in the 80s. And he was talking about how like in almost every large terrorist attack in the 80s, with the exception of the IRA, was all funded by Iran. They had their fingers in all the terrorism, and they've had their fingers in terrorism for the last 40 years. And every rebel insurrection group. That's why all their fucking neighbors hate their guts.
Yeah, they love it.
Yeah,
this is their pastime.
So why isn't Hassan saying Iran deserved this attack?
They're the ultimate trolls. That's all they're doing. They're swatting everyone in the fucking world.
Yeah.
And everyone's just taking it.
Yep.
We should all strike back.
It'd be nice.
Fuck you.
If Iran doesn't retaliate, they're just basically telling the world that they're totally and are basically conceding they don't have sovereignty anymore. It's dire. Yeah. It's basically saying we don't have any anti-air defenses. We don't have any control over our own airspace. We have no protection. You can come in and you can fuck us as hard as you want. Good luck. GG's, well played. GGWP. If Iran does.
They're basically doing Bonnie Blue's zoo experiment now, aren't they? That's what it's become.
Why is an American citizen so angry? He sounds so angry at the idea of Iran not engaging
having
in
any military capability
against America, right?
When at the same time he's saying, "Oh, this military capability is terrible because it exacerbates capitalism."
Right.
Aren't we helping him to the utopia?
Why does he sound so upset? Why does he sound so upset? He sounds so angry if Iran doesn't strike back.
Yeah. He's the peacenik, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's all peace, love, and harmony.
Doesn't retaliate in this circumstance, or even if it retaliates, there still might be a decapitation strike. Okay.
If buddy, there's going to be a decapitation strike.
It's like
that's exactly what's going to happen.
Some semblance of a state.
Yeah. So. Oh, let me go back.
I love it when he sighs, when he does his heavy sigh.
I know. So after his whole seeming how mad he is, that unless Iran strikes back, okay, listen to this part here. It's very interesting. It's very ironic, very hypocritical, maybe.
It's a risk, but it's not a new risk. I think that Iran's missile program to some of our facilities in the Gulf is real. But the Israelis have been going after those missiles in a systematic way.
Dude,
I would not discount or understate the risk at all.
Bro, go work in Israel, bro. Go fucking live in Israel. Why are you here? Why are all of these people here? You can live there. Israel loves white guys. They love them so much they let every Russian on the planet become Israelis, okay? Why don't these guys just go fucking live there? Why do they live here? Why do these guys live here and fucking act like they are living in Tel Aviv? Why do they care about the interests of Israel more than they care about the interests of America? Get the fuck out of my country, dude. What the fuck is going on?
Oh my God, the irony. I can't take it, Sitch. I can't take it.
This was right before he was, he's continually this whole stream so mad. Oh, Iran doesn't have sovereignty unless they fight back against America. Oh, well, why don't you go live there, Hassan? If you care so much about Iran, if it's so important to you that Iran has sovereignty, okay, why don't you go fucking live there, huh? Just seems seems interesting. Seems strange to me. I know.
When he says my country, it makes me sick to my stomach, Sitch. It does. I can't help myself.
It's like that scene in Tropic Thunder where he's like, what do you mean, you people?
Yeah,
he's like,
totally.
What do you mean, you people?
Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
What are you talking about?
Exactly.
Messages.
My country? What do you mean, my country?
Yeah, what do you mean, my country, Hassan? Okay.
Oh, it's so disgusting.
Who are you fooling here? Now, okay, So you were talking about clipping Hassan for X to get views. This would be the clip if you want to do that.
Oh, okay.
This is the clip of Hassan crashing out. Super mega crash out. Okay.
Yeah, are there tears? Is this a tears clip? Tell me we're going to see the
There
tears.
is a liquid that
Mhm.
is disgust. That is not tears.
Oh, okay. Oh my. Oh no.
He's drinking that liquid.
He's drinking it down. His jizz cup.
Yep.
I hate to say that this is yet another thing that I told you. There was much hay made about how, is this disrupting the MAGA base? What does America first mean? This is what America first means. Nick Mullen was right. Okay? When he said, Patriots, get ready to suck Trump's dick and get ready to eat his cum and also maybe let him bust in your ass. By God, this American patriot is ready to do so. This is what that means, okay? This is what that fucking means. That's what America first is.
Wow.
Yeah. Are you
Terrible.
ready? Are you ready to get busted in the ass?
Well, fuck no. Obviously
No?
not. And that's I think that's super offensive to a lot of the MAGA people,
Nuke?
obviously.
Do you think so?
Why a lot of the people have freaked out about this.
Yeah.
So
That
I
was an
don't
attack
see-
at Jank, by the way, too.
Yeah. Are
There
we
was
gonna
a
watch some of
long-
that, or are we gonna watch it later in
Maybe
the
you
week?
watch on Tuesday. Are we doing
Okay.
something on Tuesday? Oh, no, we're talking to
We're
Wick
talking
on
a
Tuesday,
week,
right?
but we could watch it with him.
Right.
That'd
Yeah,
be a
maybe.
good conversation
There's this
piece.
totally insane conversation
Right.
between Jank and Crystal.
Crystal Ball and Kyle
Crystal
Kalinske
Ball.
both. They two-time him.
Though Kyle, like, I didn't see the end of it because they hid it behind a paywall or something, so I don't know if it
Oh,
exists
really?
on YouTube. But where they're really like strawmanning the fuck out of Jank. And it's so funny because I don't agree with either side in the conversation really in the topic. And I still feel really bad for Jake just because they keep strawmanning the shit out of him. It's
Well,
really, like,
look,
terrible.
Anna has convinced Jank that, I mean, it's basically the height theory of moral philosophy, that they're not fucking evil, deceptive liars, that they actually believe what they're saying. They just have different moral intuitions, different moral goals, different beliefs, different policy beliefs. And you can just tell Kyle and Crystal, they just don't believe that at all. They just think Republicans are fucking evil.
Yes.
If I was having that conversation with her, I would want to ask, because she brings up two of her co-hosts. There's that one girl, the blonde girl, I can't remember her name at the moment, but and also Sauger, obviously Sauger. But at the same time, I wonder, is Sauger and that girl more libertarians that are just on the right now because of the current political environment, and they're going to jump ship because they're both anti-war, and they're definitely in, if they are in MAGA, they're in the coalition that's against this. So, but I don't even know if they would call themselves part of the MAGA coalition. So when she says, Crystal says, do you know who I do a show with? Like, I talk to MAGA more than you. I kept thinking, is Sauger really MAGA? Is he MAGA?
Jank missed that as an opportunity because he should have been like, well, then why are you arguing with me? You're literally saying that you talked to two conservatives, supposedly, or two people.
Yeah, do you think they're evil?
Who agree with you on some of these issues?
Of
so why are you
course.
talking to them otherwise?
Yeah.
Why are you yelling at me?
Well, and do you think they're evil? Do you think they're deceptive? Do you think they want to lie to you? Do you think that's their ultimate goal? I mean, she all but comes out and says, just everyone on the right is full of shit and they're just gaslighting you. That's basically her argument.
Well,
that's basically her argument. That's
the part
Jank
the
shouldn't listen.
The part of the conversation that's crazy to me is just, I mean, Jank is obviously not a Trump supporter at all. If you listen to anything he's ever said, and they keep trying to cast him as a Trump supporter just because he says that maybe there's some issues that his views and some Trump supporters' views align, that they should be trying to work together on.
Yeah. I mean, it's the internet. You're going to have you're going to have a small percentage of people who are deceptive, obviously trolls. They're not really interested in having any sort of good faith dialogue, but I don't think that's most of
that's
MAGA.
not what it's about. It's about that Anna got kind of labeled as like an evil right-wing grifter.
Yeah.
And Cenk got labeled as basically allowing that. And so they were just out for blood from the word go, and they had no interest into doing anything but to just strawmanning the fuck out of Cenk and
really
labeling him like horrible. That was, that from the first word of that conversation, it was like crazy. It was bizarre. And I don't agree with Cenk's position on a lot of issues, including Iran or Israel especially. And like, I was just crazy watching them just fucking like listening to Crystal, trying to find every teeny tiny level of disagreement and then trying to magnify it times 1,000.
I hate that. I fucking hate that. I hate that. A person gets so much right and people focus on like the one thing that they got wrong. As if human beings should have a 100% accuracy. Or you're just a piece of shit, right? Who the fuck can live up to that standard? That's insane.
Well, that's how you know you're in a cult, is that they try to find anything outside of their belief system, any amount of straying from it, and then you get attacked. And it's funny because Crystal's always criticizing the left supposedly for doing this, and she's always criticizing woke people for doing it. And that entire conversation is her doing that very thing.
Yeah, I same as you. I disagree with Cenk on all kinds of stuff. Mostly, I think he's super Pollyanna about progressives and progressive policies. And but look, Anna has made an impression on him in that he does understand that the people on the right are not arguing in bad faith. And just him being able to acknowledge that is more than most people on the far left are able to do.
I mean, in some issues, he acknowledges that. I mean, he still thinks that.
No.
In that conversation, he's still saying that like all these people are like liars and stuff. So that's part of why the conversation is so crazy.
This is why we have to watch it, because I think in some cases when he does say that, he's trying to give concessions to Crystal. I don't think
it's possible, but I don't know. I think he believes it.
She comes out and is basically like, everyone in MAGA is full of shit, lying pieces of shit. That's basically her position.
I mean, I think 95% of politicians and political pundits are lying full of shit. I don't think it depends on what your
file.
I said politicians and pundits. Yeah, not like the voters.
Right. Yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah.
We'll maybe watch that after this, or we'll watch it on Tuesday or something. So.
Iran's nuclear facilities, America has been truly unsurpassed.
Brother, he said leaked intel showed Iran was 2 weeks from a nuke. U.S. and Israel already knew. He was against action 3 days ago. Now it makes sense. His wife has military ties. Here's inside chatter. Says China gave Iran weapons hoping they'd use them on us. Yet also doesn't want them to have nukes. Thoughts? No thoughts. I actually am going to, once I end the broadcast later tonight, bludgeon my head against the wall so I can be just as fucking moronic as your dumb hog relative, so that I can live a life of happiness and constantly have no thoughts up here and only just go by whatever the fuck Trump is saying. Oh my God, it would be fantastic for my media career. Perhaps I could be just like fucking Asmongold, okay? I'll just become a hog.
Oh my God.
Is it possible for Hassan to cover any topic without bringing up Asmongold?
I've not watched a Hassan clip without him bringing up Asmongold. Like he is so fucking triggered over Asmongold. Why? Why? Asmongold dethroned him. Yeah. This is totally elite overproduction. He's like, why am I not the best anymore? Yeah. It's got to be that Trump did it to me.
Mm-hmm.
Is Asmongold even a big Trump supporter? It doesn't seem like it at all. He said he didn't even vote for Trump. He said he voted for nobody.
Mm-hmm.
Who else did that? God, those people are smart.
I didn't vote for nobody. Yeah. Wait a minute. I did vote for nobody.
I voted for nobody.
There you go.
Look at that.
I'll just become a hog. I'll just go.
Look, Hassan voted for the same person that Asmongold voted for.
No, he keeps changing. Sometimes he claims he voted for Biden. Sometimes maybe claims he voted for a third party candidate. It's very unclear.
Really?
I feel like he keeps changing when he's talking about it. I've heard him say he's voted for Biden, and I've heard him say he voted for a third party candidate. So
I didn't vote for Biden. I voted for Kanye before he was a Nazi.
Well, remember when there was so many people on the left saying, "Oh, or all the people on the far left, I should say, were saying, "Oh, they're and he says it in this stream too. Oh, it's a uniparty. There's absolutely no difference. Harris is going to do all the same things Trump's is going to do. Blah 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 blah." Right? I bet Hassan's feeling a little silly about all that right now.
Oh, he's wishing he voted for Harris.
I'm sure he's wishing
Harris wouldn't do the bombing campaign.
I don't think she would.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it would be fantastic for my media career. Perhaps I could be just like fucking Asmongold, okay? I'll just become a hog. I'll just go, yeah, chat. War with Iran, based.
The fact that he calls them hogs is terrible.
So lame.
Yeah.
Okay.
Done.
It's like when they call him Chud, you're like, that's the best insult. All right.
I wonder how that happened. How did that happen? Again, why would anybody like us? Why would anybody in the fucking region like us? The Iran's regime is not to be defended. I don't give a fuck about the Islamic Republic, you dumb fuck. You are so goddamn stupid if you think that this is a defense of the non-secular or fundamentalist governance of the Islamic Republic. What the fuck are you talking about?
I mean, we literally just watched a clip of you defending them multiple times.
Yeah.
So, okay. But watch the pivot here. Okay. Watch the pivot here. It's very interesting. I'm not defending Iran.
Come out. In Georgia, the administration forced a woman who had become a vegetable to carry a pregnancy to term. They literally cut her body and cut the fucking fetus out of her body because the body was rotting. Do you think that this gives a righteous cause for Iran to nuke Georgia? No, I don't. Do you? People.
What?
Yeah, that's a tough one. That's a stretch.
Okay. Well, first of all, it's interesting the way he frames that. How do you force a comatose woman to do anything? I mean, you don't need to force a comatose person. They're comatose, right?
Yeah, you just keep them alive.
Yeah, that's very strange. And also, it's very
Why
strange.
wouldn't you try to save the baby? Jeez.
I know. Isn't that weird? It's so strange. Like, as someone who's pro-choice, it seems very bizarre to me that you would compare, all the horrible things that Iran does, the fact that being gay is illegal, the fact that dancing and for women is fucking illegal.
Posting to TikTok.
Yeah, posting to TikTok, not wearing hijabs, that women have been fucking beaten to death by the police. Women have had acid thrown in their fucking face. All these, like, if you're not Shia, you can't even fucking vote or hold high office. It's so fucking weird to me that you're going to compare that to, well, a woman in a coma who was pregnant. They kept her on life support until they could deliver the baby. Oh, wow. That's horrible.
Horrifying.
The most horrible thing I've heard in my fucking life.
It's like a horror story.
Are you kidding me?
They saved the baby.
I know. What the fuck? That is so fucking weird.
Oh, man. That's a crazy story. I've heard other people talk about that like it's some Handmaid's Tale thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know the details of the situation, but I mean, obviously the family wanted the kid, right?
Right.
Yeah. Why wouldn't you? You do it as a service to the mom who's dying.
No, she's in a coma, so you just gotta kill the baby.
So dumb.
Very weird.
People do awful, nonsensical things to their own fucking citizens. This is not a good reason. This is not a good reason to fucking bomb the country and destabilize it further. half of the reason why these countries don't have the woke civil struggles that we have gone through, and then there's still a fucking shit ton of issues here in America, is because we're constantly placing them in a state of panic. They're too worried about being exploded to actually go out and march on the fucking streets and be like, hey, we want gay rights.
There you go. Like, I don't know if you know this, but you can only be moral if, you're rich. Right?
Yeah, it's completely ridiculous. The thing that they're preoccupied with is bombing Israel. As soon as they stop that preoccupation, everything goes away.
And also his excuse of like, well, they're too busy being bombed to have gay rights doesn't even work with Iran. This is the first time Iran's been bombed.
Right.
In a long time. And it's not like they're bombing random fucking civilians. They're not doing what Iran is bombing random civilian homes and apartment complexes in Israel. Okay. Israel and America have been bombing military targets and taking out specific individuals. And yet
Right.
Hassan is he has that NBC talking point in his brain where like, well, all these countries with these authoritarian dictatorships that are very anti-LGBT, very anti all the progressive values he has, they're only like that because America keeps attacking them and they just don't have the time to become progressive.
Yeah. I think they're wasting their time going after Israel more than we're bombing them.
It's almost like it's almost like, why are they wasting all their time on that, all their energy, all their money on that instead of,
Right.
Helping their own people.
It's the biggest fucking lie that Americans have told Americans who love believing in it because they have to maintain a position of superiority. And it's oftentimes a lie
that's a good way. He's so fucking dumb. He's so stupid. He understands nothing about what he's advocating for. You should want Americans to feel superior if they're adhering to a moral system which you fucking agree with over a moral system that you would find abhorrent, Hassan. You fucking retard.
Yeah.
Yes. That's what you should want people to feel like that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Treating
we are
gay people with
superior.
rights.
We have a morally superior system than Iran. Yes, that is true.
Yes. Treating people with rights, dignity, and respect is what gets you moral superiority.
That is told by people who are themselves conservative. That's why it's insane. A closeted gay man goes on fucking Fox News and says, oh yeah, Iran, they throw gays off the roof, which is not even real for the record. Iran throws gays off the roof. It's like, bro, you're a homophobe. You're a closeted gay man who is a homophobic person. Like, what do you mean Iran throws gay people off the roof? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, first of all, I don't know if it's hypocritical to think, even if Lindsey Graham or other people on the right are not very big on the LGBT stuff, I don't believe they're calling for them to be executed the way they do in Iran. There seems to be a subtle distinction there to me. And also he's well, he's I don't know if he knows he's lying here, because he is sort of like, yes, they're not throwing gay people off rooftops in Iran. They just execute them. The state just executes them. They don't throw them off a rooftop. They just kill them or publicly flog them, which has happened to gay individuals in Iran for being gay. They've been both killed and flogged publicly by the state.
They've thrown some off of rooftops too, but
well, I know they've thrown gay people off
thing.
rooftops in in some of the Palestinian areas.
Right. Yeah.
But I don't know about Iran specifically. But as long as they're killed by the state in a way that's not being thrown off a roof, then I guess it's, that's fine. Right.
I think Hassan's against the death penalty too.
Unless they're Iran.
Right.
Stop this fear-mongering crap. This was much needed. Guy living in a fucking trailer park in Terre Haute, Indiana, fantasizing about how much better the world is because America spent the healthcare money that you will never get on a massive fucking bombing campaign on the other side of the planet. You and others like you are exactly the reason why we will never have rebellion in this country. We will never have a revolution in this country. And you will forever exist in a world of anger and resentment, and will never understand why you are fucked over all the time and why your living standards never get better. Okay?
Is it the irony of him angrily yelling at someone saying, "You're why we're not going to have a full-blown revolution in the country," and then say that they're going to live a life of anger while they're saying, "This is amazing. This is wonderful."
Yeah. This is your healthcare money.
Yes. It just, like, literally opening, like, Hassan, okay, largest left-wing streamer, openly mad that there's not going to be a revolution in America, some kind of revolution in America, and yelling at a chatter for that. Okay, it's interesting.
It just seems like such bullshit.
Yeah. And he keeps repeating this, and this whole thing, and there's another clip I have where he talks about the whole, like, oh, all of the money that could be saved, that could be going to healthcare, to the military, all this stuff. How come he never, ever fucking brings that up when it comes to Hamas? Right?
Oh, yeah.
I've never fucking heard
a great argument.
Hassan's dumb fuck ass ever bring up, well, why is Hamas spending all their money shooting rockets and building tunnels instead of building infrastructure, providing medical services and other things for their citizens? Why is this not applied to Iran? Why is Iran sending all this money to Hezbollah and the Houthis and Hamas? And why are they spending all this money shooting missiles at Israel instead of just providing resources and programs for their own citizens? Why is this only ever applied to America? It's so strange.
Mm-hmm. They have to protect themselves.
Oh, okay.
Just like we have to protect ourselves from Iran.
The hypocrisy of all.
It's prisoner's dilemma. If everyone just put down the guns, everything would be great. But I think America is a lot more likely to put down the guns. They just want to see everyone else do it first.
Yeah. I mean, America has shown repeatedly that it plays nice with people that aren't fucking around, that aren't, finding out.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll be as, we'll see. I think it'll be as devastating as you think it might be. You clearly don't know much.
Wait, hold on. I think I'm at the wrong spot here.
Director of National.
That was interesting. He's watching CNN. Okay. Jake Tapper there's a pretty interesting point that comes up. So he obviously doesn't even address it, respond to it.
Republican leadership in Congress before the strikes?
Anderson, is the question as to why now? Why did they need to do this, given the fact that his own Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, testified in March, saying that the conclusion of the intelligence community was that Iran had not made the decision to go forward with its nuclear weapons program? Well, the understanding I have is that a lot of Israeli intelligence has contradicted that, especially in the last few months, especially at the Fordow and Ifshahan nuclear sites. And as it was described to me, the Iranians, even in the midst of negotiating, Anderson, even in the midst of negotiating, the Iranians had their pedal to the metal, as it were, in terms of the nuclear enrichment program. And so the feeling was inside the White House, they just could not take that risk. And that's where we are.
That makes total sense. That Israel's just humiliating them, right? They're desperate to get a nuclear weapon so that they can retaliate in some sort of meaningful way. So they've got pedal to the metal to make this thing. And Israel finds out about it. And we just cut the fuse.
Yep.
Cut the fuse just in time.
Yep.
And Hassan's on his YouTube channel bawling about it. Oh my God. You should have let him get that nuke.
It's not a cut the fuse situation. It's a situation of, okay, they're trying to put the pedal to the metal. They're jerking around Trump in these negotiations, potentially.
Oh, yeah.
What would be a better time to strike than when all their air defenses have been knocked out and all their proxies have been weakened?
Yeah, they're stalling because they're working on the fucking bomb in the back room. Oh yeah, let me help you. What are you looking for?
Mm-hmm.
Can you show us something in writing?
Oh, I don't know if we have that. Let me check the back here. Oh, I just looked in the back for 20 minutes. Let me call my manager. And I swore I saw it, but I just can't seem to find it. And you don't leave the store, okay, for any reason.
Rubio said they asked for something in writing and they gave it to him. And they were like, oh, okay, thanks. What the fuck? You asked for this in writing? Sign the fucking thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But look, Hassan would say that they were obviously Israel's lying, right? None of that's true. Yeah.
He just automatically knows that they're lying.
Right.
Yeah.
That look at this image and go, yeah, that's strong. He's so strong. And people that don't understand.
He's very mad that Trump is
He's so triggered, I know.
He's super triggered about
that hat is super triggering to people.
I know. Wait, let me go back.
Yeah, he looks so fucking cool. That makes me want to perish. Knowing that I am occupying a space with people that are that fucking stupid.
Hassan, you paint your fingernails black, please. Shut up, okay? Trump wants to put on his murder face when he's going to war. Let him do it, okay? You dress like a clown, okay?
Well, he should listen. He should have wore the black MAGA hat, obviously, for this occasion.
Oh, yeah. Oh, look, Elon probably would sue him for copyright infringement.
There you go.
If he did that.
Did Elon get the black MAGA hat in the divorce?
Maybe so. It's hard to tell. God, you know how bad Elon wants to be in that room right now. He's like, oh, God, I had to go fucking nuclear on Twitter. I could have been there.
Right, the best time.
Oh, yeah. This is history being made right here.
Yeah.
Totally is. I just, Hassan giving anyone advice is just bad. Just ignore it. Ignore it.
That look at this image and go, yeah, that's strong. The very same people that don't understand that all of these actions are consequential for them. All of these actions are actually taking away from the resources that could help them.
Oh, shut up already. Trump took a bullet, man. Hassan wouldn't even get into the ring with Sam Hyde. What the fuck?
Wow.
What's going on here?
There you go.
Just, I can't stand this whole, they're going to take away your health care. We should let Iran develop nuclear weapons and nuke Israel because health care. Fucking, obviously safety is the first imperative, right?
Mm-hmm.
Always. Healthcare is another kind of safety. We can get there though.
Help them have an easier go at life, fix the fucking potholes, create a robust healthcare infrastructure, fix the goddamn ISPs so we have better broadband internet.
Oh my God. He doesn't know about the internet, Bill.
Yeah.
I mean, we'd have better ISPs if it wasn't for the fact that you had to hire black lesbian wheelchair bound women to actually put the ISP in.
Mm-hmm.
To speed it up, right?
Why does this, why does none of this apply to Iran? Why does none of this apply to Hamas? Why does none of this apply to the Houthis? Why does none of this apply to any of these fucking states or rebel groups that he supports to the death?
Right. It's a white man's burden, man.
Yeah. It's very strange, Hassan. It's so strange. I mean, it's not strange. He hates America, but
free college so they can be educated a little bit better. Maybe not fear all the goddamn time.
Free college. Can you imagine?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, these kids are spending so much money on stupid degrees already. Imagine if it was free. Holy shit.
I know. It'd be bad.
Now, a question of
We talked about it as a threat. I mean, essentially, President Trump was saying to Iran and to the Iranian regime and to the Ayatollah, if you want to survive, you take this one on the chin and you come back to the this is your chance now to survive. If you're going to fight, then we're going to have a problem. I mean, he said it's peace or tragedy. That's the choice that's being given. And I think it's worth, just for our viewers who are not poring over the minutiae of geopolitics every second hour of the day, to go through the different sort of proxies that Iran has at its disposal. The nearest one to here, of course, is Hezbollah in Lebanon, significantly weakened and degraded, did not get involved when Israel began its operations against Iran. Do they now feel pressured to do something, to respond in some kind of way? Because, by the way, Iran has been very clear that if the U.S. got involved, every American citizen and every American soldier in this entire region is...
It's crazy. It's like, why won't Iran do peace as we are fucking bombing them? Yeah, I already read it. Like I said, the fact that the Iran Atomic Energy Agency is saying that they're going to pursue legal avenues. The Ayatollah is basically the Democratic Party. Okay, that's it. They're feckless institutionalists holding on to a fantasy that does not exist within the confines of international laws and the international rule-based order. It is not real. Okay, it is not real at all. And these guys think it's real for some reason.
So to be clear here, this is Iran's, some response Iran made to the situation. Right. That was saying that, America's violated international norms or international law or something. They're complaining about it from this perspective. And Hassan is mad by this. He's upset by this. He's upset. He's so upset. He's calling the Iranian government feckless like the Democratic Party. Okay.
It's fascinating because my response is the polar opposite. Yeah. I'm looking at this. They're saying, look, we're going to investigate legal remedies here. And I'm thinking, wow, that's great. Great.
That's a good thing.
Look into the legal remedies. Yeah. We don't want any more conflict. We don't want to blow up people, right? We want peace.
You would think that Hassan, the person who's supposedly so pro-peace, doesn't want people to die, should be like, wow, this is really good. Iran is showing restraint. Even if I think of what America did was wrong, I'm glad that Iran is not going to be baited into some sort of war. That will be bad. A lot of innocent Iranians die. You think that would be his response, would it not? If he actually gave a fucking flying shit about any of these people, instead of being a fucking weirdo, revolutionary, LARPing psycho who just wants these people to die to give America some fucking black eye that he can feel, that he can get a fucking erection about in the morning. Like, I'm so glad that American soldiers are dying right now. We're wasting money to fight Iran, even though way more Iranians are fucking dying.
Yeah, it's such a childish perspective, isn't it?
It is. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
For some reason, it's a mechanism of survival for them. But what they don't realize, it's either today or it's, maybe a couple months from now or maybe next week. Who knows? But it's coming. They are literally like the Ayatollah is basically the way that the Democrats operate in this country, where they're like fantasizing about a diplomatic outcome that does not fucking exist. It's clear.
See, and he even comparing it to American politics is hilarious because he's basically saying, yeah, the Democrats should go to war with the Republicans, all out violent warfare with the Republicans. Right. What a fucking joke this guy is.
Yep.
Yeah, we should have rioting in the streets. Okay.
It's clear to me that there is to this severe violation of their sovereignty, just like their initial tit for tat campaign between them and Israel in the process of a nuclear denuclearization agreement that they were having with the United States of America has been so limited and so restrained and so focused on maintaining some sort of peaceful solution that even when they are bruising the Iranian public bloody.
You think it's very strange to me. Well, first of all, he says when they're bruising the Iranian public bloody, which is a lie.
Total lie.
That's a complete fucking lie. That's not what's going on. Okay. But it's just so strange to me. He's like, oh, the Iranian government, they've been so peaceful. They've been doves. They've been the most enlightened people ever. I mean, yes, they've been funding Hamas, who commits fucking horrible terrorist attacks on Israel and ends up getting all their fucking people wiped out. Yes, they're giving money and support to the Houthis and the Hezbollah other organizations that are committing acts of terror and doing violence, but they've been so peaceful, guys. They're so good.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. If they hadn't funded Hamas, maybe Hamas would have been forced to actually liberalize the population.
Yeah, maybe they couldn't survive.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Maybe they couldn't build all those tunnels and get all those missiles and do all that bullshit.
Yeah, they have to focus on getting the trash delivered or the trash picked up on time, as they say, right?
Public bloody. Even when they are destroying Iran, wiping out Iran, his response is, oh, it didn't hurt that bad. That's what they said tonight. They said, oh, we hit our enriched uranium, which is true. They did do that ahead of time. Oh, we moved all of our stockpiles elsewhere. We moved all of our civilian nuclear scientists elsewhere. They're hidden. You just gave us a little boo-boo. Who cares?
Did they say all of that? I didn't hear any of that.
Well, they did say like, oh, this wasn't a big deal. Like the attack. They downplayed the severity of the attack, which this plays directly into the master-slave morality thing that we were talking about. Like, and Hassan's too ignorant to understand. Even if we did the most severe damage to Iran, they're going to say it wasn't a big deal because they're trying to appear tough to their own fucking people in the world. Obviously, they're not going to go like because Hassan lives in this environment where right now people like Hassan and other people can weaponize their victim status and go, oh, woe is me. I am the ultimate fucking victim. He doesn't understand that other parts of the world, that doesn't necessarily what they want to do. Right. They don't want to necessarily do that. They want that's not like what's going to fly.
Yep.
So he's just so confused by this. He's like, oh.
Why don't you weaponize your victim status?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're the evil empire, guys. America's evil. Why aren't you playing this up? I'm an innocent baby angel.
It is funny. That's we're dignity culture. That's honor culture. They're honor culture. That's why they even have the honor killings.
Now don't worry. If you're a world leader and you're looking for advice, Hassan is going to tell you what to do. All right.
Yes.
So take some advice from a streamer living in California. All right.
He knows about victimhood culture. That's his culture.
He does.
Sitch and Adam culture, dignity culture. Iran, honor culture.
Yes.
Yes.
What do you expect Iran to? I don't know. But if I was in this situation, if I was the head of state.
Okay. If Hassan is the head of the country,
this has got to be good.
You're going to lean in. You're going to learn from the master here. All right. Some master negotiation tactics.
He's the supreme leader of Iran.
Yes.
The so-called supreme leader.
Yes.
I don't know.
I don't know.
If I was in this situation, if I was the head of state of a country that is being fucking bruised and battered by a belligerent attack dog for the largest superpower on the planet, okay, I would very quickly cut as many deals as possible with the other big dog. I'd be like, please give me the Dongfeng missiles. I will do anything for you. I have a 25-year energy contract with you. Give me some Dongfeng missiles. I would like to launch some Dongfeng missiles instantly. I would like to launch maximum amounts of Dongfeng missiles is what I would probably do in that situation.
Oh my God.
So Hassan's brilliant analysis is that Iran should make themselves a servant state, a servile state, if you will, of China, buy a bunch of missiles from China and shoot them at Israel and America. That's what's really going to help the Iranian people. Thank you, Hassan, you stupid fucking retard.
Yeah, that's never going to work. But I thought he was trying to avoid losing their Iranian sovereignty, right? Aren't they kind of giving it up to China in this scenario?
They're giving up their China. They're going to get into some sort of massive war with America and Israel that's going to lead to the loss of life of probably tens, if not hundreds of thousands of Iranians. But Hassan's like, no, what you got to do, you got to get the missiles from China. You got to shoot them. It's retarded.
He's exactly like Hamas.
Yes.
Like, what do you think would happen if this plan executes flawlessly, Hassan? What do you think America is going to do? Just give me your guesstimation.
No, you
is it going to look anything like Gaza?
America's going to get destroyed. Okay, we're going to get into a war with Iran, and we're going to somehow destroy ourselves. But Iran's going to be okay.
It's going to be more like Gaza.
Yeah.
We're going to go, hey, guess what, Israel? We're going to give you some more land.
Yeah.
We're tilling the soil over here.
So fucking dumb. Gosh,
they shoot. Iran shoots a missile at America. Like it could land in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. We're coming for them.
This is so fucking embarrassing to the left.
Mm-hmm.
The left, the adults in the room on the left need to rise up as one and just shame Hassan and his dumb fuck children audience into oblivion. Like, it is embarrassing. It is so embarrassing to the left that this is the largest left-wing streamer, in America. Is this fucking communist retard?
And everyone's calling us war hawks. What the fuck? He's basically saying Iran should fucking should get as many missiles as they can and make war against us.
Yes, and get nukes.
Ask him what someone should ask him what Iran should do if they get a nuke. What should they do then? That's a good fucking
question.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, Hassan. Should Iran be shooting their nukes off at America and Israel?
Let's say Iran did do pedal to the metal and they managed to put together a suitcase nuke. So they're in possession of a suitcase nuke right now. Hassan, what should they do with that?
Yeah. I want Hassan to answer that question. Okay.
He'd be like, Israel, Jerusalem.
If you have a Twitch account, all right, and you're in Hassan's audience, ask him that question. Say, if you're in charge of
you're going to be prepared to be banned.
I mean, you're going to get banned. Yeah. If you're in charge of Iran and they have access to a nuke or a suitcase nuke, should they use it?
Right.
Okay. I wouldn't believe that he would actually answer that question, honestly.
Oh, of course not.
He'd be like, he'd say, oh my
Terms
God, why
are
you guys Fed posting? You're Fed posting. Okay. Which translates to, I want to answer that question, but I can't because I'll get in trouble.
Yeah, which means I want to answer that question. They should use it on Israel. That's the way. That's what that means.
If some fucking Iranian terror cell smuggled a bomb or a suitcase nuke into America and blew it up, as long as it didn't personally affect Hassan, he would say that we deserved it.
Oh, he'd be all down. He'd be fucking doing a party stream.
Yeah. Well, he would be probably smart enough to not say that immediately. He'd wait a few years.
This is Hassan. Come on.
He'd wait a few years.
Here?
I know. But he'd wait a few years, and then once things cooled out, he'd be like, oh, America totally deserved that, like 9/11.
All of his commie buddies would jump right on the stream. They wouldn't be able to help themselves. They'd be giddy as fuck. They'd be like, oh my God, I can't believe it. Los Angeles got nuked. Oh, well, if it's in Los Angeles, he'd probably be mad because it's close to him. Well, I mean, it could be San Diego, and he'd still be like, yay, I'm outside the blast radius.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep, there's a clear message for a lot of global South and Middle Eastern countries tonight. Sadly, proliferation message. Hassanabi nuclear doctrine. Hassanabi doctrine for nation building. Number 1. Develop nukes. Number 2, don't give up the nukes. This is for Ukraine, okay? This is for.
How does this make any sense? I mean, Mehdi Hassan's obviously a fucking retard too. It's like, well, you got bombed because you're trying to make nukes. Well, the solution was to make nukes. What? What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, at some point, the incentives have to flip.
Yes.
If we could probably do this. I mean, obviously, it could happen in a year. It could happen in 6 months if you just had enough candidates that were deciding, oh, we got to really get the nukes, and we just fucking annihilate them every time. Sooner or later, somebody's going to be like, okay, well, that's probably a bad idea, right?
Yeah.
They'll be like, oh, yeah. I mean, obviously, people go for the nukes because they think there's going to be no response. But if you know, certainly, there's a response every single time, you think twice about it, right? You're like, well, maybe not.
That's what this is.
The bombers are coming. Yeah. That's the incentive switch right there.
Yep.
I mean, when they first developed nuclear weapons, I think it was Einstein talked about giving it to, it was the League of Nations, not the United Nations. It was the first version of the United Nations, so that they could just be the watchdog over anybody else trying to get nuclear weapons. But this is kind of that scenario. It's kind of evolved that way.
It's so weird that Hassan, who is very pro gun control,
oh yes,
is also like, there should be like, everyone should have a nuke. Okay, no one in America should have a gun, but everyone in all the countries should have fucking nukes. Like, how does that make any sense?
Right. It's different from Iraq too, because so much of the fuck up in Iraq was the fact that they didn't have any nukes or weapons of mass destruction, chemical weapons, any of the weapons that they laid out.
I think they had some chemicals, didn't they? But they didn't have, like, obviously they didn't have nukes.
Yeah, I think it's been a long time, obviously, since I saw the presentation that what's his name gave at the United Nations, right, where they talked about the mobile chemical factories and shit like that. Yeah,
sure.
So, but look, we might look at the Iraqi war much differently if they did actually find nuclear weapons, right?
Of course,
everyone would be like, "Oh shit, we were right. Good thing we came in and saved the day," right?
Yeah.
So that completely changes the rationalization here, right? Because we know they're working on nukes.
Right. That's actually,
everyone knows.
That's a fantastic point. That's really a good point to ask people. Say, well, wait a minute. If it was true, like, we all acknowledge that they were lying now.
Yes.
Because we all know.
And they try to move the goalposts, obviously, with the democracy thing. But
Right. But if it was true, they topple Saddam and everything still played out the same way, where we got stuck in some horrible forever war. But they found out, oh, actually he was developing nukes and they did stop them. Then everyone's outlook on this would be very different. They'd say, okay, we acknowledge that, like, stopping that's good, but don't get bogged down in a forever war, right? They'd actually have some kind of like nuanced way of looking at it.
Yep.
It would completely change the calculation.
It would. With Iran, it totally would.
We know that they fucking have 60% enriched uranium at the very least, because they've said that they have it. It's not, we don't even have to rely on America or Israel.
Yeah.
Iran said that.
Yeah, because they're crack negotiators.
They're exactly. World-renowned negotiation skills. Yes.
Right. Yeah. Look, if they hadn't said that, if they just teased it and said, maybe we do, maybe we don't, people might be thinking, do we want to get in another quagmire when they don't even have it?
Right.
But now they're like, yeah, we have it. Okay. Boom. Gone.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
This is for Ukraine. Don't give up the nukes. Number 3, if a superpower claims you have nukes or a WMD, drop everything and immediately obtain nukes. Because if you don't do that, they're going to fuck you. They are going to ass fuck you with a bayonet like they did in Libya to Gaddafi, who did not have nukes.
They keep bringing up Gaddafi here because, like, yes, there was, Libya did give up, their nuclear ambitions because the whole world stopped them. Then he lost in a civil war. It's so fucking stupid. There was a civil war because he was a horrible fucking dictator and he died in a horrible fucking way. And they're like, well, obviously people should learn from the horror that was the Gaddafi administration, the Gaddafi dictatorship. Okay.
Yeah. What's going on there? Because all these dictatorships, they all rule with an iron fist and make thousands of enemies. I mean, look at what Saddam Hussein did, right? Killing all of those people in that meeting. Like, all those people fucking hate him. As soon as they get a chance to fuck him with a bayonet, they're going to do it.
Right.
Yeah. So why is that? What's that have to do with nuclear weapons, right?
Well, and also,
he's going to use the nuclear weapons on the thousands of enemies? Makes no sense.
Is Gaddafi going to use the nuclear weapons on his own country?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, there's a civil war breaking out in Libya. I'm going to nuke myself. I'm going to nuke the rebel forces.
Yeah. Doesn't make much sense.
Have nukes, but they said he did. Okay. To assassinate you without any fucking, without any sort of trial whatsoever, like Saddam Hussein. Okay.
And even if, okay, he was just be like, well, no, you don't understand, Sitch. they wouldn't have set up a no-fly zone, okay, if he had nukes. Really? You think that in the midst of a civil, well, he's in the middle of a civil war and his country's collapsing, and NATO is like, we're going to have a no-fly zone so you can't blow up your own citizens. You think Gaddafi's like, oh, I know. I'm going to go nuke a fucking NATO country so that NATO invades my country while I'm in the middle of trying to suppress a rebellion. That's like a fucking 10D chess move right there. Okay.
Yeah, that's smart.
Okay, doesn't matter if you're a good guy or a bad guy. It doesn't matter. If you're a fucking head, America says you have nukes, they're coming for you. You have to get nukes immediately. If you don't get nukes, you're fucked.
There you go. Get the nukes, everybody. The big brain talk here. Don't try to like have a functioning country and play nice with your neighbors and make trade deals with everyone and have everyone like you and be a good neighbor and partner in the world. No. You just need to get nukes. That's the answer.
North Korea is the really only one that we could swoop in and do like a double tap, right? On the nuclear proliferation.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, I'd say this was a win for non-nuclear proliferation, right? We completely stopped their nuclear program in its tracks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we could go, I don't know the technical challenge of actually taking out North Korea's nuclear program too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know.
So
at this point, I mean, it's probably, I assume it's way too late if they got it like.
Well, look, if we could do that like before the end of summer, then that's definitely moving the numbers in the other direction. Like, oh shit, they're coming after everyone's nukes. Holy shit.
Well, they don't want them to. I mean, who knows? They could be crazy enough. They don't want them to start launching missiles at South Korea and Japan and shit. So
right, yeah, totally. But if you could do it without that happening, then
right. And now, look at Hassan's wonderful advice. Oh, you guys got to get nukes. You got to get nukes so quick. Okay, I'm sure that all the fucking people in North Korea that are being horribly oppressed, horribly subjugated, starving to fucking death, working as slaves for a psychotic, cult regime are so fucking happy that their leader has nukes, that their leader followed the Hassan doctrine. Oh, thank you, Hassan.
Yeah, it's worked out great.
You really made the world a better fucking place.
Everything is completely run by stupidity, Sitch. That's the only.
God,
it's so sad.
Fucking brain rotted on hating America that he can't think about anything clearly.
But then again, this is a severe violation, that could be a wake-up call for the Iranian leadership to say, okay, maybe they just don't have any interest in negotiations. Like maybe they'll fucking understand it. Who knows? And therefore will actually respond with the most severe response that they could possibly do. And I've already detailed what that would look like: mining the Strait of Hormuz, lobbing ballistic missiles in the direction of every American asset in the region, trying to pull other allies into the conflict to defend Iran. But that is less likely, I think. They have to do this to establish deterrence. If they don't do this, then America is going to do the bombing campaigns again and again and again. And slowly but surely, they're just going to erode the entire leadership structure of Iran. They're going to kill a fuck ton of civilians in the process.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Joe Rogan of the left.
Iran has to respond with military force to the United States.
Right
Joe Rogan
here.
of the left. Yes.
We got to bomb the straits of... we got to bomb the oil straits. And we have to just lob missiles at all American assets overseas.
That we've bought from China.
Kill as many American soldiers as possible, right? How does this ever escape TOS?
It's most people are like, who are on the sort of the anti-intervention side. Most people's argument is, I'm afraid we shouldn't intervene because I'm afraid that Iran is going to go do a bunch of actions right? That would lead to people dying.
Blowback.
Yeah, there'd be blowback. It would draw us into a war, right? That's what most people say. Hassan's like, nah, fuck that. Iran should go do all those things. Okay.
Right. As a response.
It's fucking insane. It's so fucking crazy. Most of the isolation people would never say Iran should do that. They'd say they're worried they'll do it. But no, he's like, they should fucking do it.
Yes.
It's, oh my God. How is this not a violation of Twitch TOS?
It's so weird. He's advocating for so much violence here. Violence against Americans.
I know. Jesus Christ.
I mean, most people in their broadcast would, let's pray for our men and women in the service, right? Our valuable service members.
Well,
Hassan is like, nah.
Not only does it show you how fucked in the head Hassan is, but it shows you how fucked in the head his audience is, or that he's indoctrinating his audience to be. That he's not even saying this is why we shouldn't be involved. We want to avoid this. He's just saying this is what they should do, or they're bitches, or they're cucks, or they're not going to have a country, or they're going to be servile to America.
How many of these people are American? That's what I wanted. I wish I could look at his metrics.
That'd be a good question too. Yeah.
I want to know how big his audience is in America, or is this just a bunch of overseas people who hate America?
It could be. I mean, that was really funny. Like a lot of those super crazy accounts. It's funny. A lot of super crazy, quote, red pill right wing accounts on X, like turn out to be run by like people in Pakistan and shit.
Yeah, because it's not even easy money.
Americans. Yeah. So maybe it's just like a lot of non-Americans just listening to Hassan.
So sad.
You watch that clip where he literally had people who are Iranian watching Hassan like, oh no, I'm getting bombed.
Oh.
You say Iran's instability. You clearly have no understanding of Iran's goals. Iran wants to close the Strait of Hormuz, remove the Gulf states, and implement control of the Persian Gulf and all the oil. They have said this repeatedly.
Oh, he's laughing. I mean, they've said that, but he's laughing. It's okay.
Okay, dude. Well, I want Chinese-style democratic centralization, okay?
There you go. Did you know that? I didn't know that. Hassan wants America to be like China. Interesting.
Yeah, crazy.
Interesting.
Okay? That's what I want. I want high-speed rail. Am I getting? Shut the fuck up. What Iran wants and what Iran is capable of doing are entirely different things. Also, you just made that shit up anyway. The fuck?
So just because Hassan thinks it's not possible for Iran to attack America, implement some sort of attack on America, that makes it okay for them to say that, for them to say that they want to destroy America, destroy Israel, and cause all these problems. Well, if they're not capable of doing it, we just shrug and ignore and let them get the capabilities to do it. How does that make any fucking sense?
Yeah, it doesn't, obviously. We want to prevent that.
Yeah.
And if they didn't say all that shit, we wouldn't even be thinking about it. It'd be like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Oh, Iran wants to actually nuke Washington. Cool. I guess we should listen to that guy.
So stupid. Oh my God. Okay, that was it for the Hassan clips.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I'm reaching my wit's end.
Yeah, I know. I could tell. J-Mac for $20. Thanks so much. Let's take a far day. J-Mac says, my dog apparently swallowed a streamer from a balloon. I had to pull it out of his butt. It was horrible. I'd still rather do that 10 times than having listened to Hassan's expert geopolitical commentary. Godspeed. Well,
yeah, I thought that was hilarious.
That's funny.
The old streamer in the butt.
The old streamer in the butt. I mean, that feels like a metaphor for Hassan, right?
It does. It definitely does.
Yeah.
Hassan's face popping out of his dog's butt.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look, I have some commentary about Iran. They should bomb everything.
Right.
Just going on and on and on.
Mm-hmm.
God. Perfect metaphor.
Fade Morality for 4 months. Thanks so much. Says, getting older, and I 100% understand how my parents feel about Iraq. Iran is a theocratic regime, and I'm fully okay going all in on it. Well, I'm okay going all in on it as long as we don't have to, go all in on it. So I don't know if I agree with that, but I don't think we should get bogged down in another forever war. But I understand the sentiment. Ace for $5 says, Sitch, Assad staying in Syria helped the cause of the refugees crisis, so no regime change helped to destabilize a country. Well, there you go. Made it even worse. Let's see, I read that one. Very original for 5. Canadian says, watch Constantine and Dave Smith debate about this on Piers Morgan. Shockingly, Dave says some really stupid stuff.
I did watch it, and Dave did say a bunch of stupid stuff.
Yes, the sarcasm about shockingly him saying stupid stuff. That was a interesting conversation.
Constantine does a good job in those debates.
Oh, he does. He's a good debater. Andrew Bear for $5 says, Gaza Iranians have to change their government. If they don't, they do not deserve pity or grace from the West. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I think people do have to want the change themselves. You can't force it on them. So it's the way it is.
Yeah.
It's the same
they
thing
have to
if you
understand it.
Yeah. Well, it's the same thing. Like, I mean, you don't have to go to Iran or Gaza. If you're in America, you're trying to help a friend, that like you can't help someone unless they want to be helped, unless they want to help themselves first.
So true. Yeah. So true. People do have agency, don't they?
Yeah. Metalworks 411 for $10 says this might be a rare moment where regime change from outside might work given Iran's more liberal past after World War II. But I think if most people themselves did it, it would be better, not a typo. Okay. Ike for $2 says, would you have bad empanada on the show? No.
Hell no.
No. Fuck no.
Oh, God, why would we want to engage in that mess?
You don't want to bring an exploding bag of shit into your house.
Yeah.
And just get shit smeared everywhere. Ace for $5 says, Anna's Israel stance and NATO spending takes show her foreign policy ignorance. She sounds like a 7th grader. Please stay out of foreign policy, Anna. Wow. Ace going after Anna. Terrible Ace.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't agree with Anna's takes either, but be a little nicer.
Anna's done a lot for the show. She's, yeah.
Right.
So, I mean, we can argue with people in good faith.
Right. Emperor Carl Franz, hey, Carl, for 60 months outside the simulation, said three gorges, dam next. There you go.
That's
you.
A
big
yeah.
Dam in China. Let's hope not, but it might come to that.
Thanks, Carl.
BW85 for $5 says regime change is up to the Iranian people. In Trump's speech last night, you could hear in his voice he didn't take the decision to strike lightly. I mean, I don't think he did. I don't know if I heard it from his speech, but it is. I agree that regime change is up to the people.
I do think Trump genuinely wants a more peaceful world. It's just, I mean, I do believe in the peace through strength. I think being a pacifist makes you an easy target. It's an unfortunate thing. I mean, I would love people to intuitively flock to the non-aggression principle, right? But it is a bit Pollyanna. People, when they can take advantage of other people, generally do and enjoy doing it, which is fucking just a state of affairs we have to be real about.
True. Amit Yannicka for 15 shekels says next move for Trump should be negotiating a deal with Prince Raza Pahlavi. That's the
he's the guy to come in.
The
I
Shah,
wonder,
the son of the Shah.
I wonder if any of the people in line have called the White House.
I'm sure they've had some communication.
That's an interesting scenario.
Mm-hmm.
Because I do think they could really play to Trump's let's make a deal persona.
Sure, but I don't, you don't want the Game of Thrones. I don't think they're stitching flags for Reza in secret. So.
Yeah, I don't know.
Boba Peck for 35 months says, and here I thought it was impossible to hit a hole about 2 meters wide with just one proton torpedo, much less 7 in the same spot. Boom. Got him.
Yep.
Todd Sullivan for 32 months says, can you pull up Trump's recent tweet? Which one?
How recent? Let's see the timestamp on this. Ha, gotcha.
45.
There is
Was
no
that the regime
timestamp.
change one? I already read that one, yeah. I'm assuming that's the one you're talking about. Which is not a great tweet. No Screaming to the Void for $2 says Iran's energy cost is 0.0002 cents per kilowatt. Yep. That's for their natural gas, of course. For their nuclear, it's like 68 cents. It's crazy. But they really need that nuclear reactor.
So much
for
more
civilian
expensive.
use. Yeah. Very, very important. Sketch for 35 months. Thanks so much. Says Iran just wants to build a cookie factory, guys, just like Saddam did before God exiled him to Canada for reasons. Exactly.
Hmm. Did Saddam end up in Canada? I thought he ended up. He was another one that got the murdered in the streets treatment.
He ended up in the Canada in the sky. Okay.
Right.
Or maybe the Canada underneath the ground, if you believe in that. Become the Knight for $5 says the absolute aura difference between Chad Trump last night announcement and the Virgin Iran water pour and awkward sip. There we go.
I know. It's night and day, right?
Zero for 23 months. Thanks so much. Says I'd be interested in what Russia's anti-air Iran still had operational and whether this might show Russian weakness. There you go. Red Toe for $10 says, Adam, did you once say you were friends with Jonathan Haidt? Have you ever tried to persuade him out of the Fine People hoax after he mentioned it in his book?
I'm acquaintances with Jonathan Haidt. I've exchanged emails and talked to him before, but I've never brought up the Fine People hoax. I mean, I don't know him that well. That would probably be like an awkward conversation. So Jonathan Haidt is on, I always see him on Twitter, and he's definitely on the mission about smartphones ruining our kids. So
right,
he's on a completely different mission than me right now. The whole smartphones and kids. I mean, I don't have kids. I agree with them that they are fucking up kids, but kids don't really enter my consciousness much. So
he's doing the work.
He is. He totally is. I do know what you're talking about, though. The Fine People hoax is in. I think it's not his most recent book. It's the one before that. Anxious Generation. Is that the book?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think it is.
Equin Shadox, thanks so much for 37 months. At this one equals freedom. Says if this really becomes World War III, imagine what the new Axis powers are. Iran, a non-committal Turkey, the tattered remains of Hamas, the Houthis, and Hassan working from behind enemy lines. There you go.
Oh, exactly. Yeah. He's going to do the news radio.
Lethal Train for $5 says, target the size of a washing machine. Was it a vent? Please say it was a vent. Star Wars reference, totally wasted. Exactly. I did hear someone mention, I thought they were just memeing. Someone was like, oh, they shot it into a vent, but I think they were just joking. Lethal Train for the $5 says the Taylor Swift isn't so hot tweet was code for the operational green light. Oh,
as far back as that? That's when it started?
Yeah, that's when it started.
Operation Taylor Swift is not that hot.
When Donald Trump said Taylor Swift is not so hot, it was really him sending a signal to Israel to get ready. Get all the pieces
it worked.
In place.
Thank you, Taylor Swift, for taking the bullet.
Also, you're for 35 months of Discipline Equals Freedom. Thanks so much. Says, I bet some general had to convince Trump a bunker buster is much cooler than a nuke to Trump.
That's funny, but probably true.
Terrible. Noah Screaming to the Void for $5 says, isn't supporting terrorism and shutting down a water treat against international law? Iran thinks the UN is their puppet. It would be against international law, yes.
Oh, but it's fine. Look at that.
It's totally fine when Iran does it. Phantom Raleigh for $2 says, Adam, go to Little Tehran and ask for their tanks. Is there a little? I don't think there's a Little Tehran.
There probably is.
Oh my God, it's called Tehrangeles.
Really?
What the fuck?
Should I go do a man on the street?
You should go do a man on the street in Tehran.
Ask them what they think.
Yeah, that's pretty
See
fun.
if I can find some crazy people.
There you go. Should ask them.
Those are always fun.
Lethal Strain for $2 says Trump just gave AOC another parking lot to cry in. Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Ike for $2 says, remember the roundhouse kick abortion activists?
Yes, I do. Very well.
Was that someone I remember someone getting. Oh, that was that cringy guy who did the roundhouse kick.
And accidentally kicked the abortion activist in the face.
Yes.
And it was like,
I do remember.
Seemed to feel horrible about it instantaneously.
Yes.
Like, oh shit, what have I done?
He kicked the camera. That's right. I don't know what happened to that guy. He was a hairstylist. Shock. And he was fired. Okay. Lives and Des Walls Lily for $5 says, please talk more slowly when you describe ordnance penetrating weapons going into holes. Spicy face emoji. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Cameraman 502 for $5 says, Iran, I'm begging you with tears in my eyes to touch my boats. In the words of a habitual line crosser, would you intercept me?
You guys are getting spicy.
There you go. Cameraman 502 for $5 says, oh, I read the one. Lives in Des Walls for $2 says, U.S. preferred phrase is digivolving the regime. That's good.
Ooh.
Contrast for 38 months of Frequent Secrets. Thank you so much. Says, my headcanon is Adam going full Luke Skywalker with the bombs and putting the target away. Happy 4th birthday to my son, Yamato. Yes, like the cannon. Wow. Well, happy birthday, Yamato. Look at that.
Yeah, that's cool. 4. Nice. Quite a project already. Contrast. Yeah, exactly.
It's quite powerful. Lucifer the Doberman for 5 Canadian says, did you guys see the Iranian news using Cancer Owens and Nick Fuentes clips to bash Israel? Yes. Oh, yeah, we talked about that already. It's pretty funny. JMac for $10. Thanks so much, Dad. JMac says, Hassan at 40% increased intelligence. That would put him at like what? 80 IQ? Sign me up. There you go.
Would be interesting to see, that's for sure.
It would be. PC for George says, Hassan is just a simulation laughing at all of us. Sad. BW85 for George says, you should have Ryan Macbeth on, pretty please. That we'd love to. Ryan Macbeth's
yeah, we watch a bunch of his videos.
Yes.
So.
Ace for $5 says, Jank and MAGA uniting. Hilarious disaster. I want the left represented by people with triple-digit IQs. Wow. Ace is coming strong. Ace for $5 says, working with pro-Trump folks like Douglas Murray on non-Trump issues is smart. Chank's ideas to work with a dangerous cult like MAGA is not. Work with I mean, I don't think it's a question of working with MAGA or a cult. I think if there are people on specific issues that you have an agreement on, you should work with them. From Chank's perspective, and this is why it was so bizarre for Crystal and all these people to like jump down his throat, and even you to jump down his throat, Ace. From Chank's perspective, if he's very against America, blowing up shit in Iran, which he is, and there's a bunch of people in MAGA that are very against that stuff, he should be, trying to work. So there should be some agreement with his faction on the left and that faction on the right. I wouldn't be surprised if that faction of MAGA is in Trump's mind and is, tempering his hand to some degree to not, be more involved in Iran. So I don't know why, if you're on the left and you're against involvement in Iran, I don't know why you would be against those people on the right that are against that too. You should be supportive of that. Lethal Strain for $10 says, Letitia James just announcing she's suing Trump for opening a 3-hole golf course in Iran.
What?
That's pretty funny. Got it?
Yeah, no, that can't be true.
No, it's just a joke. But.
I mean, those are some big golf balls, right?
Right. The three-hole golf course in Iran because 8 bunker busters were actually used and not the 14 that he claimed. There you go.
Oh, really?
JMac, or sorry, Farr, thanks so much for $20. Says the absolute confidence to call someone stupid and then immediately pivot to a brokenly idiotic example like the Georgia woman needs to be studied. Could you imagine if we could bottle that shit and sell it? Gangbusters. I mean, only if we could bottle it and like sneak it into the water supply of our enemies abroad. That would be good.
I thought you were going to say sneak it into our water supply.
No. Loser Doman for 2 Canadians says,
now the news of the U.S. is entree into this fight tonight.
Ace for $10 says, guys, the brain dead woman was kept on life support at 9 weeks pregnant because the law doctors legally had to keep her on. Her family wanted her taken off. But the law tragically prevented it.
Really interesting. Yeah, I don't know about the case. So, I mean, why would the family want the baby to die?
I would say unless the baby was going to be born like fucked up,
deformed or something. Yeah, that maybe that was it.
Right. If it was going to be born fucked up because of that, I would be like, okay, abort the baby, take her, take one off life support. But if it was going to be born totally fine,
normally, yeah,
why does it matter if she's brain dead already?
I guess you got to look into the case because
I don't know.
That probably makes a big difference.
It's still a weird example for Hassan to bring up. Like, that's the most horrific example ever that he could think of. Was that?
Yeah, very it's strange. Ridiculous.
Jimmy for $10, thank you so much. Says Hassan has mentioned Iran's sovereignty a bunch. I wonder how he feels about Iran's sovereignty over its borders and its citizenship.
Yeah, good question, right?
Right.
Of course, he's completely hypocritical about it.
Barry Bruiser for $10 says, does Hassan just stream his wet dreams or does he say anything useful? He never says anything useful. Never. I mean, it's useful to laugh at. But.
Did you watch most of that stream? It was like 10 hours long.
I watched when the whole stream was not in reaction to the bombing.
Right. Okay.
So I was doing it like 3 times speed while I was doing other things.
Good for you.
When I would hear something, I'd pause it. That was like terrible when I write down the little time code.
Yeah.
Lethal Strain for $5 says, I sincerely think Hassan wants to be banned so he has an excuse to retire. Oh.
Is that what it is?
Maybe. Beyond Believing for 75 NT, thanks so much, says play the Tom Laren song Who's Next, made in 1965. Very prescient of the situation and quite funny.
Yeah, some people have mentioned that.
They did.
Maybe you've mentioned it.
I don't think we can play it on stream, but
I don't think so either. But I'm going to listen to it.
Loser Doman for 2 Canadians says, make sure to spam happy birthday to Shoe on head. Well, look at that. Happy birthday, Shoe.
Yeah. That's great.
Shoe, aren't you so happy? Happy birthday. We bombed Iran just for you. I'm sure
yeah, just for your birthday. She seems like a non-interventionist to me. So she's probably unhappy about it.
Ace for $10 says, after we get Bad and Panada on the show, let's get Sam Hyde on and talk about the evils of the J-Boys. On a serious note, Lonerbox or Drew Pavlu would make good guests.
Sure, if you can hook it up, Ace, that'd be great.
Ace for another $5 says, Adams' Trump approach to Ukraine shows he only cares about cash and getting into bed with Putin, not peace. No, he's saying Adam, Trump's approach. Okay, that makes more sense. I was like, how is Adam getting cash?
I do think Trump wants. I don't think Trump cares. I mean, Trump does care about cash to a certain extent, but I don't think he'd get into a war because he could get rich. I mean, he could just launch another crypto coin, right? He doesn't need to get in a war. Unless he launches the Iranian war cryptocurrency.
There you go.
Then maybe
I don't think Trump's getting money from Russia. I think he's just realizes there's nothing he can do about the situation. And just coming off as incredibly weak. That's how it reads to me.
I love that we have more left-wingers in our audience now.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Things should be more balanced. Perfectly balanced, right? 50.
Yeah, of course. Where's the meme? The balance meme. You know what I'm talking about.
The Thanos meme.
Yeah, the Thanos.
Right.
The hero. Thanos.
So those for $2 says, since we're talking effects of the bombs, check DMs. Check DMs.
Okay.
The topography, I'm retarded. The topography of the ridgeline is different. The strike moved the mountain.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, they blew the top of that mountain clean off. That's what I said.
I don't see it.
How many women pilots could fly the B-2?
I'd have to see the images overlaid on top of each other. My brain can't process it. That's pretty crazy, though, if that's what happened.
I processed it.
Okay.
And I laid them over one another.
Alex Ryford says Cenk was saying some dumb stuff after the election. Okay.
Sure.
Ike for $2 says, did you watch Cenk versus Kyle and Anna fight yesterday? I did watch Cenk versus Kyle. Well, I didn't watch. The part I saw was him talking to Crystal. He only talked to Kyle briefly, and then it was like, for the rest of this, pay for my Substack or whatever, which I'm not going to do.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see. Was there? I mean, Anna wasn't in that fight, unless you're saying, was there another video? Was it like Cenk and Anna?
Well, I saw Anna. Some guy threw a tampon at Anna.
I did see that.
Yeah, but that was on her show, the Her Take show.
That was on the Her Tank show. Yeah, that was with the guy who's on PDB or whatever.
He's got a great name, but he's not a very cool guy.
Oh, his name's Adam. That's right.
It is Adam. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So.
Look what I got.
But we should watch it on Tuesday because it's a very crazy conversation.
Yeah, we can watch it with Wick. They can weigh in on it.
Yeah.
Wick and his co-host, I think, are coming on.
Nice. But was Anna
This is the great thing about YouTube right here. Look at this.
What?
Iranian community in Los Angeles reacts to U.S. strikes on nuclear sites. 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Local news. They went to the Iranian. Little Irangelus.
Weighing on many here in Southern California. Los Angeles is home to the largest Persian population outside of Iran. Eyewitness News reporter Tim Caputo has reaction from that local community in Westwood.
In between bites of Bastani, opinions about the escalating attacks in Iran seem to roll off the tongue in Persian Square.
What the state did today is pro-Iranian people, but against the Ayatollah, which is great for us.
Bam!
Based.
Yes.
Based.
Yes. Suck it,
based?
Hassan. Suck it, Hamas Piker.
I know.
We are very happy what happened today.
A number of people we spoke with are in favor of the U.S. bombing nuclear sites because they believe it hurts the government there and not the people.
I'm actually thankful about that to President Trump. But at the same time, we Iranian people inside of here, the States and outside, we were expecting a regime change. We were expecting United States.
They want the regime change. Oh my God, this is
fucking
amazing.
Wants the regime change. She's like, please, America, please.
This is amazing. Well, how come Hassan doesn't react to this?
I know.
States and Israel help us to get rid of the this dictator regime.
Ruzbet Farahanipour knows a little something about attempting to overthrow the Iranian Islamic government. He tried it 26 years ago.
Was a leader of the opposition groups inside Iran. I manage and organize the people on the street, 100,000 people on the street, to try to overthrow the regime. We didn't bomb the country. We didn't destroy the country. We didn't invade another country. We didn't violate international law.
He doesn't think the U.S. needs to be involved in a conflict between Iran and Israel.
I don't know why the U.S. should drag themselves in the war between two other countries and spend the taxpayers' money over there.
Others to question.
Listen, I appreciate that you were involved in trying to overthrow the Ayatollah 26 years ago.
Right.
That's great.
Right.
But shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about. Go back to your... No, I'm just kidding.
You failed.
I'm just kidding.
You failed. We have to clean up your mess.
Exactly, right? If you had succeeded with your protest, then we wouldn't be here. Come on.
Yeah. It's not our fault. You ran away to America where you could be safe. Jeez.
The need for U.S. involvement at all, even if Iran was close to nuclear capabilities.
It's just not justifiable just to go in and bomb whatever country you want to because they might have a weapon.
But mostly they're worried about family and friends there.
For the past 4 days, there's no internet. I couldn't even directly call my parents.
While also keeping an eye closer to home in Los Angeles and the largest Persian
God, those people must have been freaking out when Trump had his like crazy evacuate Tehran post. What was up with that? That was bad. That was really
What
bad.
was the post? What did he say?
His midnight, everyone needs to evacuate Tehran. True social post.
Oh my God. Like
that's why that's part of why people were thinking like, is the US gonna fucking nuke Tehran? Like, why was he telling everyone to run away to evacuate Tehran?
Yeah.
Population in the US.
My main concern is my local community, Westwood. I love Westwood, LA. I try to make the LA and Westwood better place, but at the same time, my heart goes with the people other side of the globe.
We couldn't find anyone who was able to get in touch with family after the U.S. strikes, partially because of the internet issues there, and also because this attack happened essentially in the middle of the night over there. They're hoping, if anything, to get in touch tomorrow morning. In Westwood, Tim Caputo, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Isn't that so crazy?
There's
so many Iranian people that live in Los Angeles and still have family in Iran. The world is so interconnected now.
And that their own government turned off their own internet and their own phones. It's bizarre. Terrible. That's how you know. Isn't that the most easiest thing to know that that's the side that's on the wrong side? They turned off their own internet so that their own people could not communicate with the outside world.
It's fucked up.
Yep. When I listened to that, Hassan never brought that up. He never mentioned that at any point in the conversation.
Of course not.
Ike Ventura says, is Shu going JQ or just anti-Zionist? I don't think Shu is JQ. I think she just doesn't like Israel.
Right.
I don't think she buys into the JQ shit. Emperor Carl France, thanks so much for $10, says, can we have a little war with Iran as a treat?
Only if you're good.
Only if you're good. I know you. Listen, I know you're itching to go, right? Get off that base. Drop some bombs.
Oh yeah, he's in the service, isn't he?
He's in the service, yeah. Dr. Diller for $2 says Iran should be thanking us. We single-handedly moved them back into nuclear compliance without asking anything in return. You're welcome, assholes. That's a great point. Right? How much money and time would have been so annoying for them to get back in nuclear compliance, and we just did it right for them.
Yeah, it's big, but all that paperwork. What a fucking headache.
Right.
Now the paperwork's all gone.
Right. The U.S. did not install the Shah of Iran. He was the king of Iran from 1941 1979, and he succeeded his father, who was king of Iran from 1925 1941. The U.S. did run a failed operation to oust the commie prime minister in 1953.
Okay. Yeah, I started watching a video that's the history of Iran. It got so boring. I was like, holy shit, this is fucking boring.
Cerebral Fiction for $2 says, you guys are such suckers. The Iran is stonewalling us is made up BS. Iran initially red line was that they would not give up the ability to enrich. The U.S. said they had to. The U.S. was stonewalling equally. Well, there you go. I'm glad that you trust Iran. Okay. That's good. But you know what?
Yeah.
Even under what you're saying, okay, you're still wrong. America and the U.S. is correct to say that our red line is that you can't enrich uranium. That I agree with that. I'm fine with that red line. Fuck them. They have shown to not be trustworthy, a trustworthy government to be engaged in having nuclear reactors of any sort. And if our red line is we don't trust you, don't enrich, you don't fucking even need it for energy purposes whatsoever, and you've shown that you're literally doing it just to fuck around, and now you're finding out, that's a totally fine red line to have. Good. Fuck them.
Yeah. Why is our red line more important than our red line?
There you go.
I think
Listen, our red line is bigger than your red line. Okay.
Yeah. Our red line has an enforcement mechanism. Without enforcement, you really don't have a red line.
True. Sotos for Twitter says, I want the cool black jet dropping payloads and sharks with lasers. I fully support the CENTCOM industrial complex. There you go.
That would be cool. Look, I found another one here. This one is San Francisco. so we can compare and contrast.
Okay.
Back to the Middle East, it hits all too close to home for the Bay Area's Iranian community. As Amanda Harry reports, many are hopeful it could bring real change to their home country.
Oh my God. I thought it was going to be night and day because San Francisco is a big hippie town. Los Angeles is a little more, I mean, it's a lot better than San Francisco as far as the progressive attitude goes.
News of the U.S. becoming directly involved with the Israel-Iran confrontation has some Bay Area residents feeling the distance from their loved ones. Arman Mahmoudi is from Milpitas, but he's also Iranian.
He's from my penis? What?
Yeah, Milpitas.
He's from my penis. Oh.
Milpitas.
I have friends, family. I'm worried of what's going to go on.
Mahmoudi hasn't been able to speak to his family and friends since President Donald Trump announced that U.S. forces struck 3 key Iranian nuclear sites.
Iran's been on a shutdown of 3 days, the entire country, no internet. You haven't been able to talk to anyone on any app, any social media app. Your only choice is a landline that you don't know is safe, what you can say. And there's been a...
Oh my God.
Oh, that's crazy.
That's not good, right?
Right.
Why do you think it's not safe, Sitch? What do you think's going on? Who's in danger?
The Iranian government is listening, making sure you're not saying any sus shit.
Anything stupid that they need to come pay you a visit, right?
And also, like, fuck CBS for not making it very clear that it wasn't Trump or Israel that shut down the internet, that it was their own government.
Yeah.
Because the way they frame it, they're like, oh, you know, no one's been able to talk to them after Trump bombed the facility. It makes it sound like that has something to do with it.
How does this fit into the Hassan worldview where Hassan can go on his Twitch channel and advocate for Iranian citizens to throw missiles at American servicemen? And he's not worried about anyone hearing what he's saying, right? He's broadcasting to 60,000 people. This guy's afraid to say anything to his niece on the phone.
Well, that's the disgusting hypocrisy for some of these other people. Like, they keep advocating for countries where they couldn't even have the speech to advocate that the way they do in America.
Yeah, of course. Yes. And he's saying Iran's obviously the good place, the place where you can't really talk to your family members about what you really think on the phone.
Yes. I know.
Freedom.
Really, it's affected the conveying of news.
Mahmoudi is an activist and organizer with Bay Area for Iran. The group voices their opposition of the Islamic Republic of Iran, one that they believe is shared by many Iranians.
Giving them the
This is crazy because this is like, I mean, this is kind of pro-Trump just by proxy.
Yeah.
Perspective of what the majority of Iranians, which are anywhere from 75 to 85% opposed to this government.
But he admits the members of Bay Area for Iran are torn about how to view today's airstrikes.
We have a lot of varying views within our team as far as, is this attack good? Is this conflict good? I will say that if it leads us to getting closer to getting rid of the Islamic regime and lessening the chance of executions, freeing our political prisoners, giving us freedoms that the people of Iran are seeking, then probably it's seen as a good step.
When Trump addressed the nation, he warned that either peace or tragedy is next, unless Iran immediately ceases hostilities. Mahmoudi says through all this, he just hopes his people will be safe.
Our emphasis is civilian lives, innocent civilian lives on either side. That's what we don't want to see, is innocent civilian lives lost.
What is this building that they keep showing?
I know. I was thinking the same thing. Is this Iran or someplace in San Francisco?
Someplace in San Francisco. This very weird building that looks like it's been bombed out. Like, what the fuck is it?
It says San Francisco Tenderloin. The Tenderloin is the really scuzzy part of town.
Okay.
But he does want to see change in Iranian leadership.
Iran needs a secular democracy so our people can have everyday freedoms that we are seeing in advanced countries in the free world.
Yeah.
Look at that.
When he was talking about, oh, we have a lot of different views, I was thinking he's probably got a lot of TDS going on in that group.
Yes, I'm sure.
They're so conflicted. Like, oh my God. I mean, I'm happy he's doing it, but Trump is terrible.
I mean,
he's a rapist.
People obviously don't want, like, civilians to die, right? So
yeah, no,
totally
that was
understandable. But
totally reasonable take.
Yes.
Yes. Probably very reassured the Iranian population in the United States when Trump came out and said we didn't target any military assets or civilians or anything like that. Because they think, well, look, my family's not a nuclear scientist, right? So they're fine. They're worried more about the Iranian regime targeting them, which, God, that says it all. Maybe they are closer towards pushing for a more democratic, open society like Ukraine is.
I don't know.
Iraq was just such a fucking mess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It is. Or was. So
I don't know the population though. So I have one friend that is Iranian. I think her dad is still over there. She always talks about talking to her dad. And I think he's in Iran full time and she's in Los Angeles. So
Dr. for 2 hours says you actually hate gays and throw them off roofs until you hit about $15,000 annual income. That's why children are little demons and why Iranians are basically subhuman, according to Hassan. There you go.
Right.
It is interesting that a communist would think that your morality is tied into your socioeconomic status, right?
Yeah.
Strange. Dr. Diller for another $2 says nothing like Hassan lamenting rural America and trying to appeal to them while talking about red states like they're third world countries. True.
Exactly.
True.
Oh God, I hope the Democrats make him instrumental.
And Dr. Diller for another $10 says, were your coffers getting low? Was that it? You knew Hassan dunking really gets my wallet talking. Shame on you, Sitch. I expect this of Adam, but not you shaking my head. Well, there you go.
Nice.
That was it. It was all ploy. It was all ploy to get some money out of Dr. Diddler. It's like, bring out the big guns.
Hassan is kind of a favorite punching bag for the channel, so
it's true.
He's the lol cow.
He's a piece of
shit. We're milking the lol cow.
Yes. Solo, thanks so much for $4. Says I don't feel like my ask was pretty reasonable that we follow the Constitution before going to war. It wasn't like this was a quote, if we don't attack today, we can never attack scenario. It was a week of talking after all, especially because Trump's ploy has now sabotaged all future negotiation talks. Why would anyone trust the U.S. to have talks of good faith like Russia and Ukraine? It's almost like the Constitution exists for a reason. I don't agree with the way. Well, first of all, I don't know the legal, the legality of the strike and how this all plays into, because obviously, Congress has to declare war and everything. We've had presidents do strikes and do these things in the past, and I don't know what all the legality is to all that stuff, which is why I didn't really talk about it. I also didn't really find it that interesting. But in terms of the timetable, I don't agree with that, because if Iran was moving things around and there was, they did have their air defenses destroyed, this might have been a closing window to engage in an operation like this. So I don't really agree with that. And I don't really agree with the negotiation thing, because it's not like Russia doesn't think. After the amount of jerking around Russia's been doing to Trump, and Trump has just been doing nothing to Russia, I think it'd be very silly to think Russia's like, oh, well, we can't make some agreement with Trump, because if we get into negotiation with Trump, he might secretly drop bombs on Russia. Like, I don't think Putin thinks it's an actual thing that's going to happen. So,
not at all. They have a nuclear deterrence on their side. So,
right. And also, Trump has not engaged in anything like remotely like that with Russia already. So,
a lot of people think that Russia has something on Trump.
Right.
Some, not a P-tape or anything, but
could
something.
Be a P-tape. Yeah. What was the word in Russia? Like Comtos or whatever? Prompt cops. Kompropt, whatever the fuck the Russian word was. They got something. That was the theory.
Right.
So. And with Iran,
Scaramucci is a purveyor of that theory.
He is.
Quite reticently.
He is. He brings it up every episode of that show that he's on.
He loves doing it, yeah.
Yeah.
But not a P-tape, though.
And with Iran, if they're already, if it's true, I don't know. Like, obviously, I don't know who to believe, Trump or Israel, but if it's true that Iran's jerking us around and they were, stalling negotiations while they're racing towards a bomb, well, then fuck them. This is what you have to do. There is actually no other. If that is true, then there is no other way to deal with the situation than to do something like this. To say, well, you were fucking around. You were lying to us, so we're going to, drop a bomb on you. Or drop a bomb on your nuclear facilities, I should say.
It's more likely. I mean, it's more moral to bomb them for lying than for working on nuclear weapons, right? Obviously. What the fuck? Dishonest. Ugh.
Jay Meta, thank you so much for the $50 and the cheerleader emoji.
Yeah, I love that. How do you do that? I didn't know you could do that. It's pretty crazy.
Listen, does also for $5. Thank you. Says U.S. should invoice Iran for cost of our compliance services. How obnoxious would that be? In America, we blow up your shit, and then we have another plane.
Send you an invoice for gas.
It flies by and it drops an invoice on your embassy or your Capitol building.
There you
bomb.
Go.
Okay.
Oh, I think those things are millions. How much are those things? That's got to be a fucking huge invoice, right?
I think they're like 20 million a pop or something like that. They're a lot.
20 million?
Yeah.
20 million, really?
20 million a pop, yeah.
So that's 200 million for 10.
It's a lot.
And we used 14.
Yep.
I mean, we're $500 million invoice here already.
That's not $500 million. What? 14?
Yeah, but I mean, you got to think in terms of gas and.
Oh, well, yeah, the whole operation. I don't know if it was $500 million, but
airtime, wear and tear on the vehicles.
There
Come
you
on.
There you go.
We got to
Listen,
buff this invoice out.
Drop the invoice on Iran. That's true. That's a good point.
We got man hours. We got to pay all the staff. They had 125 planes in the air. We got to bill them for all of that. It's not just how much does it cost to rent a B-2? I mean, that's not cheap. I think, look, $500 million, I think we're going easy on them. That's conservative. We should just round it up to an even billion.
Ike for $2 says James Lindsay's predicting a queer drag Floyd moment.
Really? Oh, he's been predicting that for a long time.
I was going to say, I thought he's been predicting that for over a year now. So I haven't seen him talk about it recently. I don't think that's going to happen.
Why not?
The queer drag Floyd thing.
I'm so stoked.
I think the whole drag thing is I feel like it's already passé now. You don't really talk about the drag shows anymore.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
We should talk to Lindsay sometime.
Sure.
See how he's doing. The Constantine never says woke right anymore. I never hear him talking about the woke right. Now we got bigger fish to fry.
Right.
He's like the libertarian woke.
Yeah. Oh, is that the new term?
I just made it up.
Either. Oh, okay.
Let's watch some of this. Do you ever watch this channel here?
No.
What is this? I don't know.
What is it?
It's got one of those salacious thumbnails that just drew me in. Cali and New York react to bombs. Latest, states prepare and Democratic lawmakers react to U.S. bombing in Iran. Did you watch any of these videos?
I did not, no.
I saw none. What's a Democratic reaction? Give me your guess. What am I going to see in this video?
I think there's going to be the AOCs are going to say, oh my God, it's terrible. I think the standard Democrats going to say, how dare Trump do this without congressional approval?
What's Gavin going to say? Gavin wants to be the next commander in chief. He's in the thumbnail. What's he going to say?
I think that's what he's going to say. They're all going to, I think most of them are going to point to the congressional, the unconstitutionality, the legality of the action.
Would you describe that as bitching out?
Well, they're going to do it because they don't want to take a stance because they don't know if this all works. If this turns out to be a good strike, they don't want to, stand against it and then look stupid.
God, that is the torture of politics, isn't it? You want to run in there because this is when everyone's wanting a reaction, right? Your reaction, Trump bombed Iran. Your reaction, Gavin. Your reaction, right?
He's like, oh,
but he doesn't know how it's going to go, right?
No one does. Yeah,
and that reaction could look very dumb in 2 days or 2 weeks, right?
Yep. Exactly.
If all of a sudden the Middle East turns into a free place, a free Iran comes out of this, Gavin's going to be like, oh shit, I should have shut my mouth.
Now, in the meantime, speaking of, let's keep it here stateside. Remember, we were bringing you some of these messages coming from major cities around the country about what they are doing to ramp up security in their respective locales, in New York, D.C., also in California there. Live picture over the New York City skyline. Remember, we were hearing from the NYPD today this. And I think we have it there, the NYPD.
Oh my God. What the fuck happened here?
Good video.
Cultural and diplomatic sites across New York City and coordinating with our federal partners, saying we'll continue to monitor for any potential impact to New York City. Now,
yeah, NYC's got to be on red alert, right? Because of... Here we go, Gavin.
There in California, and so you can see there, he goes on to say, while there are no specific or credible counter threats we are aware of at this time, he goes on to say, we urge everyone to stay vigilant and report anything that they may see.
So that's a pretty tame statement. Gavin Newsom says, following the president's action in Iran, California State Threat Assessment Center is actively monitoring for any potential impacts in California. While there are
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
That's a hilarious response.
Yeah.
That's smart. He's like,
that's a fucking dodge. Yeah, exactly. That's a total dodge, isn't it? You fucking
dodge.
nailed it. You nailed it.
Oh my God. That was a bigger dodge than even I thought. That was incredible. I'm impressed. That was a high level dodge.
Let's see if they have AOC in here.
That was good.
I heard people talking about AOC, but we want the response from what is the other squad member?
I think Ilhan Omar.
Ilhan Omar, that's it. Yeah, we want her response. We got Nancy Pelosi here. Let's see what Nancy Pelosi is.
Nancy Pelosi saying tonight the president ignored the Constitution by unilaterally engaging our military without congressional authorization. She says, I join my colleagues in demanding answers from the administration on this operation, which she says endangers American lives and risks further escalation. I believe we also have a...
And? What's the and there?
Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. Why did they...
And risk further escalation and then...
Yeah. And what?
They had to race her off to the hospital because she had a heart attack.
And then?
Yeah.
No, and then. And then? No, and then.
So she doesn't care. She's going to whinge about it.
Oh, you know what's funny? You know why I cut off the... Oh my God, what is this fly-by-night operation? Okay, what the fucking local affiliate is this?
Hey,
I
like this channel.
No, you know why it's cut off there?
Why?
I just brought up the tweet. Because you have to click show more on the tweet, because that's where it cuts off.
Oh my God.
Show more.
Okay, let's hear let's see the show more.
What the fuck?
We are a professional operation here.
Come on.
We know how to click show more.
Click the show more. It took more effort to edit out the show more button on the graphic than to just fucking show more to get the.
It is kind of nefarious that they edited out the show more too.
That's
like,
crazy.
why didn't they edit out the and make it like put a little period in there?
Yeah, I know.
I mean, if you're gonna lie,
couldn't be bothered. So it says, I join my colleagues demanding answers from the administration on this operation, which endangers American lives and risks further escalation and dangerous destabilization of the region.
Oh, destabilization.
Yeah.
She's like, come on. Everyone's being oppressed. We can't have that destabilized. God forbid they get... God forbid the women of Iran are able to post on TikTok.
I know.
What these people? What happened to the progressives? Holy shit! They should be in favor of this shit. women should be able to drive in Iran and not be nuclear scientists, because no one's going to be a nuclear scientist. Anyway, I keep waiting for you to read more, but I got to go forward in the video to get. No, I'm going AOC.
Oh.
AOC's next.
She says this: the president's disastrous decision to bomb Iran without authorization is a grave violation of the Constitution and congressional war powers. He has impulsively risked launching a war that may ensnare us for generations. She says it is absolutely and clearly grounds for impeachment.
Okay, she's running for president, but she's going in a far different direction than Gavin Newsom. She's like, I've seen the polls. Gavin's ahead of me by 5 points. I can't believe there's polling for the Democratic nominations already, but
they're always doing polling.
So AOC going so far saying this is grounds for impeachment. So this is what we do here on Live Now. We give you all of the reaction from both sides of the aisle. We pull no punches here.
Is this might be a local Fox station or something. Anyway, I got clickbaited.
You got debated.
It's okay.
Hard.
It happens.
It happens. The best of us.
I did search Iran American reactions to Iran bombing. So it's not my fault that YouTube thinks Nancy Pelosi is Iranian.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is funny. Sagar's pointing out, J.D. Vance and Pete Hegseth spent a lot of time on TV this morning saying the U.S. goal is not regime change, it's a presumably off-ramp. And then Trump just tweets out. the
regime change! Woo! He should tweet out regime change with a bunch of hearts.
He should. He should.
Just to fuck with JD.
Yep.
Oh my God. Why is our politics so much more entertaining than any other politics?
Because Trump is a ridiculous person, is the answer to that question. Sadly, yes.
Oh.
It has its pros and cons.
What's this live view of the sky in Israel?
It's just a stream that just always exists.
Really?
Yeah.
Have you watched that?
I have. It doesn't usually show you anything.
I mean, it's
just a live view
beautiful
of the sky. Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Are we wrapping up?
Ace for $5.
Oh.
Says June is part of the low IQ crowd that Iran doesn't have nuclear stuff, and this is Iraq War 2. Well, I know she's very isolationist, right? She's very against involvement in that stuff, but she's still a friend of the channel.
She's anti-war.
We can have our disagreements. It's fine.
Yeah, I look. Shoe's the best. I like Shoe, so don't be mean to Shoe.
Don't be mean to Shoe.
Plus, people are allowed to have bad takes. It's so weird because whenever you say bad take, all you're really saying is I disagree with them, right? Their take is different than my take.
Yes.
So you never know. I mean, Israel could be fully behind this. It could be pulling all of the strings. Maybe the JQ is correct, Sitch.
What?
No, I'm kidding. I'm joking.
I was like half listening. I was like reading something. I just did. What?
Yes.
Terrible.
No.
Okay.
Fascinating news.
Adam at V for $5 says, have you noticed the recent appearance of multiple AI Thomas Sowell channels? You can make his well-spoken voice argue for anything you want now. I saw one of them. I didn't know there's multiple of them, but I saw one. I'm sure he's not happy about it. Loser Doman for $5 Canadian says, Sitch, check out the Ismaili diaspora in Canada. It's a crazy rabbit hole. Oh. Okay.
We love rabbit holes.
We do, yeah.
Especially ones where they're making nuclear weapons.
That's the best ones.
Of
to
course.
Put your little bombs in, yeah.
You just race on down that rabbit hole.
True.
All right. What do you think?
Anyways.
Oh, you want to call it quits?
Sure.
I mean, I could watch like 10 more videos, but we should.
10 more videos?
If you're tired, we can
10 more videos? Wow.
We're going to talk to Wick and Wick's co-host, who I don't remember the name of, but we will learn his name together, all of us, on Tuesday, which should be fun. And maybe we'll even react a little to the Cenk, because I mean, their reaction would probably be very different than ours. Maybe not. I don't know how much they differ from us.
Yeah, I don't know.
I've seen Wick on Twitter getting painted as like a MAGA chud right winger too. So
that's funny.
It is not funny, but I mean, it is the realities.
Not for him, but yes.
The realities of the situation. So.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for incredibly generous donations you have made to the stream. You are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true isekai anime protagonists. You are the true leaders of the country that would never do something as stupid as to enrich uranium beyond 5% in some sort of retarded failed bid to engage in a negotiation that makes absolutely no sense, because the only reason you're getting sanctioned and negotiated in the first place is because you keep trying to enrich uranium, and you would never ever do that because you're all enlightened individuals brimming with free will. And we'll see you all on Tuesday.
Bye-bye.
Good night, my megas.
I can't believe you said it.